Hello and welcome everyone to the LCS Proving Grounds. My name is Eric Desrux Beltran. Joining me on the desk, it's been far too long, brother, the no-nonsense Dean Rebel Fox Merrick. Dean, are you ready for the Proving Grounds?
I'm always ready for Proving Grounds, and with you, Mr. Eric, I could maybe tolerate just a little bit of shenanigans today, perhaps.
All right, just a little bit, just
a little
tiny
tad.
bit.
Yes.
Yeah, just a tiny bit. We got a lot of shenanigans up ahead of us, though, as we do head into day number 2 of week number 1, as we are going to throw over to the schedule. That's ahead of us here today. Looking over at the upper bracket, we did have some competition play out yesterday, as Team Liquid Academy was able to take the 2-0. Meanwhile, it was a very fast day for Kangas and Covey over there, as another 2-0 happened. Dignitas Academy able to take it to Immortals Academy.
Props over to Dig, man. They had made the run through the side of UGP, despite being one of the lower seeded teams inside of the Academy split. I think they were second from the bottom. We're able to take the victory there, and then to beat out IMTA is an upset, to say the least, at least in terms of expectations. So props to them. Their continuance and their development over the split has been amazing to watch. They've been doing some great things.
And of course, we will be having the matchups today: Cloud9 Amateur versus AoE, and FlyQuest going against Zeus Gaming. Meanwhile, over in the lower brackets, taking a look at what has fallen down over there, TSM, not lower brackets, excuse me, the other side of the bracket, as we take a look at what's going on over there. 100 Thieves Academy facing TSM Academy. Golden Guardians going on with Evil Geniuses. Wildcard, 100 Thieves next, and Cloud9 Academy versus Resolve.
Very, very fun games that are going to be played out a bit later. They're not the games that we fortunately get to cover, because we've got some amazing games on the other side of the bracket that we got to see. But so much loaded talent everywhere to watch. So many teams that you have to keep your eyes on here. One of the biggest things is that little quadrant had 4 Academy teams, which means one of those squads is going to drop out in the first round. That's a tragedy to see one of our Academy teams drop so quickly just because of the way that things were seeded.
Yeah, and we're entering this tournament with 9 Academy teams as it is already.
Yeah.
Back in Proving Ground Spring, we did have all 10 there, so a lot of those amateur squads really starting to show up. But before we go any further, we got to give a quick shout out and thanks to our sponsors as we take a look at the Samsung Fast 5 for some of the action that unfolded yesterday. One of the things that does pop out to me, Rebel Fox, is going to be that jungle roll, our Mayo. He had that Sejuani pentakill yesterday. He was looking absolutely fabulous.
Unfair is Armeo on the likes of that Sejuani. Getting 5 kills in a row is hard to do on any champion. To do it on a Sejuani, I'm not sure if that's even plausible in most people's minds, but here he is able to do it on the live stream on the Academy and inside of Proving Grounds here. Also taking that fastest level 6. That's a competition that's pretty close-knit, 13 seconds over Will right now, and I'm sure there are junglers here today between the 4 teams that we've got to compete. Same thing with Harry. Harry gets to see his competition potentially for that fastest mythic item as well in some of the games, especially our first game today, as the winner of that bout will be up against him trying to take that title away and eventually put him into the lower bracket.
Yeah, and of course, speaking of, we got to start breaking down that match, Rebel Fox, because Cloud9 Amateur and Area of Effect, they're going to be up first.
It is, to say the least, these 2 teams have not been on our radar for a while because neither one had to play in UGP. They both qualified from EGL back in the day, so it's been well over a month since we've seen them play. And even worse, they have not played each other inside of any of the tournaments here in the second half of Proving Grounds. So we haven't gotten to see these 2 teams interact. This is the first recorded series that we will have gotten a chance to actually see between these 2. So we've got an enigma. We've got one of the very rare first times a series is going to be played between amateur teams here on the Proving Grounds.
Yeah, the last time Cloud9 Amateur played on a patch was 11.14, AoE 11.15, so they've been skipping a bit as we head into this matchup here today. But first, taking a look over at Cloud9 Amateur, this roster was made in December of 2020 with the tagline, "Building new talent is our specialty." Only one change in the bot lane, that is going to be the support role. Breezy stepping up since February, and so far it hasn't been too bad. They qualified in Risen's RCL, taking 2nd seed over there after having a brutal match with both Wildcard and Zeus. But, past results aside, they're looking like a strong team that's looking for development.
They really are. When we came into the first Proving Grounds, we were looking for very high expectations from some of our LCS affiliated amateur organizations. A lot of them kind of fell flat of where we wanted them to show up to, C9 being one of them, not being able to qualify for that first Proving Grounds. They really turned things around, becoming one of our favorite organizations, taking that number 2 seed from amateur and being the second team to have qualified, that 5 game banger that came about from the Risen finals and things of that sort. This roster has been together for a very long time. They've got some talent names you might like have seen before. Captain Shrimps has been about inside of the area. Breezy has been about as well. He was around for quite a bit. But then XU, Speed, Wixie, all kind of new names you might not be recognized with, but every single one of them very talented, and especially given the amount of time they've had together, this team's looking very complete in the way that they play the game.
And speaking of relatively new teams, Area of Effect joining the competition as of January 2021. I had a talk with Riley, and he said one of the expectations was to be able to get to this state within 2 to 3 years of starting this org. They're able to do it in 8 months. He feels confident in his players and in his staff, and the performances they've been able to put up. It's definitely echoed that. I mean, second place in UPL Spring, second place in the EGL. They're always so close, and even with slobber knockers that we saw with EGP versus AoE, they're looking to bring it here today at the LCS Proving Grounds.
That they are. They've got talent that you might recognize as well. You think about RBM, who's been about in some of these teams, was on Zeus just a year ago, was able, or about this split ago, my apologies, when they were able to make it to Proving Grounds. Darkwings in that same fashion. Might recognize him from a couple of different places. I think the other three components have also made massive impact. Sketch Dreams has been amazing alongside Zyko, who stepped in the middle of the split for this roster when Fizzy stepped down, who was obviously TSM Academy's kind of support when Yurson wasn't around. Faisal has also kind of stepped into a very meaningful role here for AoE. They've got talent in every single one of their roles. They're confident in the talent of their players across the board, and you can usually tell why when the game starts to pick up.
Yeah, but now we got to start looking at the lanes, because one of the lanes that has been popping out to both of us is going to be that mid lane matchup. It makes me excited to be able to get into that one, because that's going to be Captain Shrimps versus Darkwings. You got the captain of the ocean, sailing his ship through the champion ocean, mind you, going against Darkwings as well, who's been much more of an established control mage. The meta is shifting towards that way, so almost a little bit of a mirror image of each other when it comes to the Rift here today, and it's definitely going to be something interesting to see these two go at it.
They're two players that can always rely on their mechanics, and they both have very deep champion pools that extend into the assassin range. You think about things like Kiana from the previous Proving Grounds that Darkwings was able to bring out back when he was on Zeus. You think about Fizz for Captain Shrimps. You also think about the Rumble that he kind of made his name on, and it's been insane, been able to pull that out a couple of times. When it comes to the champion matchup that we're going to see in the mid lane, yes, it's possible that we see Orianna and Syndra and some of the control mages, Ryze, LeBlanc, things that have been popular recently, but do not kind of give away the fact, don't forget the fact that these two have a lot of champions they can pull out of their back pocket, especially in this very, very kind of focused one-on-one matchup between the two of them that they want to put a bunch of pressure into.
Now, I have to wonder how the jungle matchup is going to affect the mid lane as well, because we always have to keep in mind that the jungle's just floating around to any which lane they so please. So you look over at RBM, he has been the sort of darling in the amateur season and definitely been pivotal in a lot of success that you get from AoE. Then you look at over at XU, who plays much more of an aggressive style. You get those carry junglers like the Kindred, like the Graves. It's definitely opposing styles when it comes to this jungle matchup.
It's very cool because we get to see a reflection of styles, but they're also both very, very big shot callers for their team. You think how that plays into things where RBM is tending to play for something that's a bit more supportive. We've seen Mundo, we've seen a bunch of champions that can make impacts in the lane, trying to help his lanes out because of just how talented Faisal, Darkwing, Sketchstream, Zyko are when they're able to pull gold and resources. He supports that well and communicates that, whereas XU, his kind of ability to talk, it's been supplanted. We've heard about Captain Shrimps, Wixie, Speed kind of stepping up, but he and Breezy do a lot of that shot calling, and I'm curious how that kind of dynamic shifts when he's the one that's pulling gold. If he's pulling resources or he's saying, hey lanes, I need some support here, that dynamic I think does change things. If you're talking about jungle mid and you're XU needs support for Captain Shrimps, can AoE kind of set something up to prevent that from happening, or can Cloud9 actually pull those two together as much as possible, win that 2v2?
Well, that's where it gets me excited, because we were talking earlier about some of the picks that we see RBM go through with, and one of them that was popping out a lot was the Mundo. Getting those tank junglers there, being able to help the team, being that big impact, that soak of damage for the team. It'll be fun to see if some of those picks go out. Taking a look at other picks that we are expecting, one of the things that one of the lanes I take a look at is over going to be in the bot lane, Wixie and Breezy. This is interesting to me because when we look at Wixie, he's been one of those more clear-cut ADCs when it comes down to it. He barely plays mages in the bottom. When it comes to Ziggs, something we've been seeing pick banned, high prio, so many times over the last couple of months, he's only played it twice in the year.
Yeah, Wixie is what I would call like a classical marksman. When you think back in the days of like you play Jinx and then you set up for a 40-minute game and then you let your Jinx kind of do all the carrying. That's what Wixie kind of like reminds me of, because he's willing to take Jinx or Ezreal as the big one that always kind of pops up when his name comes about, because he wants to play more for like setting himself into the later stages, mid and late game team fights, positioning team fighting oftentimes really that bread and butter for this player. A lot of times kind of reminds me of King over on C9 Academy, the team that like went to finals and took TLA to a very long distance, and he's kind of among that as well, because I mean he's right there with him on the C9 organization, being in this amateur organization alongside them. Sketchstream Zyko had this very unique opportunity. This bot lane has come about to me as being one of the better bot lanes we've seen develop in amateur, and they can play a bit more on the front foot. They can play something like the Callista and kind of attack this lane as much as possible. It's something interesting also to kind of pay attention to is if you're going to defense like Ezreal, if you're going to something like Jinx, if you're going to some more of these hyper carries, can they attack that bottom lane for the side of AoE?
We're going to have to find out as Champion Select is ready. We're going to head into draft right now. Area of Effect versus Cloud9 Amateur.
We've had so many patches pass by without seeing either of these two teams, so we haven't gotten a chance to really see what their development has looked like. And my favorite thing about all of this is, despite all of the changes we've had, despite not having much information on the draft that has really changed, it's still Captain Shrimp's Twisted Fate that gets removed. When Twisted Fate was out of meta for like 3 continuous years and just started to get popped back in, one of the first mid laners that grabbed that was Captain Shrimps. And he's kind of made it his calling card, being literally his calling card, to be able to attack the remainder of the map. And because XU tends to play this damage role, they need somebody who's able to facilitate the map a bit more. This champion being taken away, very good from AoE.
Yeah, and really focusing on the mages from both teams so far. LeBlanc taken off the map as well as Rise. Trundle will be banned away. No surprise on the mage bans, though, because as we know, the meta has been shifting back towards those control mages, and both of these mid laners are very prominent at that. Now Xin Zhao going to be the last man taking that away from XU.
Interesting to see double mid lane ban Xin Zhao being taken away from XU, only because, again, XU does like to play some of this extra stuff. Being on red side also opens up Captain Shrimp's pool a bit more, XU's pool a bit more. You think about champions that like those who can play like the Graves that we talked about, or some of the counter picks that Captain Shrimp's might bring through. Just making sure to take away the power so that you don't have something that you can like, take very immediately for AoE to bring out. With Thresh taken off the board, I was about to say, Lee Sin's still available, and especially with Trundle and Xin Zhao both taken off the board, feels like this is the next logical jungler when it comes to like who's going to be able to pressure early game that you're going to want to control things with.
Yeah, Lee Sin, so much early game power when you are able to get that, find those early ganks, find the early damage. Can be a pest to deal with when it comes to the jungle. Still hovering that, not quite confident to lock that in just yet. Gonna let the timer run out before it does go through. See, this does leave some interesting things over on the side of the red team as C9 Amateur. We're talking about a lot of the things that they do like to go for here and there. We were talking about some of the priority that may pop up. Tom Kench was one of the champions we were having a conversation about when it came between these two teams.
Yeah, Tom Kench is interesting. I don't know how much C9 Amateur is going to be able to play that, especially for Speedo in the top side of the map. The thing that pops up for me is Camille for him. It's one of his more popular picks, and it's really become kind of more pivotal inside of this. Viego has been brought through. That's been kind of pinched out recently, and I think teams have still been trying to figure out what to do with it, only because it's still getting banned in half series. Another half of the series, like, it just doesn't show up because of that range disadvantage. Clear that C9 has been prepping for something like this, some of the preparation that they've done in the past month and a half, because a lot of people that have been kind of shied away from this sort of thing have come back to it here for the side of C9 Amateur. Comfortable for XU to take one of these damaging type junglers to be able to work with.
So can't really blame going for the Leona right here. Going to grab that, get the engage, get a lot of power going on the side of C9 Amateur when it comes to just having that mid-game skirmish, being able to catch out members and take that fight straight to them. Area of Effect are just doing the hover roulette. They feel like they're going to go for the Braum, and yeah, that will be locked in over on the side of Area of Effect. So you do got that defense working there. You got a little team fight ability, disengage, engage, either way you want it.
I've seen this into Leona more and more. Fighting for melee range against Leona isn't always easy with the amount of CC she's got, but Braum's ability to block damage from a ranged champion, the ultimate as well, safety as well for something like the Aphelios, which is set up here for sketch streams very effectively. It means that they've got quite a bit to work with here. It's a defensive bottom lane, which again, when you're playing into Wixie and Breezy, this feels like they could easily take something like the Ezreal, and then they could go for more of a roaming style with Breezy, who is one of the more veteran type players to be able to help the map with across the board. So C9 Amateur might be opened up for something like that if they do find that angle here.
A lot of early games have been decided by C9 Amateur going for the Callista, but if we're going to go for some power, well, you can get a little bit of the same momentum going on if you do grab the Zig. So lots of oppression being drafted on the side of the bot lane of C9 Amateur.
We talked about Wixie has only played this a handful of times, clearly working on it in that month and a half. We haven't been able to see this team. So here we go. Wanting to shove in Aphelios as much as possible to begin the game. They've also got a very powerful Leona again for roaming. So they can leave Wixie into the bottom lane to his own devices, let him scale up, that kind of thing. They could also just move their bot lane in general, try to attack towers as much as possible, break loose mid lane, break loose top lane with some of the bombs and things that come through from Ziggs with that wave clear and the extra tower damage that comes out from him. It's an interesting way to play, to move Wixie and Breezy as a combination around as well. Something to at least pay attention to across the board is, again, I also am curious whether or not Captain Shrimps would be willing to take this in the mid lane. I feel like he's one of the few mid laners who would also be capable of piloting this champion. It's got to be in his pool somewhere because it's just so deep. But we'll see. We'll talk about that later because right now it's almost certainly going to be in the bottom side.
Yeah, you're telling me we got to go full circle at this point. Finally, Ziggs returns back to his home in the mid lane. We can only pray. As more bans do go through, Gwen taken off the map, really focusing on the top lane now. Will be both of these squads. Jace removed, as well as Kennen. One more ban to come out of AoE. It's going to be first pick and counter pick over to C9A.
Interesting. It's the, like, right now we're at, like, double A or AD, so they're trying to figure out what, like, AP champions would come about from Faisal, just to kind of make sure that that's going to be pinched more into top lane than it would be into mid lane to allow something a bit more kind of aggressive. We talked about Kiana, we talked about Zed, we talked about some of those champions to come through. Jace and Aurelia taken away from the side of both Speedo and Captain Shrimps. Those feel like Captain Shrimps champions much more than Speedo champions, and that's kind of indicative here is Renekton, one of the more popular champions for Speedo, still flexible to mid lane, obviously, but picking, you know, champions that are coming into some of the comfort. Now they get their blind pick Renekton with not much response. Faisal has to find something here into the Crocodile.
See if we can find what he's going for. And, I mean, in the situation over in the top side, when it comes to Speedo versus Faisal, you got to remember, you still got more experience going on the side of Speedo. Even though he's rather new under that name, he did go under the name Lawrence. Spent a lot of time in Collegiate during those times. Faisal still being a rather new member. I believe he started his career just this year when it comes to the pro scene. As Nara is going to be locked in, opting into that matchup. Just hovering Syndra for now. Believe they're going to go for it. AoE, flop it over straight to the Azure.
Okay. We get a very kind of restrained style that's also quite teamfight oriented here from the side of Area of Effect. Usually, I'm a bit more accustomed to them breaking open some of these players like Darkwings or Faisal to kind of flex some of their individual skill. Oh my goodness, and they opened him for it right here and right now. Captain Shrimps, in the past, known for how good his Xerath, he and Saranok are basically two of the main ones that we see inside of amateur, collegiate, that kind of space, play this champion more than anything. Here it pops up as the old school counter to the Azir. You see the Azir, you say, it's always a Xerath angle. And right now, I mean, you look at, like, Gnar, Aphelios is going to be in this one, Lee Sin, Braum. You don't have this massive, easy access into backline. Feels like Xerath is almost untouchable in this one unless you're able to get Gnar, Lee Sin into a dive.
My God, there's so much poke you have to deal with, too. Just imagine you try to come up to a tower siege, and here's just Xerath and Ziggs. Poke after poke, damage after damage. But if you do look on the Area of Effect side, they have a lot of scaling. They have a lot of team fight potential once they are able to get to those late game stages. We know how Azir starts to get. We know how Aphelios starts to get. So you are going to have that bit of a win condition to try and stretch out this game if you are Area of Effect.
One of the biggest things, control specifically of the map is going to be important for Area of Effect, because if you end up getting kind of bottlenecked into some of these positions around neutral objectives, and you have to worry about like the shooting gallery, that's going to be the Xerath and the Ziggs poking you down as much as possible before a team fight starts, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a really bad issue. And the other problem is when you lose that much health to start with things like the Xerath and the Ziggs before a fight starts, how easy is it for XU to just get reset after reset after reset? Just immediately take RBM, you dive onto somebody else, take someone else, all of a sudden you've got a Gnar or an Azir or an Aphelios in your backline, and there was nothing for you to accomplish in the first place. There's a lot of kind of uninteractable damage from C9 Amateur. That's going to make this game kind of hard for AoE unless they can really force their issue with these 5-on-5s.
Especially if you start getting that lead. There's nothing more painful than a poke composition that has that lead going for them, that they have that econ going on. That damage is so much. You get hit by one Xerath Q, one Ziggs bomb. That's all it takes. I forget what game it was. We saw a really late game with King, but gotta hold that thought, because now Breezy under attack has to flash away to be able to stay alive. Now they're focusing their attention onto Wixie. Sketch and RBM with the chase. Sonic Wave does land. Still going to find a little bit more punishment. Saving his time with the flash here. Gotta be careful, though. He's burnt way too much time. Sonic Wave not up. Gonna take 2 shots for the tower. RBM. That was a really big meme right there, Rebel.
That was a pretty big meme to start off our game here. Mr. Eric. I was really worried there for a minute because Wixie held that flash for a very long time, and I thought Q cooldown was going to come back up for RBM, and he was going to be able to follow under tower, trade first blood away, especially without taking much damage. It ended up being a lot of restraint from RBM right there because I know he could have hit that Q, he could have killed him and traded the 1-for-1, not wanting to give that gold over to the Ziggs, even to speed himself up. Instead, just going to trade the summoner spells across the board. It is Lee Sin and Aphelios in exchange for just Wixie's flash as well as Breezy. Bot lane might be an area where you can attack now here from the side of AoE.
Man, Rebel, I've never wanted to see a player cam so bad before. I want to see, like, the expressions on RBM's face as I'm going to go for it.
I like to think he's just like, I'm going, and everyone's like, stop. He's just like, no, please, don't do this to us. Don't trade level 1. Sketch streams down there like, do not give him any ability to, like, buy a mana crystal at level 1. Do not give him more mana to punish us on the bottom side. Especially without his flash, it would be miserable. So, again, great restraint from RBM to set up. I also like top side pathing. It should eventually bounce back down to bottom side, and it should be able to at least take place maybe on that second clear path. Once he decides to go for a back, he can head down there and try to punish this lack of summoner spells, because Wixie also had to burn TP. That would be a great place to try to find a strike on the map.
Meanwhile, looking at mid lane, one thing I want to ask you, Rebel, is when it comes to these matchups in mid lane where you don't see the champions too much, how much of an impact do you hear it having with these players? Because I know you did a little bit of coaching before over with Maryville, you know, seeing pocket picks like the Xerath. You don't see it as often in competitive.
You don't really. The impact here, most of it is a lot of poke damage into your mid lane. It prevents Azir from kind of entering fights most of the time, unless Darkwings plays very defensively with his health bar. Because usually as Azir, you can play for like Comet, or you can play for Electrocute, and you can go for trading into a lot of like melee matchups or other mages where you got this like range advantage. You can see like Darkwings has gone for Conqueror. This is because there is no way he is out trading Azir in the laning phase. Even with Comet, even with Electrocute, if you're landing those abilities, you're just never going to be able to match the health trades that come through from Xerath. And so Darkwings is like, I am scaling this game. I'm going for the late game Conqueror, attack speed, typical like late game hyper carry Azir, and there's nothing else to be done. It opens up river fights at least a little bit for the side of C9, and it also opens up Captain Shrimps to kind of push some more of the issue.
Trying to burn that flash in the mid lane of Captain Shrimps, but here comes the retaliation from C9 Amateur. They're going to flash right onto Zyko. Zyko forced to burn the flash, able to get away, but the Zenith Blade is going to follow him through, and first blood to Cloud9 Amateur.
The attempted push onto Xerath. The health was dropped a pretty decent distance, but again, he is so far back in this laning phase, it's difficult to try to follow up, especially as the Braum has to burn all of the summoner spells just to try to get in the area to slow him down so that there is follow-up from RBM from Darkwings. But again, being that far back made it super difficult, dragged them too far away. Response from C9 says, we're going to cover, make sure the Captain Shrimps is going to have what he wants. This is the difficulty of that laning phase. I almost want to see them abandon this lane. Instead, they try to play to it to break Darkwings out a little bit faster than you normally would. Nice little stun as well. That was about as far a distance as you could possibly get with the Shocking Orb. Was able to set up XU to flash on top and Breezy for the dim and the eventual finish here.
And that winner's bite could have made it so much different if he was able to land it, get the slow on Captain Shrimp. It could have been a good follow-up there to have First Blood go the way of AoE, but not going to be the case. It's all small things like that that can affect the game very greatly.
That it can. And again, given that that resource is burnt early enough, Captain Shrimps, of course, like was shoved out, didn't have to burn the flash, so that means that like further aggressive play. Okay, that comes through. This is you're teleporting in just to try to crash this wave so that Xerath doesn't get permanent control. The fear I've got eventually, again, is this ultimate from Xerath is such a large distance. You can make impacts in fights from basically mid lane or just taking a few steps out. And given the wave clear this champion's going to have after like first item, couple of components come through against the Azir, it's really, really hard for Azir to make an impact in anything unless everyone shows up to a fight all at once. So it should be Captain Shrimps able to take some of this early game pressure, hopefully convert it into more, as Zyko's having a bad day already.
Zyko, a minute ago we just saw that gray screen come on for you, but he will be able to slide away before Breezy can get him within his grasp, so not another blood going to go on. Instead, just going to back off. But yeah, a lot of bullying going on to Zyko, who's forced to run all the way to the mid lane, take the long way back to the bot.
You can see that Zyko is trying to have an impact on the map. It's super easy for Wixie to shove waves, and that means that Aphelios is usually just like catching waves whenever they're crashing into his tower. And so these two bot laners likely will just end up being in solo lanes a fair amount of the time as their supports are roaming a fair amount throughout the game. You'll see Breezy and Zyko out and about on the map. I will say there's not a ton of auto-attacking on the bottom side, just because Azir also doesn't count as auto-attacks, and so it's more difficult for Braum to make things happen than Breezy without auto-attackers like what would be Lee Sin or what would be the likes of the basically any of his auto-attackers on his team. So Azir's the only one in mid lane. That's where he's ended up twice, and that person's not stacking your concussive blows. Makes it hard for Zyko to really accomplish much with the roams.
Yeah, definitely rough early game coming in for Zyko. But so far, through the game, got to look at RBM because he's going straight for the top lane, looking to find Speedo. Lots of damage on the Speedo, but a little bit too afraid to pursue him right now as the Dominus is ticking away. Gives him a little bit of a health boost as he shoves the wave and crashes it over towards Faisal.
Really close to being a very positive play for AoE. The problem is that Narbar just barely not stacked enough. If Faisal steps up to try to stack that as fast as he can, Speedo probably just like one combos him all the way down through that mini Gnar without having those kind of base stats to work with. And that's why RBM felt not confident in continuing that play. They had two members there ready to go, but if Gnar steps up and just gets one shot, all of a sudden you got a level 5 Lee Sin into a level 6, what would have been a level 7 with that kill Speedo, with the ultimate on, almost certainly not winning that fight. Instead they just fail. They give up the red buff over to XU, who's had a fantastic early game on this Viego. His lanes doing a lot to help him out. They had that mid lane play with the response. That right there had support from Captain Shrimps and Breezy, and Wixie was kind of roaming into the area in case there was a response. All off the back of that top lane play that didn't come through. You can see C9 Amateur helping their jungler out as much as possible.
That's what you want to see. When you see something happen on one side of the map, you want to see an opposite reaction. You know, what's that whole physics thing? Whole opposite and equal reaction stuff. That's what you want to see in the macro, man. And Cloud9 Amateur already starting up good, being able to try and track where RBM is, respond where RBM is, get their impact on the map. Now you're starting to see some wards be placed on the top side. You do have a ward around the Rift Herald. XU starting to head into that direction. There's a control ward in the river that can spot him out.
I really like also that C9, back when they first started this roster for C9 Amateur, a lot of times they were very aggressive, just off the back of behaving it like a very damage-heavy jungler. XU getting aggressed against here. Yeah,
that ward catching him out. The response coming out of AoE is to chase him down. He's going towards his red buff, but the Sonic Wave goes wide. XU will sidestep it, make it look easy over the wall. The stun will not land. Still looking to get the punish with the poke, but Speedo has now come on the flank. Out comes the bomb. Speedo jumps in, using the Dominus, able to get a lot of damage. Will chase down Dark Wings and clip him. Zenith Blade coming out onto Faisal. Faisal has to flash over the wall, but Breezy will not let him get away from this one. Waiting for one more Zenith Blade to catch him, but the Croc has the flank. The Croc will be able to stop him. Speedo will grab another kill. Kill number 2 over on the top side. C9 Amateur looking good.
It's another set of response here from the side of C9 Amateur. Aggression from AoE, attempting to get onto XU, put this Viego in the dirt to start with inside of this game, trying to aggress against him with this Lee Sin, with an invade, and what do? XU plays very defensively, able to get out with his flash, his ultimate combined, stalls enough time for his lanes to show up. This is C9's lanes. They've got the pushing Xerath, they've got Speedo, who's got a bunch of control, and you can see that. Dark Wings runs immediately in, Captain Shrimp's already in position, Faisal comes with no Narbar because he just came out of Gnar. Missing that key was tragic, and all of a sudden the bot lane, who has had shove most of the game, also gets to show up, and these reinforcements are what's necessary here for the side of C9, supporting that jungle, everything you need. We're going to ignore the fact that, unfortunately, Captain Shrimps missed every single ult shot. I'm sorry to have to point it out. Used it as a zoning tool, I suppose, but it doesn't matter, because as long as the support is there and that pressure is on, C9 making this response play is everything they need. Their coach talked about in this off time, a lot of what they've worked on is making sure that they're playing very consistent and not, making these overly aggressive plays very kind of controlled. You can see that time and time again. They are taking these response plays and they're playing extremely clean League of Legends.
It is a beautiful response play too, because they knew exactly where XE was going to go after that last play, able to read him like a book, having that control ward already aware of him. And then XU just responds the right way to the way AoE choose to play the map. And now, the call for Dragon coming out of AoE as RBM. You start up the Ocean Drake. Full priority, going to be an easy grab for AoE.
Comes off the back of, again, Wixie and Breezy had just left on the bottom side to go support that top side play, and after the top side play, they stayed to make sure top wave was shoved in, punish out Faisal a little bit more, which is what opens up this play to bottom side. This is like the call and response we talked about just a second ago. C9's perfectly fine with this. Like, giving up one dragon at the beginning of the game likely doesn't give AoE too much, especially if you start taking this as your win condition, but you're down gold. What are you going to do when Ziggs has like 3 items and you're like in the pit and you press ult and 3 of your champions are just half health? There's no fight to be had there, even if you're trying to get onto your 3rd or 4th break or something like that. That's why C9's okay with this. They're cool trading objectives in exchange for a gold lead with Rip Herald that can continue to push this on bottom side.
Oh, and here comes the dive. Breezy looking to go deep, has the backup of XU, but Breezy's going to be the first one to fall now. Sketch follows his teammate RBM under the tower. Will be able to get the double kill, but it's Weeksy coming out ahead. So he'll get the kill on RBM.
Not the cleanest of dives. It does end up being just a 2-for-2 on both sides. Now, Wixie is the benefactor because he's able to stay here and continue to push this tower a little bit more. The whole intention, though, of being on bottom side is XU wanted to use this Rip Herald alongside the Ziggs bomb and the W. That's a tower execute from 3 plates out. They can't make that happen. Sketchstream's super defensive. Look how far back he is when this starts. The flash cleanse gets him away from the Ziggs ultimate. I didn't even recognize that when we first came in. And enough damage to try to drop the Leona before anything else. XU can't also get this reset, and he's trying to play with this tower range as much as possible, doesn't full commit to it. RBM able to kind of zone away from him just far enough, and Wixie can't stay any further. Really, really clean positioning from RBM and Sketchstreams to really drive that home, make sure that that dive does not get anywhere near where C9 wanted from that.
Yeah, so ultimately going even at the end of the day on that last dive. 12 minutes into this, we do have a 1.5k lead going in favor of Cloud9 Amateur. Still a minute and 30 left until those plates do fall. Control been on their side for the most part. They're getting gold going to pretty much every single lane, as well as 2 kills onto Speedo over on that top side.
The double Ludens is what's concerning to me. As the poke and penetration begins here from the side of C9 Amateur with these double AP comps, and they're forcing the issue back into the bottom lane again. They just need a very small amount of chip damage onto this tower. That's what they're going to commit for. There's nothing for Zyko or Sketchstream to accomplish. That's an execute. These 2 plates plus the W, all that's necessary. And now C9 can start moving this very powerful bot duo into mid and into top lane with their push. They've got a very powerful Nectin. They've got an insanely powerful Xerath who has constant pushing pressure into Azir. It's difficult to try to drive them out of any specific lane that they want to just walk Ziggs into and take towers away from. They don't have much time on plates, so that means these structures are going to lose a bunch of the health and armor that they would have in terms of resistance. This is not going to be fun for the... I wouldn't want to be any of AoE's outer ring towers here in the next couple of minutes, because they're likely to get some punches coming their way soon.
And C9 Amateur are doing this well. They're setting up a lot of these plays well in advance. You could look at all the vision that's over in the bot side right now that enabled that to be so easy, so safe. Now they're starting to transfer that over towards the top side as you get the roam from Breezy headed towards that top side. Captain Shrimp's not far off as Breezy's able to get the Zenith Blade. Will not find the Solar Flare onto RBM, but hey, making up for those missed ults earlier. Captain Shrimps is able to find them onto RBM, but the rest of AoE are looking to retaliate. Emperor's Divide finds 2 as Breezy goes in once again, goes on to Zyko, but Zyko will take him down 2-0 in favor of AoE as they're able to suddenly turn this game on a dime, taking down the mid laner and the support.
Very well played by the side of AoE. When they can generate 5-on-5 situations, they want to do that as much as possible. If you can cluster everyone on the side of C9 together, that's not where their strength is. Their strength lies when you're in very long lanes, where there's a bunch of space to work with, when you've got kind of the terrain working in your favor. This is not one of those situations. They try to make a play onto RBM with the likes of the Xerath, and yes, he drops that health very quickly, but now you've pigeonholed yourself with his Braum ultimate, the Azir ultimate, to get multiple members all at once. You can see the double ultimate, humongous for that, as well as the Lee Sin, who did not die, was able to help continue this play on the side. This is tactical from the side of the AoE squad, knowing that their composition in that 5-on-5 can use this kind of closed off points to their advantage with their CC.
I completely missed that beautiful Dragon's Rage too, able to get the knockman, forcing out the extra flash. So good response out of AoE. This is what we were hoping to see out of them at the end of the day.
It is the responsibility of Captain Shrimps and Wixie to put down poke damage. In situations like that, the responsibility falls to Speedo and XU, and Breezy, of course, to try to zone out RBM, Faisal, Darkwings, because those are the 3 that are going to try to make an impact by pushing members or splitting the fight apart and letting them focus down one person at a time. I will note one tragic thing. If Sketchstream pulls kills in that fight, this starts to look better, because when you have this 5-on-5, if your Helios is really getting going, it's going to be very painful to have to deal with. However, getting one onto Azir is going to be nice, because again, he's going for that later game scaling as well. Opens up now, unfortunately, the kind of tempo play that comes from all of those resets coming faster off the back of like the kills coming through means C9AM get to grab this Rift Herald. They're not super concerned with setting up Dragon whatsoever. Cloud breaks up now, and that's being taken, but Rift Herald being dropped on top side is just going to give further gold advantage to the team that's able to siege with just insane power.
So Drake picked up by AoE, going to be Cloud Drake, making this a Mountain Drake map. Meanwhile, C9 Amateur are going to respond over on the top side, taking that turret. He said you're going to feel bad for a lot of those outer turrets. Well, that's turret number 2 falling down for C9AM. Just needs the mid lane to get the rest of those outers as they start rotating just in that direction.
They do. They're going to put 4 members there as fast as possible. Azir, it's Darkwings on the bottom side again, trying to pull some additional gold onto the likes of this Azir. But second, Rift Herald going to get dropped immediately. This will just be an execute. Just the charge and the Ziggs alone. AoE would need multiple members here. Darkwing's TP is available if they want to try to force something with a great TP ward. It is right there.
It didn't go down, and neither did RBM, almost getting caught out. Breezy couldn't follow up fast enough to tap out Captain Shrimps there. But right there is that tower to falling down. C9 Amateur trying to get closer to it, but AoE are going to play the defense.
But again, I want to talk about it. C9, their coach, they talked about discipline being the one thing that they focused on over the last month and a half when we really haven't seen them. That is a disciplined play. It is very easy for any squad to be like, we need one auto attack, we need one Ziggs, we need one W, force the issue, get TP'd on, and all of a sudden flip another 5-on-5 and give a bunch of gold back to the side of AoE. They don't do so. They're patient. They can get that tower pretty much anytime they want. If Ziggs is free, has just a free moment, and there's no one in mid lane, throw a W down, you kill that tower. They're not going to worry about it too heavily. They're still up in gold. They still have this insane siege. They don't want to be giving AoE pathways back into a game like this.
Yeah, because that can still be a very nasty 5v5 to have to deal with if AoE are able to get towards that scaling. Now, you're seeing exactly the way you put it. Still trying to shove the mid lane is going to be C9. Waiting for the satchel to go out. Not close enough to the tower, though.
Zyko.
Tower's still going to stand.
He's cracked. He's able to shield that. Oh, that's...
Uh-oh. Yeah, getting cracked open is going to be Darkwings. The burn going through. One more tick. Is it enough? No, Darkwings! He'll survive. He gets out.
He's living. That is, that's some... It was very close. I would have been sweating a crazy amount right there if I were Darkwings. Able to get out that force. Thankfully, though, it means that there isn't somebody else to reinforce the mid lane. They're able to kind of shove in. Sketch Streams can't step up too much, so you can at least hang your hat on the fact that you do get that as close as that kill would have been. XU Speedo, double melee into an Azir, really difficult to try to convert, and Wixie an ultimate missed as well during that kind of situation, just to drive him further back as much as possible. As the siege comp just continues to try to lay siege to these outer ring of towers, they're all down. Now we're on to the inner towers. This is where maybe Faisal and RBM and even Darkwings can start to find some closer angles. If they push too far up without the right vision, that's where you're going to be able to open up some of these game-changing ultimates to set up a 5-on-5. Maybe that's where C9AM is okay with. They're like, okay, we lose our outer ring. If we keep our vision up in the shallow parts of our jungle when they try to come in for an entrance and they don't have that kind of cover to make sure these flank angles aren't around, maybe that's where we can find some kind of individual outplays.
And C9AM have been very good about setup in this match so far. A lot of it, we talked about it earlier, towards the bot lane. They put a lot of vision over there, set up, took the tower, started rotating that towards the top side. A lot of vision there, set up, took the tower. Wanted the mid lane tower, they started putting pressure over on that rotation towards the jungle and top side. Set up, take the tower. It's just been very methodical. It's been very textbook. It's been very spot on for C9AM.
It has. Again, that discipline, that is not just like blowing smoke. That is 100% C9. This is a changed team. When we saw them kind of first enter, they were prone to making some overly aggressive plays. They looked like a team that got drawn out in the amateur league from a bunch of players that were very talented. They've grown past that and now look like a well-established organization, a well-established team who are making a commitment to ensuring that their play is a lot cleaner. They're not making those same kind of mistakes. They're not making those same kind of over-aggressive tendencies that would have cost them games in the past.
And now with the next Drake spawning in the next 45 seconds, Cloud9 Amateur might look to contest this one and not allow AoE a window back in by giving them that Dragon Soul point. So you're now starting to see that vision established by Cloud9 Amateur as they'll be the first one to the Drake.
It shoves so much farther. That one of the big things I want to note is, again, Speedo is extremely good on the Camille, also very good on the Renekton. This Renekton got off to a very big lead against the Gnar. Normally, Gnar is going to be okay at this point in the laning phase up against the likes of Renekton, but given just how far ahead Speedo got to start with those 2 kills, it has been difficult for Faisal to kind of just sit there and like press against him in that one-on-one matchup in the side lane, and that has caused like the side lane to still remain in Renekton's favor. It's not easy to just like walk up under tower and solo kill him or something the way that he was able to earlier, or at least put that pressure on the way that he had in that 2v1 very early on in the game. But Speedo's kind of side lane presence is still being felt by Faisal to this moment, a lot off the back of some of that early resources that was thrown into his pocket.
And speaking of Speedo, he is able to take the recall, finishes an item, takes the teleport back in, and now ready for this fight. If it is to break through between AoE and C9AM, RBM on the back of the Dragon Pit. Looking to scout out, potentially land a Sonic Wave. Darkwing's waiting there too, as the Emperor's Divide available, if he is to be engaged on, is in that choke as well. So a lot of protection for him, even though he is alone. Now pulling the Drake is going to be AoE to the side, getting the first shots on it, but Sketch is going to back up. Going a little bit deadly here is going to be Speedo.
Oh, yeah.
As he goes over the wall, Darkwings will be safer here. Can dash out as Zyko now leading the charge, pushing away C9AM, but there's the Solar Flare. They're going to go straight for the backline. RBM far too low. He will fall. Emperor's Divide goes out. It's not going to be enough because Darkwings gets slaughtered. Now over the wall, Sketch trying to find more. Speedo will find one. Able to get the slice and dice, but can't get close enough to go after Sketch instead. He'll go after the easy prey. Faisal falls. Weeksy gets the kill. Speedo will not be able to hunt down Sketch Streams. Instead, Sketch is going to try and return the favor to Speedo, but C9 Amateur, they took the fight. They got 4 members of AoE, and they're happy to claim the Drake.
I'm just making sure Sketch Streams isn't going to get run down, because when you've got a Xerath on top of a Leona, there's so much CC to work with. Oh, okay, he didn't charge the Q just barely enough. No. I think Breezy just kills him.
No, that's it. Easy, breezy, beautiful kill going over to Captain Shrimps, and a Drake over to C9 Amateur.
Well, I cannot possibly commend C9 enough for the patience that they just showed. So many teams, especially in solo queue, would see this and just be like, we gotta go for Dragon, get pigeonholed, and end up getting like 5-man ulted by RBM or by Darkwings or somebody, and instead they waited for the moment, they baited this kind of corridor fight on the left side behind the Dragon Pit, pull multiple members before a real team fight can ever really show up here, before they can get Sketch Streams really involved fighting anything close to what resembles a 5-on-5 team fight. C9 didn't get themselves into a bad position to try to fight something like this. Instead, they played very far back in the river. They didn't give an immediate engage or a flank angle to work with. I can give them enough props for, again, the discipline that they have talked about. We talked about all game that the coach was talking about. It is on display in spades right now for the side of C9 Amateur.
Yeah, it hasn't been the easiest game, but it's been a very calculated game out of C9 Amateur as they head over towards the Baron Pit now, getting a lot of control wards over there. You can see it over on that top side, 2 control wards placed, getting deeper, a lot of those vision wards to spot out where AoE is going to go. And at this point, Breezy doesn't really care. You can start poking him, you can start punishing him, you can try and chase him out of that jungle, but he is going to fight for that vision control, man. I
will say, Baron buff is a horrible idea. Like, their composition with Baron buff, disgusting. Getting that Baron buff is going to be really tough. Ziggs can help taking it and does pretty good with it. Renekton has some okay damage to help with it, but really the only actual Baron taker they've got is Viego. Everyone else, mostly just there for zoning. It feels like they have to win a team fight or poke a bunch of people down, have a numbers advantage to really full commit to that Baron on the side of C9AM, because their composition is so designed to siege and not really designed to 5-on-5. It does open up, that's always going to be an area.
Breezy!
Sketch Stream!
Beautiful Solar Flare to start off this fight as he gets caught up and locked down. Okay. Darkwings will return the favor, but that's an ADC for support right there. C9AM are happy to take that trade as they continue their siege. Trying to find a little bit more XE, goes over to the side, but Faisal will find the ultimate. Now RBM looking to join on in. 2 members of C9AM trying to fight the 3 of AoE, but the Emperor's Divide goes out 1 for 1 in the later half of this fight, but chasing him down, the Gator's gonna get his food. He's looking for more as he pops that Q, gets the healing. The Gore Drinker's too damn good. Speedo wants more, he'll get Faisal, and the ace goes through. C9 Amateur get the team fight win.
AoE, they're so close, but no sketch streams. They don't have the damage on their squad to run through Speedo the way that they wanted to. They got XU, they got a great Gnar ultimate, and none of it mattered because they just don't have the DPS to win a fight like this. This is the trade to start with. Sketch being gone in exchange for Breezy, especially after everything had flown, is a perfect trade for C9AM. The thing is, Faisal, he just came kind of out of nowhere with this Narbar transformation, got both melee characters. Look how long it takes them to even drop these health bars. Speedo feels like he took 0 damage over the course of this entire fight because he is just so strong. Gore Drinker, like you said, Q combined as well, and then the backline, Wixie and Xerath both able to put in a bunch. I thought this was going to be a turning point where maybe Darkwings could do it, but again, you don't have the damage to get through Renekton fast enough. He just out-sustains your front line, and eventually, these backliners, this Ziggs, this Xerath, just carry the fight for you as intended.
Man, what a performance out of Speedo right there, backed up by XU in that last Eve fight, putting C9AM in a beautiful position as they have 4 towers down, a strong 6k gold lead, 26 minutes into this. They're looking to start closing this out soon.
They did, and they should, because again, that team fight for being 5,000 gold down at the time, way too close. Way too close for comfort for the side of AoE. Again, if Sketch Dreams is there for that 5-on-5 fight, that is a miserable fight for the side of C9AM. They might actually lose outright because their frontliners cannot tank enough with the combination of Azir and the Aphelios putting out the damage. And again, this is still a composition that has a very tough time taking Baron, which means they couldn't even punish off the back of that. If that's ADC in mid, maybe they can. They can't do it here. Instead, they're going to continue to siege, move lane to lane, just chip away at some of these inner towers as they slowly kind of push this lead further and further ahead, trying to wait out the side of AoE, trying to get them impatient, find these picks, and then get themselves these objectives.
You could tell C9AM are really thinking about this Baron, but as you said, they just don't have the damage to take it in a really efficient manner. Instead, the pings are going over towards Dragon, looking to get their second Drake of the game. Will be C9AM, 15 seconds until that spawns. You do have Faisal waiting in the wings. He has quite a bit of Narbar to work with if a team fight were to break out.
He does. Wanting to stay as high as he can, just because, again, these neutral objectives, standing the pit is just nothing that should be done from the side of C9AM. Them kind of keeping their lanes pushed as far as possible instead of sitting in river competing is the best way to do this, and that's what happened right here. Mid lane got shoved out, bot lane is in an even state, but you don't really have all of the members you need here to compete the way you did on the previous one for AoE, so instead it's just going to go down to C9AM. They have bought themselves 10 minutes with the first 2 dragons they've taken, so you don't have that Mountain Soul kind of advantage for at least until 37 minutes into the game, which is going to take us into very late game territory. C9AM, their composition has a difficulty really pushing this one home without finding some of these generated picks, without really kind of pushing the issue and finding something. That was... okay. Captain Shrimp's finding use for his ultimate, trying to steal that blue buff away from Darkwings. Can't quite get it though, unfortunately.
That'll be up soon enough. Yeah, this is the danger territory now as we get later and later into this game. If you are able to get Baron buff for C9AM, it's pretty much a done deal. It's going to be very hard to survive that level of siege.
It is. Which is why, like, AoE, I feel like they just need to control as much as possible that left quadrant that they've got when you're like, on their base towards their blue side. If they can control that quadrant, they can always make an approach towards the Baron buff as much as possible. Keeping mid lane pushed out also going to be a necessity. That's why you're going to see sketch streams more often than not in mid lane as far as possible. Keep your eyes also on just kind of stray wards here and there. When you've got a Ziggs ultimate and you've got a Xerath ultimate, it is a danger to walk anywhere on the map that they've got vision, just because there's always a possibility that he just pops you with 2 shots, you're down to 10% health, and all of a sudden you have to back, and you have driven them out of the possibility of going for a Baron buff at any point. So there's that to pay attention to as well. So Zyko is going to get tested here. His ability to just try to remove these wards and make sure there's none of that clear vision onto his carries. It's like playing Dance Dance Revolution right now, trying to get around some of these wards that are down in the jungle.
It's terrifying. He tries to go up, and there's a big man with the sword looking to cut you down. Big shield in your face as well. Pretty much the rest of C9AM are really proactive when it comes to vision control. So Definitely a lot on the shoulders of Zyko to try and hold that down to get AoE in a position where they can come back, because their composition, it is a comebackable composition to say the least, and that's what they're going to try and find right now, is to go right after Wixie.
Oh, they go
They're going to
Wixie.
get the Glacial Fissure, and the knock-up! Sketch will grab the kill, but there is the ultimate coming out of Faisal. Looking to find more. It's going to be AoE as they try and get Speedo, but the Gore Trick of the hill, it is there, and down will go Sketch. XU is going to show up. A new challenger has appeared as the ultimate's going to get popped by Captain Shrimps looking for the backline. He will find Zyko and C9AM. This is a fight they should not have won, but they do. They come back and they send them right to the gutter.
That they do. The Guardian Angel for the likes of Speedo alongside that Gore Drinker in the queue keeps him alive for so long in this fight. Reinforcements get to show up. And worst case scenario, if you're just hanging around waiting to try to pick off Speedo on the way back through the way you normally would, that sets up Captain Shrimps to be able to do a bunch of this damage from a very long range. Now he and XU can just kind of solo this Baron buff. They got mid push to be able to work in here. They've got TP. This is just going to be a 5-on-5. Breezy's on the back. They're going to find RBM.
Not knowing that he was waiting in the bush. Breezy, oh so sneaky, taking down the jungler. Now this is going to be brutal right now. Captain Shrimps trying to get away as Darkwings thought he could find a little bit of prey on the side. The Solar Flare goes out, only going to find the slow onto Faisal. Darkwings running away with his partner as the bomb goes out. Low health bars, but a good position for C9AM.
It is. The more time you burn away from C9AM hit, the less that they have the ability to go to Baron. They started at Baron and almost were capable of taking it. This all started way back here. This is where we're starting at right now, where Darkwings almost gets picked off, forced the flash away. This all kind of prompts that mid lane fight that comes through. But again, this is the point I'm talking about. Look how ridiculously strong Speedo is at this point with the Renekton. He logged 50% of his health bar right there. They still haven't burnt his Guardian. He gets to kill Sketch Streams just by using his AoE and moving through this team all at once. And this sets up Captain Shrimps with this Xerath to pick off health bars. Darkwings takes a shot. Zyko takes enough to be able to go down. Now you don't have more than member. You don't have enough members to really compete in a fight like this. All you've got is Darkwings left for real DPS. They go over to Baron. Again, there's only real 2 members that actually matter. Captain Shrimps stayed in mid lane to continue that push. And thankfully, the disruption was enough to prevent them from taking that Baron buff. But this is a difficulty you have to deal with. This Renekton has become a real problem.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay. Almost taking it, got him! Captain Shrimps, he don't need no team fight, he don't need no engage, he will just press R, get vision, take down Sketch, and now this is a beautiful spot for C9AM to be as they continue to go down the mid lane and start up a siege.
Sketch had the audacity to show on the map when his Xerath is around.
How dare he!
Ultimate and he's just dead. Yeah, don't you show on my mini-map. That's my mini-map. I don't want you polluting it with your nonsense. As they just get to bear down in mid lane now. Sketch streams again. One of these main team fighters. Even worse, Darkwings was on the side lane taking that tower, which prompts this mid lane siege. They pull inhibitor. It's not the biggest deal in the world. Again, this composition has a really tough time trying to close things out. This makes that job a ton easier though, because if they win even one fight, they pull 3 members off the side of AoE. All of a sudden, C9, even with the double mage, probably has the firepower to just walk down the base. This is their opening that they've been able to work with, as well as 3rd Dragon now in their favor. The time's kind of like picking away for AoE. They're going to try to force a Baron here, but I don't think it's going to be fast enough.
Yeah, they take Baron significantly
Very
fast, but C9AM are already in position to deal with it. Dragon's not going to get taken. Baron will be reset. AoE really trying to show their cards right here. They don't have much left they can really do, and this is the desperation play.
I do love it, though, because, again, XG is one of the main team fighters.
Oh, here comes the Dark Wings. He's able to get Emperor's Divide onto Speedo, but Speedo will get out once again. RBM over the wall. Doesn't realize Speedo's in that bush. Speedo will be able to back off. That's still a busted inhib in the mid lane, though, so AoE got to work fast.
They do, and they're going to go right back to Baron buff because Speedo isn't here, doesn't have a really great way, and his Q is like one way that he can come back, does have TP readily available for this. This isn't a position you want to be in as AoE because, again, Shrimps can just throw in damage, Wixie can just throw in damage, and that's what they're doing right now. They pull off immediately once the Xerath ultimate is pulled. TP is going to be back in. I almost would have loved to see Speedo just pull, like, teleport into the mid lane minion and go for the end of the game, because, like, they would have been difficult to pull out of this situation from the side of AoE. Instead, they just equalize. Now a fight might be turned for the side of C9AM, trying to look to close this one, maybe.
The Solar Flare goes out. It's on to Darkwings, but no follow-up to be had. And Rebel, I want to bring to your attention that Captain Shrimps only hit 2 of those, and it had a 3rd left on the health bar of Sketch Streams. That's all it takes. You combo that with the Death Bomb, it is over. It is lights out for any carry on the side of AoE. As RBM, here's the last stand. Can you get the Baron still?
No, if you can, he's so far away, he can't even get into the pit right now.
He's getting it, he got the steal! RBM steals the Baron, he hops over the wall, trying to find the escape. Breezy will fall. AoE, they're gonna try and surmount the comeback right now. Glacial Fisher goes out, going right after Speedo. Speedo, you got nowhere to go, brother! Into the resurrection, thanks to the Guardian Angel, but the Wandering Arms, they await him. Lawrence will fall. A shutdown on the sketch streams and the comeback for AoE.
I thought their time was burnt. I thought they waited way too long, and that mid-wave has shoved so far and ended up doing a bunch of damage, taking one of their Nexus towers. I thought that was going to be it. The hero play from RBM. Look at this vision toggle. Look at his ability to try to get into this pit. And Breezy tries to zone as hard as he can. This is a miracle take from this Lee Sin to be able to snag this one away at the last possible second. Light came out too early. RBM grabs it, and now this team, that can't team fight, stuck in a pit. They lose multiple members off the back of it. This is what AoE has been waiting for the whole game. It has taken this long for C9 to make a slip up, but the second that this gets pulled and they don't have complete control, immediately AoE is able to punish.
And on the back of that as well, AoE picking up more, able to grab a Drake. As C9 Amateur only come on the back end of that. They cannot find the counter engage onto AoE, who are taking so much off the Rift right now.
This lead has been evaporated to 3K,
wow,
as well as the dragon that never got taken. XU didn't commit to taking that dragon, and because it wasn't, because he needed to keep things kind of question mark, because like if he shows that he took dragon, they full commit to Baron and they end up losing it. So AoE able to win that tug of war in the end, and they snag now their third dragon and Baron buff. They close this gold gap, they get a bunch of kind of extra resources around the map to play with now, a bit more breathing room inside of this game, and they can pressure for what would be a fourth dragon fight. Double Mountain Drake alongside the soul that comes about really does take the edge off when these Xerath ultimates start coming in. Sketch Streams is probably like, guys, we gotta get this. I need to really desperately take one more Xerath shot now.
And look at the itemization coming out from the side of AoE's carries. When you have the Azir, when you have the Aphelios, they're hitting their critical points. They're hitting the points where they are going to be massive threats in these next team fights. If you cannot find the poke for C9 Amateur, you are done in a team fight. All of that poke that we need to see out of Xerath and Ziggs, it needs to come in quite quickly before AoE can pull the trigger.
Wits End also into the inventory of Sketch Streams. He's feeling the effects of this build right now. He's wanting to make sure. It is a really good item, don't get me wrong. You just don't oftentimes see it on an Aphelios, but
it's trauma.
Desperately needs it. It's strong, it's good, it's going to give him attack speed and attack damage and move speed too. Perfect item for the opportunity. I'm not criticizing Sketch at all, but like that's the desperation we're at right now. It's got to be a Wits End Aphelios just so he doesn't get popped immediately by all this poke damage that comes out. This is giving them a fighting chance. They might have bought themselves the time to come back in this game.
Ooh, it's got to be very careful though, because any misstep from AoE can cost them big. We saw what happened before with Captain Trips burning the ultimate and Wixie able to follow it up. That is all it takes for you to lose someone. Don't show up on my mini-map, Sketch Streams.
No, don't show up. Darkwings is in the same boat as well, especially because Darkwings has like only the Merc Treads. He's probably taking almost, if not true damage from all this magic. It'll probably take 2 shots to just kill him off. Darkwings has been playing so much side lane Azir though. When you have control mages, like it's a very rare opportunity because Azir usually cannot side lane at all. That's just not what he's intended to do. But against other like control, especially siege mages, what is he gonna do? Step into you? You're just gonna beat him down because you've got way more DPS. You've got closing speed to work with. You're not gonna poke him out in a long lane like that. It's just not gonna happen. And so Darkwings has been pulling out some of the side lane towers, giving himself more gold. That's what's gotten him into this situation, into a very positive situation, pulling some of that extra gold. And now he's sitting into like a Void Staff, gonna have Rabadon soon enough as well. Gonna become this DPS beast here for the side of AoE alongside this very powerful Aphelios that's sitting on that near 5 item mark himself.
And you can see C9AM really paying respect to Faisal. He was maxed out of the Gnar bar, one more hit, would have went to the Mega Gnar, and that would have been the engage button for AoE. So instantly taking that recall, not going to bite off more than they can chew. Playing this very smart, as the reset does come in from C9AM. But AoE, what a breath of life that they've gotten in the last couple of minutes in this game. And really, I do feel like it's going to come down to the next minute and 30 seconds when that dragon does spawn.
It's gonna be difficult. C9 has really good warding on bottom side right now. You can see both entrances kind of to the interior jungle outside of the lane have been covered, as well as that bottom tri brush that's been covered by the ward on bottom side by C9AM, so they've got more than enough. And their pushing power is enough to pretty much set any lane where they want it to be. That's why you see Wixie in this mid lane. One other thing, just to note, one interaction I think is going to be pivotal to keep track of. It's hilarious to talk about how Xerath is just able to pretty much annihilate, or Wixie is able to annihilate these carries. The person I want to see them all honestly start tanking is Faisal, because they can mess with his Gnar bar. If they can get him to Gnar out preemptive to a fight by putting damage into him, that's going to change everything for AoE. If they don't have a big Gnar to be able to work their way into like a pit with, is to be able to pressure this 5-on-5 with, that's potential. That's something I think C9 needs to kind of think about here, is the potential of throwing this poke damage instead of into the carries, into Faisal. Because if they have no Mega Gnar, they don't really have an easily accessible frontliner to just throw a body into the front line and throw this big ultimate to be able to change things up. And that responsibility falls to RBM, who dies almost instantly. He's not super tanky. He's got the stopwatch, but that's about it. And Zyko can't do that either. It just allows this through damage to really punch this team very hard, denies AoE their access.
And going after XU. XU gets caught out. Out goes the Death Bomb. RBM goes deep. He will burn the Guardian Angel as he goes golden to buy time. Out comes the Glacial Fisher. 1 kill down. AoE able to find it. Are they going to back off now? They don't feel confident. Look at the health bars, a little bit too low. So C9 Amateur, they notice the Drake's up. They're the ones who can pressure for it now as they start heading into that direction. Speedo, a mispress, accidentally burning his stopwatch. That is a resource burnt as RBM goes over the wall, just teasing the dragon for the time being. C9AM looking to find more of that poke, and Zyko is feeling it. Sonic Wave not going to land. Speedo going deeper. RBM over the wall. Zyko gonna follow as well. Zyko so low. Lower and lower. Gets this Drake, and RBM is gonna be able to secure it. Drake over. Now Faisal will get the wallop. Gets the stun. Onto Speedo. Going deep is gonna be RBM. He tries to find Captain Shrimps. Can't seem to get it. Stepping away from the solar flare. A double kill for Dark Wings as Shrimps and Breezy forced to run underneath their tower. AoE, they're making the comeback, Dean.
They've turned it completely around in this game. Eric XU, he's been able to get brought down immediately. And while they took a bunch of poke damage for it, his inability to be there for the dragon fight means there's no smite, so they're not competitive for it. And that's why, even with low health bars, the side of AoE was able to hang around and take that dragon. The wide angle flank as well from Darkwings pinched off such an avenue of escape, and his ability to close into the lane when they had to move through mid made it so easy for this Azir to put damage into backline. Look at that gold advantage, Eric. We were sitting down 10,000 at one point. We're down to 1,000. This is what we're talking about. With no XU around, there's no smite. That's why RBM kind of gets to poke his nose into this territory, even though, look, these health bars, there's no way in most situations would you be able to do something like this.
And the thing was, Cloud9 Amateur looked so good early on in this game, but here comes another fight, looking for Breezy, able to get the autos on the Breezy. Sketch doesn't care, he's gonna flash forward, doesn't give a good goddamn as he heads towards the mid lane now, and the rest of AoE starting up this siege. Finally, that tier 1 gonna go down. They're gonna continue though, they are not done. They got power, they got itemization, they got the builds, but here comes the pain. Captain Shrimps and Wixie can still bring it, but so can Darkwings over the wall with the soldiers getting a good chunk into the mage duo of C9 Amateur. Unable to complete the siege just yet. It's going to be AoE, but you got Faisal in the bot lane looking to find one of his own.
So another problem that occurs here is the counter siege for the side of AoE is being supplanted by Baron buff right now, which is why they're able to bring down multiple turrets at once, and like they probably are going to be able to grab 2 inhibitors. But again, closing this game out is going to be really difficult into a team that has this much poke damage. While you're taking inhibitors, if they can land any, it's going to be hard for you to actually consistently pull through this game. And I like that they're pulling out of this situation with the double inhibitor down. Yes, you've got good wave clear with the Xerath and the Ziggs, but it's still going to take time for them to be able to set anything around this dragon. And the next one is Elder Drake, and it's going to be down. Like these inhibitors are going to make it super easy to set up for the likes of that objective that's going to be coming up soon enough. I feel as though we're in for even probably a 15-minute game here, Mr. Eric, which is not expected. We're picking up all the extra time that unfortunately Kangas and Cubby missed yesterday, apparently, but at very minimum, this game is exciting to the very end just because of the way these two compositions interact and how difficult it is for AoE to get on top, but if they do, they just win every fight.
Hey, I'm happy to start off LCS Proving Grounds day number 2 with the Slobber Knocker right out of the gates. That is what AoE are bringing right now. They're starting to set up towards the top side. They have inhibitors down in the mid lane as well as the bot lane. So no more focus towards those lanes. So super minions will drive themselves home. Towards the top side will be AoE. Still got a while before we get those neutrals back up. 3 minutes 30 seconds before Baron. 2 minutes 50 seconds before Elder.
We're in like the calm before the storm because we know that those objectives are going to be massive on both sides, especially coming together at like 30 seconds before. I don't know if it's possible for AoE to be able to like just straight up snag both, and so it's a competition of like, this is a very rare opportunity where it's like, okay, usually you would take Elder Drake over top of Baron in any situation this late just because of how powerful of a buff it is, but I don't know if you can even use Elder Drake into a team with a Xerath and a Ziggs, and if they've got Baron, you've got to work through their minions, and it's so much harder that damage is going to stick pretty much no matter what. It doesn't matter if you have Elder Drake, if you're getting chomped down 1,000 health. What just happened?
He did not need the minions. We'll just take it out with the autos himself. Here comes the solar flare, but it's only going to be used defensively, making sure Zyko can't get into that. One more inhibitor remains. It is not long for this world. Now C9 Amateur, they're filling it. They're going to go for the engage. Out comes the bomb. A lot of damage going through. Faisal will get a double on his ultimate, but still looking for retaliation is going to be XU. XU trying to get more, but he's far too low. Has to back off, and
Really
instantly blown up is going to be Breezy. Low health bars for AoE, though. I'm not sure they can close it out right this minute. Darkwing starting to back off. RBM, oh so low. Zyko, oh so low. Sketch would have to pull it out big time to be able to close this out right now. As the Empress Device is going to go out to protect Darkwings. More damage to go through. XU is going to be resurrecting, and this is the game right here. AoE, they bring it back in C9 Amateur.
Oh, I thought we were going to a full 50 minutes and we were going to go the Elder Drake, but we just do not. AoE has the ability to force in those fights. Again, it was another opportunity where C9, it is so hard to find a meaningful engagement where you can really put your damage into the 5 members, and like XU just, again, he tries to force something into this team, having that Guardian Angel up. His team can't quite put the damage in, and at that point, your 5-on-5 is just never going to work here. C9, first 30 minutes of the game, incredible. AoE hangs on long enough to really make it competitive. Stuck around for those neutral objectives, saying we can still do this. Pull out game number 1.
And you could tell that Cloud9 Amateur were trying to still do that strategy. They were trying to think out their plays. They're trying to be calculated about it. But the thing was, AoE were pressing the momentum way too fast for Cloud9 to be able to formulate these plans. And it was just hectic. It was chaotic looking at everything that went down. I still don't know how AoE came back right after that steal that came out of RBM, which, by the way, that steal was so beautiful and so pivotal to this comeback being a success.
Absolutely. That steal probably actually is what kind of springboarded them, not only in terms of like game flow, but in comms and stuff. When you think about that kind of thing, a Baron steal like that has got to give you an unreal amount of confidence and an unreal amount of drive to be able to close out a game like that. I also want to give massive props. We barely talked about Faisal. Faisal in the side lane was often off camera, but he like split push into like a Nexus tower at that last play. He's what drove them back into that top corner of their base and just kind of pigeonholed them, and then also found like 3, 4, 5 amazing Gnar ultimates and a 5-on-5 against the team that gets to sit so far back. Creative flanks from the side of Faisal. Insane stuff from him as well. I don't want to leave him out of the discussion just because I think he had a fantastic game. The entirety of the game was fantastic for our game 1. I don't know how these other games are going to be able to compete, because that was just a banger and a half.
That was a banger, and we'll have to see if the other games can live up to that hype, because we're going to throw it to a short break. When we return, we'll get into game number 2 of Cloud9 Amateur versus Area of Effect Esports. Welcome back, everyone, to the LCS Proving Grounds, and you wanted a war? Well, we got one right out the gates. Cloud9 Amateur, Area of Effect Esports. Game number 1, they win at it, Rebel Fox.
It was a 48-minute slugfest between the two of these teams. C9 AM, they bust out a double Siege Mage composition and somehow end up getting outscaled by the side of AoE, which is just astonishing. That is not to discount at all the early game that they had, though, man. We talked about it a little bit. Speedo, insane to start this game, but also the pathing of XU, the support he got from his lanes, really was the defining moments here. This jungle control that they had with the combination of Viego and every one of these champions being there constantly to help in that kind of resistance, it was kind of what led to this early, really heavy dominance that was held from C9.
Yeah, we saw so much beauty when it came to that early game. It's a shame we got to the position that we did when it came to the late game, because look at a lot of these plays that did come out from C9. Look at how they played that early game, and then look at how it all crumbled. It was a lot of patience coming out from AoE, and I think one of the lanes you would see no greater patience was over with Sketch in the bot lane.
Yeah, both sets of bot laners did amazing stuff between the two of them. It was patience, worlds and beyond from AoE, just getting battered by this double Siege Mage. And we also want to give a ton of props over to the side of Breezy. That ultimate right there, indicative of all being the primary engage for this team. Yes, they had Speedo, who's able to frontline really well. When it came to picking, trying to set up plays for these Siege Mages, there was nobody better than Breezy on the likes of this Leona. This came back and forth a ton of times. This is a great moment just to show, highlight what it is that we're talking about. But man, Breezy made this job a lot easier to start off this game for the side of the Xerath and the Ziggs.
Yeah, looking at these replays, it feels like we're looking over a C9 Amateur win with how dominant that early game was. And moments like this that came out of Speedo, where he just would not die. The Gore Drinker, the Q, the Guardian Angel, all used together to make it so hard for AoE to be able to close out, get the kills, and get out.
Both top laners had amazing performances. Speedo on the front half of the game was just like obscenely strong. It wasn't until this turning point that things really started to flip in the opposite direction, all off the back of this insane steal. Again, blind pretty much throughout the entirety. I want to see where the smite came in here. I don't know if that was it. I don't even know if the smite ever even came through from the side of XU. It was just a very nice play from the side of RVM. But then to punish afterwards with this play was also quite nice. But the big thing at this point also, this was really the point in the game where Speedo stopped being this kind of like raid boss, unkillable like monster. And this is where Faisal's side laning, where also like Darkwing's side laning, but big props to Faisal, mostly because his side laning and then his ultimates as the likes of this Gnar really came to fruition. This was a great example of it. It allowed Darkwings to get that massive flank. And this final one, of course, setting up the team fight that wins them the game.
Man, Rebel, and you could see that C9AM were really thinking about these plays. They were still trying to be as calculated as they were in the first 25 minutes of it, but they took way too long. AoE were faster to the trigger, they were hungrier, and they were quick on trying to bring an end to this game once we got towards these later stages. And once they were able to make this comeback, you can see right here, in this final bit, they did not play around. They were in and out and only played it carefully, only looked to finish out the game when they knew they could end it.
It's one of these situations where like a different team would have likely pulled out of that situation just to keep it very high percentage. They would have wanted to be like, okay, we've been winning team fights. We try to win a team fight around these next objectives, and we've taken the gold lead. This is our game one way or another. That is ferocity coming out from the side of AoE saying, okay, we are going to pull right now. That sounds like a Darkwing's call in my mind. That seems like something he would be like, all right, pull, we're doing this now. I don't know if that's the case, but that just seems like something that he would be shouting, especially given the fact that he was the one on the Nexus first. So I'll attribute him that. If he wants to yell at me, that's fine. But still, again, that unceasing aggression to try to find that 5-on-5 time and time and time again, never really also losing every single member on their team. I don't know if they were aced one time in the entirety of the game, maybe once or twice, I'm not exactly sure. But oftentimes, like, even though they were getting bullied, the resilience was there. They kept their composure, and they're able to take this into a win. Very, very incredible stuff from AoE side.
Yeah, very incredible win. Incredible with the way they played the side lanes as well. Faisal, I do want to give him a big shout out because this is a relatively new player. He's only had a couple of short-term stints with a lot of other orgs, but over the last 4 months, he's been really starting to find his stride, and you can see it because he plays for his team in that one. Being able to play the side lanes along with Darkwings is what really gave Area of Effect the edge to be able to close that out.
Yeah, being able to close off a lot of portions of the map, being able to put pressure across the map without really losing too much was huge in that game. There was like slow little bits of gold that were kind of still trickling in from side waves, from towers being taken, from the combination of the Inara and Azir that really did help that. And I agree with you. Faisal was like a question mark to me coming out when we first like heard of this team. I didn't really know much about him. I heard a ton about how good he could be, and I was just like not sold on it. Over the last 4 months though, that really has come to fruition. We've seen Faisal develop into an amazing top laner, and that was one of the perfect displays of just how talented he could be.
So now I'm curious how the draft is going to go in the next game, because when it comes to this next game, we saw how game number 1 went. It was complete dominance out of C9 Amateur. It feels like they don't need to change too much other than just how they approach the game towards the end, towards the late game when they are trying to close this off.
I will say, oftentimes when I talk to coaches and they're just like spitting out like gasconade of just like this weird boisterous confidence about like what it is that their team has been doing. Oftentimes it's like, we're doing great, we've developed well, we're gonna beat everybody. Like the teams that I talked to were very direct about what they improved, and I loved what C9 did. They have had struggles in previous games. One of the big ones I think about was back in last split in Challengers Uprising. They lost, I think you were actually covering the game. It was C9 against Revival, and they were down 12k, and Revival came back. Games like that come to mind as well. Being able to close some of these later games, they have to find somebody who's able to be kind of like the late game weapon that they can use. Oftentimes that's Wixie. That's why we didn't really want to see the Ziggs. While it was a mean composition to have to deal with very early, if you had something like Ezreal in that later stages, maybe they can throw punches back inside of the team fights. I expect an adaptation like that to come through. If they can consistently use something like an Ezreal and also support XU the way that they did, I anticipate this game's going to look a lot cleaner for them.
But this does worry me for C9AM, just because of the trends we've seen from AoE when they have played in previous tournament. EGL is one that pops out right away, because that was a tournament where we saw EGP really take it to AoE. 2 games down right from the get-go in a best-of-5, and a reverse sweep comes out of AoE Esports. They are a team that can adapt, that can improve, that can be put on the spot, that can be put under pressure, and come back from these situations. Right now, we just saw that in a live game itself. What if they do have that adaptation once we head into the draft, and once we head into the next game, and they are able to clean up that early game? I do have my worries for C9AM.
The thing about AoE is it feels like they do not bleed out the way that other teams do. A lot of teams, when you take out 4k gold, like they just like eventually lose. It feels like AoE has never really been a team that's like, if you get them down to 4k, they're not going to fight back. Like they might lose harder, but they're not just going to lose from a slow trickle down. They're not going to slowly lose a game or anything like that.
Well, we'll see if C9AM can take it, or if AoE are just going to take a quick 2-0. Draft is ready. Game number 2 will now be going underway.
Oh, I'm excited to see.
For C9AM.
We get that, which is a very different thing. I doubt we get to see Xerath, unfortunately, because that is a much more red side pick, so there's that to talk about at least. However, now you've got the potential for power picks and things to begin off the drafting phase. We get to see the chance of that. And it's actually C9 that ban away. I think we have players swapped on the wrong side, so unless we have kept sides, we just got to iron that out. But if the ban is, of course, on blue side, then I'm anticipating Area of Effect is still on blue side for this one, just because we see that one coming through on that side.
Yeah, we'll get those sorted out soon enough. But so far, the same bans as Twisted Fate is taken away, as well as LeBlanc. That was the second ban. Over on the side of AoE last time, if they are on the same side. Maybe just do the salty run back. We're already halfway there. You got the Thresh ban coming in. If I was C9AM, I would do a salty run back.
Salty. I mean, I'm always down to see more Xerath. I have no problems with that whatsoever. Again, I think if they were going to do a salty run back, the only thing I would change is the Ziggs. I think I would change the Ziggs to something else, just to give Wixie something very powerful. If you've got a 48-minute Jinx, that game is so much harder to play if you're on the side of AoE, just because you have Jinx rockets constantly barraging you. If you don't hit the Gnar ultimate on Jinx, she just shreds through everybody on your team, and it becomes difficult. We still don't have discrepancies in terms of the bans yet. This is where something interesting could happen, only because Thresh was third ban. They take out Trundle. They're sticking with it. The gun bans are exactly the same.
Salty run back. Are you ready for it? C9AM.
Yes.
They want to take it home. We'll see what that first pick is going to be. The Lee Sin.
Maybe.
So far, I'm still curious who's on what side though, because
I'm assuming it's just the top that's mixed up, because now players are on the same side. And again, if you're banning Twisted Fate, that's not really too much of a Dark Swings champion. That's much more of a Captain Shrimp champion. I'm just assuming this is right. So it's just the names that are swapped on the top. Area of Effect is on blue side. C9AM is of course on that red side once again.
So, I mean, when we did see the run back, we saw it the first time, it was Viego around this point. What else did they grab at this?
It was Viego and Ziggs. Was that what they
Viego
grabbed here?
Yeah.
I think that was what happened here. No, it was Viego Leona. That's right.
Oh, man. Oh, they're
doing it.
They're doing it.
Please don't give us another 48-minute game with a Xerath and a Ziggs. Okay, this is even the same hovering, guys. Like, you're just trolling us now. They even did the Lulu and the Yumi in the previous game.
Just trolling us out here. I don't know. Are we going to see a Phalios, Braum, Zer, Nar? Hey, we're switched back over. So we do have the same side when it came to selection.
Yes, we do.
So we do have the potential for the salty run back.
There we go. Okay.
Dang it.
Yeah, no Aurelia this time being banned out from either side. Also, the Kennen got through. I oftentimes attribute Faisal to being somebody who plays a bit more like frontline type stuff and more supportive type stuff. Kennen popping into the meta, he's one of my favorite characters from back in the day. I used to play him as a mid laner all the time. Popping back in, it's one of my favorite things to see just because, again, the harassment you can put onto opposing top laner makes it miserable because of your range, and also team fighting. Insane for the Kennen when you're able to get a solid flank angle. In Faisal, how many times do we see his Gnar go into a team fight and just go absolutely crazy? This is the only mid laner in Amateur that will play Gangplank mid. I'm just going to alert you of this fact. I doubt it, because we do see the Kennen, and maybe that's a matchup that's preferred for Speedo. This is also the patch where that Q got nerfed and became a ranged auto attack, so you don't have that like grasp spam currently, but considerations aside, a lot more damage on barrels into the later stages of the game. I'm just keeping that on my the back of my brain right now, because I'm like, Captain Shrimps wants it. I would love to see Gangplank mid once again, and he's the only person. I got cheated of it last time. It got picked by him because the game got reset. So
I would definitely love to see it. I mean, we were talking about it at the very start of this, about how diverse Captain Shrimps is, how many champions he's played in EGL alone in the round robin. 8 games, he only played 1 champion twice, and that was Galio. So 7 different champions in 8 games. He will pull out anything of that magical hat of his.
He's got a whole sea of champions with which to pick from, and of those, he picks the pirate.
Whole planet.
It seems like some irony to me, but who would you say? We do actually also don't get the salty run back. We didn't talk about that at all. We do have insanely powerful lanes, though, from AoE. Look, the Aurelia, the Kennen are both particularly good laners, and they're very good at team fighting as well. So they've kept that. Their CC is a bit lower than what we saw in the previous game, so there's that to talk about, as well as the range is also quite a bit lower. So Gangplank feels extremely good into this comp, just because, again, Kennen's got to throw his body into a team with the ultimate. Aurelia's got to do the exact same thing. Lee Sin's got to do the exact same thing with his Q. So it's easy to get barrels, and especially with Crit Plank being very powerful, especially after this patch, things could get dicey if you're playing on top of a powerful Gangplank.
Yeah, it always gets terrifying when you get towards that late stage. Gangplank just throws down the barrel, one pops, and there goes most of your health bar. But oh, Dean, I see the face, I see the expression, and I also see Singed locked in for C9 AM.
Lawrence, you madman. You are... This is awesome. So this is...
Lawrence, man.
I'm very curious what exactly the strategy is here with the likes of this Singed. Only because into a Kennen, I don't know how good that matchup is. Feels like something that could be aggressed against. And with the low range, it's very difficult to just like run down a Singed. But this is not something people are playing very commonly. I think Singe got some buffs in the recent patches, so it did make him a lot different. Although I think the Grievous Wounds is 11-18, so we don't quite have that yet when he uses the ultimate. So this is just Speedo saying, I'm comfortable with the Singed into Aurelia and or Kennen, depending on where they decide to put those champions. I can give some respects, Mr. Lawrence. If you're able to make this work, props to you.
Just wait. He's gonna fool us all, and it's gonna be a Captain Shrimps champion, and we're gonna see Singe mid, you know. Just
mid lane. You can't even proxy on mid lane. He's just like sitting between the towers in the mid lane, being able to do that kind of thing. They have a really powerful forward fighting comp, though. Look at that. You got Aurelia, Kennen, and Rakan to just throw their bodies in, as well as Lee Sin. And then Vayne is just there to pick up the pieces of whoever's left after the fight is continued. We talked about this as well. Xayah got a bunch of buffs at 11-17. Yeah. Already was peeking her head into the meta. Very powerful champion for being able to exploit early. Now up against her partner, of course, Rakan on the opposite side. I think you're fine with that because you've got Leona in your own hands. It is a wonky composition.
Keep it right there. Keep it right there. Keep it right there.
Their expectation, expectation was the Aurelia. I was thinking maybe they're like, okay, if they're anticipating Aurelia in the top lane, maybe that's where the Singe is going to go.
They're keeping the Singed in the mid lane.
You still have the possibility.
Dean, they're doing it.
It might not be Singed mid. It might be Singed top lane, but it's just Captain Shrimps is playing it because Speedo does not. There is that possibility as well.
Yeah.
Can we get like a check from somebody seeing whether this is the first ever Singed mid lane? It actually might be. I've never seen it. This champion's been picked like 9 times ever, and then never in the mid lane.
Okay. I gotta look this up right now.
This
is insane. We're about to see Singed in the mid lane.
I just want to run this. Okay, so we talked about C9's discipline, and their idea of discipline is, yo, bro, you see Aurelia mid lane, pick me Singed. I am very well studious inside of this game. I know nothing about Singed mid lane.
I just control F Singed in mid and nothing. I just got a bunch of do, which means error. Oh my god! If Captain Shrimps actually keeps it in the mid lane, this is insane. This is gonna be a blast.
This is absolutely insane. I'm trying to think of the positives of this, right? So it's a smaller lane, so that means it's easier to have. There's less surface area to cover with your Q. That word is confusing, but basically less space, more gas. Good things. Easier to harass with inside of the mid lane. The other thing is, like, he's very fast to be able to rotate if he's able to move quickly. If you go, like, Ghost or something like that, he's got Flash and Teleport right now to move around the map. If he is in mid lane, the combination of Singed with the likes of, like, the Viego that they have in the jungle support you've got there, that 2v2 has to be infuriating for Aurelia Lee Sin, because you have to chase a Singed into the Viego, who can just turn at any point, stun you, auto Q, you got 3 auto attacks, and the Singed poison, and the Singed flip. That 2v2 in melee just, like, is impossible to chase. So maybe that's the idea here. I think it's a little far out there.
Very far out there.
It's a little far out there. But you know what? It's fine. I'm excited to see it one way or another.
According to Joshua Joshi Howard, who sent me a private message right now, he said Singed has seen 0 mid lane plays ever in Pro, according to GOL.
Broken history. Captain Shrimps, if he takes it mid lane, will be the first ever mid lane Singed. We talked about a champion ocean. What is bigger than an ocean? I've had to have this discussion before with people. Neptune. He's got a champion Neptune to work with if he's pulling out Singed mid, man.
Okay, how does this work out as a comp as a whole? Because we've just been so, like, shocked by the Singed that we haven't looked how this actually slots in and how this is going to play out.
Let's go back to AoE, because, again, AoE's composition is very clear-cut, right?
Yeah, let's go to the easy one to explain.
Let's go to the easy one. Harassment top lane, it's a ranged top laner into a gank. Like, it's probably not... You're able to trade back and forth, but, again, Kennen usually is able to get the better of harassment to start with. Irelia is a very powerful champion. It fits into both laning if you've got support, also in duels, also in teamfights. Pretty much across the board unless you get behind early. And then Vayne is really intriguing to me only because it's very single target focused, and you've got 3 melee champions, 2 of which are really focused on kind of counteracting the engage that's going to come in from, like, Kennen, Aurelia, Lee Sin, and then the Rakan that are coming out between the Singed and the Gangplank. So the focus is maybe having someone that is self-sustaining on the other side of the fight in case XU decides to dive, in case Singed decides to run past everybody and go for a one-on-one. Vayne is the selection there to give Sketchstream's ability to fight in that case. And that's why AoE's composition is great. He's taking it mid lane. He's taking it mid lane. We broke it. This is it. This is actually
League of Legends is broken.
Throw
the whole game away. It's broken.
Please, do not, no one, if I see one person in solo queue running this because of this game, I am going to yell at Captain Shrimps. I swear.
I'm going to personally yell at him. He's going to fly over to wherever his house is and just
You're gonna get
curse
demoted.
all the solo queue.
You'll be Sergeant Shrimps from now on. That's what's going to happen.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe we've ended up at this state of League of Legends.
Our first game was 48 minutes with a Xerath mid lane, and now we got Singed mid lane. I'm going to stop talking about it. I want to talk about everybody else on the team. Their bot lane, insanely powerful. Xayah and Leona have been a good combination for a long time, and now that Xayah is, like, very powerful, or at least much more powerful than she was just a few months ago, this bot lane is something that could be significantly difficult for Zyko specifically to deal with. So there's that to talk about. You also, again, you have scaling on Speedo, and when you're talking about returning fire, against the likes of Faisal, Darkwings, and RBM, their champions wanting to move into your range with their bodies, especially like Rakan as well. None of them are particularly tanky, which means if you do go crit plank, you get to like 3-4 items. That's like 1k barrels that are going to get dropped on your head. I don't know that you win a fight fast enough to respond to single ability 1k damage without anybody else really being a part of the picture. So now it just begs the question of like, how does AoE get an advantage early if you do have Speedo as like your ticking time bomb for the side of C9AM? That's something they pay attention to. Can they slow down Speedo by just like shutting him out of the laning phase with Faisal and pressure on the top side? Or can they get their composition far enough ahead that it doesn't matter if crit plank comes through, they just have enough ability to win a fight that quickly?
Well, time's going to really tell as you watch over towards his top side, and you're kind of seeing the standard characteristics of that Gangplank and the abuse he can do when it comes to that early game. Even though he is that scaling champion, those early levels are hell to deal with when you're dealing with a GP. And yeah, Faisal's definitely seeing it.
Pain. Pretty much across the board. Corrupting Potion is emptied for that, though, as well as early level 2. Drops Breezy, very low health. No!
Oh my god.
First Blood!
Oh, here we go! First Blood!
First Blood!
It's happened indeed! 100%
No.
First Blood, Ray, on Singed mid lane.
I hate this. I hate that this is gonna work. That's the worst part. Again, we talk about the support that you can have as Singed in the jungle matchup. Darkwings roams in looking to just put down a ward or something like that because his wave is shoved slightly, followed by Captain Shriek's XU just finds him out on interesting pathing, and Darkwings is like, why can't I flash? Because it's Singed. That's why you can't flash.
You had your chance to flash before the fling, buddy, but far, far too late. And here comes Captain Strips.
Oh
the mid lane is not his,
No
the top
way.
lane is as well. And he is gonna wreak havoc all over the Rifting.
So he's gonna turn Singed into effectively a Twisted Fate by just running everywhere. He wants to make his impact known across the map. It's pretty much the only way this is ever gonna work, too, right? This champion is, like, already difficult to try to manage in teamfights whatsoever. He just runs down Faisal! Like, Faisal gets a little, he gets a little curious. He's like, are they still chasing me? Shrimps throws the W because he's blind because he didn't see that rush, and Faisal's just like, alright, I'm dead. There's nothing I can do. I can't even flash because I have to flash in the direction. 2 kills for the Singed mid lane to begin the game.
Can I show so much love to our producers right now for showing his walk from the mid lane to Faisal? Like, that is the important part when it comes to Sage, because that is, like, basically his kid.
Can we just picture a constant stream on Singed the entire time so we can keep a track on him? Because I don't think we're going to be able to.
Yeah, this is a Singed stream.
It is a Singed stream. It's going to become a Singed stream. There is the fact that, like, if Captain Shrimps isn't careful with his wave, then eventually Darkwings just to scale him, like, well beyond anything. In fact, right to this moment, he's at double CS because he's been literally out of lane the entire time. It's reminiscent of, like... Yes! Okay. It's reminiscent of Core JJ's, like, Shen pick that, like, had, like, 0.1%, like, presence in the bottom lane. It's like that, but mid lane for some reason, which does not work as well when you have to take experience. So, there's that to pay attention to. It's worked twice, but again, so far this is actually not great, just because, again, he's down 20 CS to an Aurelia, opening up the laning phase for Darkwing's Aurelia to really pop off in teamfights eventually.
But every time he goes missing, Faisal goes into panic mode, takes the recall. He's already being bullied by Speedo, but here comes the engage going for the bot lane. Zenith Blade goes out, but Breezy's not able to find too much else. Slippery fella is that Rakan.
Yes. The CC lands. If you're not able to set up your feathers fast enough, then that means Witsy can't kind of combo with it with like the feather pull with the E. That's a chunk of the damage that's going to come down onto the Rakan. Zyko does still have to be extremely careful. He's still very squishy, which means if he gets in the face of Leona and you're able to set up feathers, it's essentially just an execute pretty much immediately unless it's flashed just second by second here from the likes of the Rakan, which is what makes this laning phase pretty difficult. It also is going to put Sketch Dreams in kind of a rough position where, like, he's essentially going to be on his own in the 2v2. Rakan can do a bit more for peeling. I also love that right there. He pulled the Q with the relic stack, so they were able to get that cannon minion, but this is just a losing lane state for the most part that's going to have to be dealt with by the likes of the Vayne and the likes of the Rakan. That means impact for the entire map is going to go to Wixie and Breezy for the foreseeable future on the bottom side.
And it's going to be very hard for that to change. It's always going to be a threat in the bot side as well. I mean, you were talking about the buffs that came out for Xayah. Remember, there were nerfs that came out for Leona, but nothing towards her damage, nothing towards her passive. So she still is quite a threat if she is able to lock it down.
That is the case. And I like that C9, they capitalize off of the bot lane pressure and the mid lane roaming, and they're able to move into bottom side. Again, wanting to make sure that they've got pressure for XU. Because the XU is a lot of like what's absorbing resource in this early game. The Viego, the perfect champion to do that with. This time, Speedo's not playing something that's super aggressive early like the Renekton, instead has the more scaling pick. So now they can leave topside pretty much untouched. The Singe we've talked about a bunch, but again, when he's able to roam support XU the way that he does, just by, you know, tanking waves and just giving them over to Darkwings in exchange, and having this powerful bot side, it means they can control Dragon Pit really effectively. Maybe the plan here is just to go into kind of like a dragon stacking kind of win condition and not worry about what would be like gold advantage that would happen on top side, because again, Faisal should be able to move pretty quick compared to the Gangplank, and your Aurelia is usually going to be a lot stronger than what your Singed is going to be to start this game just because of the CS differential.
Wait until he gets online, Dean. Wait until the Singe gets running. Wait until he gets his boots.
He started Seeker's Arm Guard, which is just like... He can start armor items. He does that as well. He doesn't have to build AP, but here we see Captain Shrimps dipping into the more like mage type build. Oh wow, okay, Speedo's on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, Speedo in a rough spot. XU tries to help him out, but I don't know if you want to join in that fight. 1v3, instantly going to back off. Cannon Barrage goes out, but the rest of the squad of C9 Amateur are in the area, including Captain Shrimps himself. Runs around, not willing to chase anything else, but here comes Darkwings, ultimate going to be used.
Nice.
Breezy gonna get caught out as the slicing Maelstrom finds a nice stun on the Breezy. Breezy tried to chase him down and now push into the tower. Captain Shrimps blocks him from getting away and grabs another kill, evening this up 1-1 apiece, but still looking for more. Tries to get the stun. XC will not be able to claim it, and wild exchange there, but Captain Shrimps, man, he's got the 100% kill participation, Dean.
It's so painful because they just like over chase into a Singe, and that's like the #1 rule of League of Legends, as a lot of people consider it.
Since season 1.
It's so long that this champion has been around, and still like this is a situation where it's like, okay, maybe we can get the assassination. Captain Shrimps is able to get a flip at the last second. Speedo trying to get this ward actually does get it in the right position. Zyko thankfully again is able to roam, knowing that like Vayne on the bottom side of the map should be okay. And was able to move a lot faster because they didn't see him on the map. Breezy comes up to help support this system. This whole time, though, again, because Captain Shrimps doesn't have too much pressure in the wave, Darkwings is able to come a lot faster. I loved the Faisal ultimate. I thought it was gorgeous here. This is where things got kind of crazy because Captain Shrimps just covering for Breezy. Darkwings gets a little bit antsy, gets flipped under tower, and what are you going to do? Like, there's not much to do. I was more terrified that if a flash was up, there was going to be even more ramifications for this, that RBM was going to get run down. Thankfully, Zyko was able to press his W before that stun really got underway, and so he was able to get out of that situation without XU being able to punish him further.
I love the fact that Captain Shrimps didn't even try to auto. He wasn't doing anything else than trying to body block Darkwings from getting out from the tower. Now, he just stood there and pressed S.
This man's going for a bit of junk drawer on the Singed as well. It looks like Demonic Embrace is going to be his first item, and then of course he has Seeker's Arm Guard. So it's going to be a minute before he has his Mythic. But those are some pretty powerful items. Demonic is very hard to deal with. It gives him a lot of defensive stats. You consider that and his ultimate, and you're talking like 80 armor, magic resist just to begin the game, as well as having a good amount of health, the tick damage added onto the likes of the poison. It's a fair amount of utility. It really is used as pretty much just a buffer inside of these team fights to prevent these champions from chasing. It's a very intriguing strategy, but it's what Captain Shrimps has opted for. He's not too bad right now in terms of CS. He's down 24 compared to his lane opponent, which is like 4 full waves, but he's making an impact. 2 kills so far. If he's able to beat this disruptor in team fights, I mean, it's working out.
I mean, come on, Dean. This is what we usually see on Singe in competitive players. We see a dive going for the bot lane, looking to try and find Breezy. Has to back up as the Feather Storm comes out. Now Zyko's the one who's caught out. Captain Shrimps runs amok all over the place and flings!
He's so fast!
He's so fast, but finally the brakes are applied, not before the damage is done. Captain Shrimps will sacrifice his life, but 3 will be picked up from AoE.
Insane. man, that's insane. The team fight breaks into like 3 specific components for the side of AoE, and they're just like not able to pick a moment. The other big thing is like Sketchstreams got driven out so quickly by Wixie, and if 3 feathers had hit Zyko, Zyko almost certainly would have been one-shot by just a feather call that had come out from that E. The 2 members of that fight were gone before anybody else showed up, and that's when Captain Shrimp starts to get to run amok. The ultimate from Aurelia was completely wested. So many things in that fight just got completely disrupted. This is the intention, I guess, behind the C9 composition, is just throw complete disarray into your enemies, because like, if they can't pay attention to everything that's happening in front of them, it's more like playing an RTS than things, because you got to pay attention to so much at once.
Yeah, you see Speedo there, Captain Shrimps, everyone's all over the place. Captain Shrimps does his job, and he does his job well to be able to find that kill. Ultimately, like, how do you deal with this? How do you respond to this? Your attention is split everywhere on the map when you see this disaster going on, when you see Captain Shrimps playing Deja Vu. I've been in this place before, drifting. Good God.
A terrible situation to be in. Even worse, notice also, one of the main kind of, like, scaling options here from the side of C9AM is this Gangplank who pulled 3 kills. Excuse me. No way he just slipped it with the W. That was insane. He had to have, like, picked, like, frames of ability to see that before they saw him, and they just immediately engage onto him. Maybe they were trying to be patient, wait for him to full commit to the camp first, but, like, they feels like that could have been an execute onto XU, but XU outplays that situation very well.
A little bit of a jump scare in that bush. XU responds to it quite well. And Breezy will continue his roam as he's just taken away ward after ward, establishing vision of his own. The rest of AoE kind of tailing him as Breezy tails on to RBM, but not willing to go any bit further. Just the control ward going to be placed out in this little war of vision going on 13 minutes in.
Able to keep their kind of stealth ward up, though. Thankfully, that's going to be the case. XU also knows there's a ward in that bush, because they had to have seen it some way. So that has to be the case. They're hanging around. This is just a pure vision war. Notice also the Captain Shrimps is just split pushing. He got a whole plate. 3 members of AoE were standing there, not like just in the defense of one of their wards instead of going up and pushing off Captain Shrimps from that tower. This really is just, it's like an IQ drain composition from the side of C9AM. Where it's like they have Singe, they have like Gangplank ultimate they have to worry about. They have to worry about resets from like from the Viego. They have to worry about feather position from Wixie. There's so many extra things you have to pay attention to. You just can't do it all at once. The brain power required to play a game like this is astronomical.
Only 200 IQ people are able to survive this composition.
Evidently.
So much to deal with on the side of C9AM, and what I'm curious about right now is going to be the goal difference in the mid lane between Captain Shrimps and Darkwings. How much has Captain Shrimps been able to affect the map, been able to affect the lanes overall, as now we're going to have an engage between supports, a little bit of support will come back. Wixie will join up, but no trigger being pulled.
We are back on our vision warfare, man. That's the same rush we were in just a second ago. They really desperately just want to set up this top side, like play for what is effectively like the top tower. Maybe they're trying to get Captain Shrimps into like a proxy situation where they can control that quadrant, and so he's just able to freely stand between the towers, and nobody can really kill him because he's got Rylai's on his Singe now, which means that nobody's able to catch him literally ever. You're gonna get that first on display. Oh, oh, Darkwings. Oh no.
Darkwing's rough spot to be, my friend. Rough spot to be. Kill picked up. XU will be able to pocket that one, thanks to everyone's favorite mid laner, Captain Shrimps.
Goodness me. And even worse is, like, you've got Kennen on the other side of the map respawning. Kennen is ridiculously far down right now across from the Gangplank. Off the back of just, like, the combination of, like, farming, but then also the team fights have gone really heavily into Speedo. So Speedo can just leave bot lane, walk into mid, cover mid lane against the duo that is down there, and topside quadrant now completely controlled. They get the kill, Rift Herald's going to be set up, that top tower is going to soak another minion wave that's not going to go into the pockets of the Aurelia, and even worse, like, Gangplank's still able to shift into bottom, grab all that wave. All this gold is not being lost from the side of C9 off the back of some of these plays, because they're covering effectively across the map, making these rotations, and even better, this bot lane that we're in mid off the back of everything get to help support with the Rift Herald play. There's not even really a chance for AoE to move in and contest the side of the Rift Herald from C9.
Yeah, and this is the beautiful play that we saw in game number 1 from Cloud9 Amateur, where they did do all this setup before they made the plays that they made. The real test for them is going to be once we head towards this mid-game point, once we hit that 20-minute, 25-minute point, and we see what AoE can do, and more specifically, once the lanes are free, what Captain Shrimp can do on the Singed.
Make somebody's life miserable. He is back into Junctor territory. He has Rylai's, and he has also built the Orb, which means that he's going to go for Morello, probably is what's going to happen here. Still has yet to even touch into a mythic item.
Overrated.
Just only not here for the likes of Captain Shrimps.
He's looking at a Mobifier guide from 2012, somewhere around there.
His Mobifier still
He still had Rylai's back then, yeah.
He did still build Rylai's first back. That's at least something to pay attention to. This is...
Ooh, here comes RBM. Looks for Breezy, but can't get too much. Doesn't want to really risk it.
Yeah, they don't really have the ability. Like, even if they find a way to get onto Wixie right there, like, Wixie can always just ultimate flash heal. He's got plenty of resources in terms of defense, and then you have the turn of XU and Breezy with all the CC that those two have. This is so hard for the side of AoE to, like, force into. They don't really have the way to set up a team fight properly. And now TP into mid lane with Rift Herald, they're going to try to force down mid lane tower, especially with Dragon up. If they stand around, maybe this is an opportunity.
Faisal is...
What they want.
Watch Faisal, watch Faisal, watch Faisal slicing! Maelstrom cutting through! He will drop, but he gets a lot of damage in, making this go even. Looking to jump in, it's going to be RBM. He will be able to get the kill, but it will fall to Wixie on the back end of that fight. A 3-for-3 exchange. It didn't look like it was going to go that way, but Faisal demanded it be even.
It's easy, or it's just really tough to try to set up 5-on-5. Does it again. This is Faisal. Again, 4 members into this Slicing Maelstrom that's able to set up. Is Norelia Smith, that's from the Zaya. All this area is just completely controlled from the side of AoE. They do end up trading evenly. They grab the Dragon, so it ends up being very heavily, or they're able to take this completely into their favor with everybody coming their way. I don't know how AoE continues to get away with it. Their 5-on-5 composition, trying to find these big AoE ultimates, somehow does pan out despite being down 5,000 gold. C9AM at least do trade back, and they still have gold on their gangplank to work with. That's still a terrifying thought for the future.
That was a worry for C9AM, how some of these fights are going to play out once we get towards that 5v5 phase, because that's where we've been seeing AoE shine out much more. Now, a lot of vision being established over towards the Sparran side as Breezy just dances around a little bit, looking at Scuttle. Even a quick wave goodbye before AoE take it, and setting up back towards that mid lane. Captain Shrimps, however, will be in the side lane alongside Speedo, so you have that 1-3-1 now starting to be set up by C9 Amateur.
You do. With TPs down, actually, TPs are down from the side of C9. They're not down from the side of AoE. They can respond in the side lanes very effectively here to be able to just, like, kind of put pressure elsewhere on the map and then TP for advantage. This is where AoE actually can look to try to kind of turn this game back into their favor. If they can make some, like, favorable things happen with Faisal's TP, especially on a flank around an objective or in a bigger fight, the same thing with Darkwings, maybe they can turn some of this gold back into their own pocket instead of continuing to kind of give it up to the side of C9AM. That Dragon Take stalls this game a little longer to continue to fish for some of these bigger fights. It's still not easy at all, especially now with Speedo on a Mortal Shield Bow. It's defensive. In terms of like the crit, that's really stacking very quickly with the Essence Reaver. XU also.
Not giving XU the chance to reaction out of that one.
No.
The ultimate being popped by Zyko preemptively to make sure that the charm is going to land. Continuing now is going to be RBM as he goes after Breezy. Breezy will be able to escape. Pretty tanky boy, but a good pick-off coming out from AoE.
Second game in a row as well where we see C9 kind of have this mid-game lull where, like, so far we haven't really seen XU be able to convert. Speedo is scaling up. Wixie's also scaling up. But that early game presence that we saw from Captain Shrimps to be able to attack side lanes kind of has fallen to pieces. XU now, he's getting resources, but it's harder to unlock them just because, again, when these lanes are a little bit more broken, you have to play a little further back off the fear of something like that happening where, like, AoE just jumps on you out of nowhere. And so now AoE is able to capitalize a little bit. The gold lead is still 5,000 gold for C9AM, but again, if things are indicative the way that they were in the previous game, C9 did have a very kind of exploitable, or at least a slower pace in mid-game that ended up leading to like the 30-35 minute mark where eventually AoE was able to find their fights. I want to see them get more active because they have a ton of power in especially their like top and in their ADC right now between Wixie and Speedo. I want to see them force their issue with this gold advantage just to try to help close this game a lot cleaner.
Yeah, the power you're talking about, looking at the scoreline alone, 4-1-3 over on Speedo, 2-0-5 on Wixie. So a lot of power indeed as C9 Amateurs start splitting the map, taking down that mid lane, instantly going to go into the blue side jungle of AoE. Start getting vision in that direction. We got a minute 20 before Mountain Drake does spawn, as we are now 21 minutes into this game.
It is another territory where, again, if C9 doesn't push their issue, you have to be afraid of Faisal every single time that you're going to be near a team fight. He's still down 50 CS. This Gangplank is still insanely powerful, but if Kennan's able to get one slicing Maelstrom into 3+ people inside of a fight, it's not going to matter what happens with GP unless he just carries the fight afterwards, because that initial kind of burst is going to buy enough space for Sketchstreams, Darkwings to kind of clean up afterwards. So there's that to consider as well. Across the board, ADCs are both insanely powerful, although, again, I think Wixie on this Xayah is going to have a lot easier a time putting auto attacks into AoE's comp than the opposite being true for Sketchstreams, because Sketchstreams has to focus like one at a time, doesn't have those same kind of defensive tools like the ultimate available to himself. And so Wixie feels like last game on the Ziggs, all about the poke to kind of throw in with everything. This feels much more like a Wixie champion where he's able to kind of push his own advantage and like win team fights for his team. And that feels like that's really good for C9AM. That feels like something they should have been banking on from game number 1.
Yeah. And continuing the comparison between the two ADCs, you know, Vayne does have that very short range, which is quite deadly. Can be quite... Ooh, thought he was going to go in for that one right there. Be quite a nuisance to have to deal with. I mean, you're going to be in a situation where you're trying to get close to a lot of these frontliners on the side of C9AM, and these frontliners want you close to them. Breezy will go for the engage. Captain Shrimps is happy to fling you out of there. This Dragon is going to be picked up, putting sole point into C9AM.
That will. And that's going to be a point of contention, since now, again, with actually Faisal being engaged onto, is able to stun up Breezy.
We'll get the stun, but the stun is returned. Faisal goes all over the place. Here comes the slicing Maelstrom. So much damage able to go through. It's going to be 1-for-1 trade so far. Captain Shrimps is able to get one, but the double goes over to Sketch. Sketch trying to play this Vayne as best as he can over the wall. Here comes the chase. Sketch still alive. We'll get the triple before falling. Now Captain Shrimps trying to do some work onto Darkwings as RBM shows up. Captain Shrimps going to make the retreat instead. A very close exchange as we go 3 for 3 once again.
2 fights in a row now. The attempted pick onto the likes of Faisal ends up leading to multiple members of C9 just kind of closing in to close that kill out. And even without Zonias, Faisal's able to get almost an entire slicing Maelstrom and a ton of damage off into this team. And then, along comes Sketchstreams, who in this little corridor is able to focus down 2 separate members before a fight really starts to break out. The important bit also being able to put some pressure onto Speedo, find that shutdown goal. It's big for Sketchstreams. I just said, oh wait, teleport. Oh, into bottoms. Oh, Faisal.
Yeah,
Did he teleport here? Please
he
tell me
teleported down here.
Okay.
He's looking straight for Captain Shrimps.
Okay. It's like
Look how much damage he took.
A lot of. I was worried he was gonna get self-up right there. If he teleports to his own off the back of this, that's gonna be tragic. Again, Faisal, multiple times now in some of these fights, have made such a massive impact on this Kennen, despite not having. This is where he's rooted, gets flipped. The flash back on top of that in order to get the slicing Maelstrom onto multiple members. And look where Sketchstreams is. 1 target down, 2 targets focused down immediately. And over the top of the pit goes Speedo. Speedo gets put into the wall, has to flash, and then the trade, of course, of the 2 of them goes to Sketchstreams because he had the shutdown this entire time. This was creative from AoE to not only be able to get, like, a great slicing Maelstrom somehow off the back of what looked like a pick onto Faisal, but also to somehow buy 1-to-1-to-1 matches for the Vayne to just like win all the way through is super difficult to try to accomplish. AoE, man, their team fighting is insane over the course of these last 2 games. Setting themselves up for high levels of success is really hard to do with these disadvantages they found themselves at. Yet here we are continuing to talk about how well they've been able to play some of these out.
Brings me back to like the Season 3, Season 4 days when Vayne was a big champion that only the most mechanical players can play. Sketchstreams bringing out the Vayne mechanics right there in that last bit, able to take down Speedo before he fell down himself and putting himself at a good scoreline now at the 4, 2, and 3. Has a lot working out for him. Already 2 items completed, working on that 3rd item and almost done with it already.
You do. We have Crit Plank online as well. I want to note that these barrels are going to start to hit excruciatingly hard. They get penetration already, and they have 25% increased damage, and you've got the Infinity Edge for additional increased damage, plus you're sitting on like 60% crit right now as it is, up to 80% now, I think, actually, with the additional cloak. So things are crazy. Things are really crazy. Speedo is going to hit very hard. We have hit that point where, again, that timer was there for the side of AoE, where now assassinating Speedo becomes a very real necessity inside of these fights, just to make sure that there's some way of doing that. The question is who's able to. Faisal's been able to find a couple of good flanks, but I don't know that his damage is still enough to just bring down Gangplank altogether, especially with Oranges up. To me, it comes down to, like, can you layer multiple forms of CC, whether it be the Rakan, whether it be the Aurelia, on top of that Faisal engage so that he's pressured completely out of the fight or just goes down immediately as it is. It does open up that kind of counterplay of, like, Viego gets to go in, Sinch gets to go in. But again, you cannot let him get a single barrel chain into your team because multiple members are going to be dropped below half health almost instantaneously if you allow that to happen.
Yeah, get one on the sketch, and he's pretty much out of commission for that fight. He's someone you desperately need as a fight. Almost looks like it's going to break out quite soon. RBM looking to try and contest this red buff. Red buff gets low. It's going to be stolen away. XU's able to grab it. Will RBM go for the ward hop over the wall? Not going to take it. Instead, he landed the Sonic Wave onto Breezy. That's not a target you want to get. Leona could lock you down quite quickly. So AoE just trying to chase C9AM out of their own jungle. C9AM really having a lot of control of this map, but giving a lot of caution to AoE in the process.
Yeah, so C9AM, they want to fight in a corridor because, again, it's so much easier to try to hit barrel chains when people get pinched into it. Here's the engagement. AoE find Gangplank in mid lane.
Looking to try and find Wixie, but Wixie's able to back out in time. Now Speedo gets stunned up. A lot of damage on the Speedo. Faisal trying to find more. Gets him down to about half health. He will retreat underneath his tower. C9AM are a little bit split now as they play around this river, dancing between AoE and this Drake. Out comes one barrel, and that's what we're talking about. One crit barrel goes through. So much damage. Zyko pretty low now, falls to about half health as Captain Shrimp starts the retreat, looking for the re-engage. Zyko cannot find it. The blast plant in time for C9AM. Going forward is going to be XU, cannot get the stun. RBM, excuse me, too deep into this dragon pit. Now here comes the engage. Send the blade going to go out looking for the solar flare. Sonic Wave going to follow suit as Captain Shrimp tries to play on the distraction, but Faisal will fall before he can get the work done with the slicing maelstrom. Captain Shrimp follows. Darkwings trying to do work, but it's going to be Wixie here who's going to get away with the autos, get away with bringing the pace. Sketchstreams over the wall trying to find Wixie. It's going to be the 1v1 between the ADCs. A triple kill going over to Sketchstreams, but he has to back off because he's dealing with the Viego, who now has that Lee Sin, doesn't even need it. Gotta use the ultimate one more time to calm him down to finally secure the ace.
I have to say, once again, AoE's ability to try to find these fights in really terrible positions has been great. This was Zyko missing. He's half health. They hit another barrel here to knock them down to half health, and still, it's Faisal, and combined with Darkwings, who did an incredible amount of, kind of danger, like damage inside of this fight, that are able to turn things with these big ultimates. A lot of them had been burnt by C9 ahead of time, and because they're able to turn with these big ultimates to change things up, it ends up being a lot closer of a fight that C9 would have liked, with a 5,000 gold lead across the board to be able to work with here. And you see backline, like Darkwings kills 2, immediately gets onto Breezy, able to bring down Captain Shrimps as well as Sketchstream's health. And this whole time now, you get to see what has been kind of cooking in the background for C9 other than Speedo, which has been Wixie, who has been untouched, unkilled for the entirety of this game, able to put out really good damage with the feathers and the likes of Zaya, stalled this long enough, and eventually it comes down Sketchstreams versus Wixie with a higher health bar for Bane, ends up taking this fight, losing things altogether. But I cannot give enough props consistently to the side of AoE, who are finding fight after fight, man. It is insane how far down they have been over the course of this series and how well they've been able to play out some of these 5-on-5s, even though they're at a deficit.
But now the real challenge begins because we got Dragon Soul on C9AM. C9AM now posturing up towards the Baron side as Breezy leads the charge, always being aggressive, looking to find that front line engage onto anyone he sees fit. RBM, you better be careful on that side of the rift. You also have Speedo doing a split push in the bot lane, so someone from AoE is going to have to respond to that. Darkwing's top side still has his teleport available, so he can go down there if he does need to match it.
Another big thing is, like, with the ultimate available from Gangplank, it means he doesn't have to commit TP to be available onto the bottom side of the map, which is another really big and beneficial part of playing the Gangplank, is that, like, if you trade TP for TP and go back to side lane, Faisal doesn't have that impact. Faisal is so much more important than the Gangplank inside of the fight. Not that Gangplank is weak, more so that Faisal is necessary for AoE to be able to even compete inside of a fight for the side of AoE. And so that means Speedo can start to really press the advantage in the side lane as much as possible. I want to see him continue to do so, just to try to drag Faisal around the map, prevent this kind of amazing playmaker from doing anything. Not even going to hype this up, because like RBM even got bored doing that.
Yeah, that's the tricky part right there. If you landed on Captain Shrimps, Captain Shrimps will land it onto you. He goes right after Darkwing, so the team fight's going to begin. But Sketch is there. Sketch is on check. Sketch is getting in a lot of items as he tries to back away from Captain Shrimp. Slicing Maelstrom. Faisal dives deep into C9 Amateur. It will not be enough. Sketch is still up, but so are 5 members of Cloud9 AM. And they're going to finish the job to finish up the ace right there, right onto Sketch. And they're going to look to close this game out, team, and make this a series.
I thought AoE was going to do it again. I thought they were going to be able to turn that fight. I thought Faisal's ultimate off the TP was going to be enough, but they can't kill even a single member. They stay defensive enough. Thank you for zooming in on the Singed mid lane, dying there at the very last possible second. Off the back of team fighting, the scaling of this Gangplank and this Xayah, C9 is going to take us into game number 3. These have been some incredible team fights between these two teams, though. We are bound to just continue to get battered with these fights.
100% win rate, Singed. We got it in the mid lane. He's not Captain Shrimps to me. He's the Shrimps. You know, it's just pulling out the... I still can't believe he decided that first blood picked up by Captain Shrimps. He pretty much controlled a lot of the early game, but that takes away too much if we really put too much of the spotlight on him, because the rest of Cloud9 Amateur really showed up here today.
The Singed drew a lot of our attention to start with and was just like there a lot of the game, being a nuisance across the board, the way a Singed likes to do. But again, the Gangplank's barrels, being able to scale up like that, Wixie's proficiency on some of these team fighting champions and on ADCs, especially in that last fight, being able to stay safe, can't give enough props, is finally they're able to turn enough team fights in their favor with their advantage to be able to take out AoE, who... man, next game, they got to be taking off team fighting compositions, man. They are way too good at making those look very, very close, despite being down a lot of gold. So remove them, C9. Do not let them get AoE champions to work with again.
Yeah, definitely. AoE have been looking so good when they are able to get a team fight, and a lot of these team fights are so scrappy and so close. Even that last team fight with all of C9 Amateur alive, you saw that those health bars were blinking red. That's how close AoE were to flipping that game.
It was way too close for AoE to be able to flip a game like that off the back of that early lead, off the back of the champions that were held from C9, and it shows that they're not backing down. They're not giving a single inch to the side of C9. C9 has to claim these games. There's no rolling over. There's no, we're off to a 5,000 gold deficit. We'll let you take anything you want from the map just so we can try to scale up and eventually get to that place. None of that is going to come here from the side of AoE. They're going to fight you every second they can at every possible instant, and you had better be ready for it, because if you're not, they'll flip the game. That's what happened in game number 1. Almost happened in game number 2. I'm sure it's going to happen in game number 3. C9 looked at the comfort that they were able to show in this third game. So maybe that's going to be the play, is continue to use this comfort, especially safety for Wixie is something I'm paying attention to.
So we are now tied up. It is going to be a series. The first competitive game of mid lane Singed has now come to an end. 1-1 apiece for AoE and Cloud9 Amateur. We're going to throw it over a short break. When we return, we'll get into that game-defining final matchup. Welcome back to the LCS Proving Grounds, and Dean, we have ourselves a series. On top of that, it was off the back of a Singed being picked in the mid lane, so wild series we had ahead of us right now, Dean. You take all that away, because my god, this was a wild ride.
It started off with another solid early game from the side of C9. In the previous one, a lot of times we're playing a lot more reactively, being like, okay, we're going to respond to what it is that AoE is trying to do and then, like, beat them at it, which is what happened. This time it was like Captain Shrinks was just like, I'm just going to do anything I want in the mid lane to start off this game. I'm going to go down 30 CS, but it's not going to matter because I'm getting kills for everybody across the map. And their kind of control across everything was what led them into a very good kind of advantageous position. But again, throughout this game, you can see the moments where it's like team fighting is definitely there from the side of AoE. This is a good example, even though they end up trading 1-for-1. But Faisal, when he's able to connect with Darkwings and that Slicing Maelstrom comes through with the Aurelia ultimate, things turned out usually pretty okay. This was the one situation where, again, the 1-for-1 really didn't look that great. But whenever those two were able to kind of lock hands and really come together inside of these fights, that was when things were great for the side of AoE, even when they're down this much early.
Yeah, AoE's team fight is the one thing that just pops out to me so many times, time and time again. What they bring to team fights is so coordinated, so calculated, that it really brings, even situations where Cloud9 Amateur are so ahead, it really brings these to a knife edge. It really brings it on a coin flip.
It does. And it forces C9 to play with a level of coordination and a level of precision that's kind of oftentimes difficult to replicate. This was another great example where, again, Faisal over the wall, he's showing why this team fight is just so good for AoE. When you hands like the Slicing Maelstrom, it does amazing things. Even though C9 is still currently leading, they've got dragons on their side, they're doing everything properly. Things are still turning back and forth between the two, because around these neutral objectives, it is so hard for C9 to just make sure that AoE doesn't have the chance to really come in and contest them the majority of the time. So there is that to consider. Even though, 90% of this game, it is C9 controlling things, that 10% of the time that you're fighting around neutral objectives ends up turning or making this game look like it can turn.
Yeah, and this was another one of those cases where Faisal, you believe he can bring the big comeback, but every time there's these parts. Even when Faisal falls, you had Sketch, who was looking phenomenal on this vein when we got to the later stages, and he was able to pull off mechanics like this, flashing over the wall, chasing people down, still getting kills before he even falls.
Yeah, I can't commend Sketch enough for not only the patience in game one, but also to pick a Vayne in a composition like this and be able to make it work the way that he did, or as effectively as he did, was kind of incredible. But again, the range disadvantage and his kind of lack of presence in a team fight most of the time was at least a bit of a hindrance. There was that play, and this one where he ends up trading and doing very well, because look how far back he is. He's able to kind of focus one target at a time. There's another Slicing Maelstrom into an Aurelia ultimate that combines into a solid fight that gets Darkwings into the backline. And notice, front to back, literally lined up for Sketch Streams to just auto-attack forward, is the perfect setup for AoE to be able to make this team fight work.
Yeah, but you see the same exact thing coming out of Wixie as well, playing it exactly front to back. And when they capitalize on him too much, when they close on him too much, he's still grabbing the kills. This is the only time he fell in that series, falling to Sketch in the process. But ultimately, Sketch is going to fall as a trade, leading it to be a net win over to C9 Amateur.
The ADC versus ADC matchup in these team fights has been just astonishing to watch. Even though C9 sometimes look like they're losing fights like a fair amount of the time, again, if you're able to rely on Wixie or on your backup on the other side, things can change very quickly when 1v1 set up. This is like the ultimate at the very end. It was very heavy because there's like a ton of members right here, and he just got burst. The Zonius doesn't accomplish much. They get one in the process, but that Slicing Maelstrom doesn't really connect with anything really tangible to start in that fight. And because of that, while yeah, it drops 3 people to like 40% sub 40% health bars, it doesn't win them the fight the way that they would want to connect it with an Aurelia ultimate to start to pop off. Just came out way too late in that fight, which is what kind of closed the game out for the side of C9.
Yeah, and even in that last fight, Sketch positioned so well, but it just wasn't enough when you're that far behind. Big hats off to Wixie for putting on the performance he did put on. We saw now what that buffed up Xayah can do. As we said, no damage buffs coming out of Leona, so Wixie was full throttle in that game.
Now, I have to postulate a question to you specifically, which is, the game was lost by AoE, so they have side selection. Do you let C9 back onto red side now that they've showed that they will literally pick Singed mid lane as a counterpick? How do you plan for Singed or anything else in the mid?
I don't think you can plan for them. I just think you throw it straight to the champ select and cross your fingers that nothing too fishy pops out of nowhere, as we are going to head to said champion select. 1-1 apiece, area of effect. Cloud9 Amateur.
And AoE's right back on blue side. They're running back the game for the third time in a row. Do we get
their own form of the salty run back?
Okay, third form of the salty run back. Honestly, I'm more excited for the not salty run back because I don't know that they can top Singed mid lane, but saying that is honestly a curse, which I'm kind of hoping for here for C9 to be able to top that kind of thing. You did see, though, again, a lot of the early game has been presence between XU's pathing and then the combination of these lanes supporting him and Captain Shrimps being able to roam and support not only like XU exclusively, but the map as well. If they're able to get a really advantageous pushing matchup in mid lane, I feel like you can quell some of this early game from C9. They're going right back to the same bans. Thresh ban would be the third one to come out here if C9 wanted to follow it. That same thing over and over again. Lee Sin for RBM.
Lee Sin. Are we prophets now? Yep.
Yep.
That's it. Just look at the last draft and call ourselves
Diego
prophets.
Leona. Let's see if we can continue on this path. You see the Onus. Oh, go ahead.
The Lee Sin, to me, is definitely something you shouldn't change on the side of area effect, because RBM has been clutch in a lot of these situations with the Lee Sin, so
yeah.
I see no reason to step away from that.
I agree with that. It's been pretty good. Leona and immediately Diego. And now the onus is now on area of effect to change their draft at least a little bit, because last game, their early game kind of... Okay, that's just trolling. Okay, thank you, Mr. RBM. That is a very big meme. I want to appreciate you for being able to throw that up. That's at least something to consider, is that, like, how does AoE kind of change their composition? Because C9 was able to make it work. I doubt they can pull out Singed to mid lane again and make it just, like, force that. Rom would be interesting. I loved the Aurelia as well. It didn't do a ton in the earlier stages, but in those team fights, Darkwings actually was putting in an obscene amount of work, even if it wasn't like pulling every single kill across the board. I almost would like to see them go Braum and then Aurelia here, so that they can set that up. I know that would kind of pigeonhole their ADC pool potentially to being pinched off, so they can get advantageous for Wixie, but I think it was a very good champion. Now they're running back game number 1.
It's game number one.
no.
We finally got the salty run. Xerath. No, Ziggs. Ziggs, right? Okay, now Ezreal. Okay. This is better. I like this. I like this a lot more, though.
Yeah. Remember, the only adaptation I wanted to see from C9 in game number one was putting Ezreal in the composition instead of Ziggs. We still have a chance of that being the case of getting the salty run back from game number one, only with C9 ending up having that. Not going to let it happen as the Azir gets taken off the board, so we are getting different compositions now.
This does leave open the Gwen if we are doing the run back from game number one. That was banned away last time. Over on the side of Area of Effect, they banned away the Jace and Aurelia, focusing on the top lane, which still could be the focus here. I mean, top lane solo lanes are still available on the side of C9AM. Pretty much got the same thing going over on AoE.
AoE wanted to make sure to pinch off at least a little bit of the top pool. I wouldn't be shocked to see Kennen get banned here, just because I think Kennen was awesome for Faisal, and it's fallen into the order of everything that he wanted. Game number one, the Gnar fit into that very well. They banned Renekton. It tells me they want Camille for Speedo. That's what it's telling me. I think AoE has to ban Camille here unless they have a plan for it. That's at least something to consider here for the side of C9. And Speedo is a very good Camille player.
Very good. Incredible at that champion. Over in the playoffs, four out of the 4 games he played Camille, won each and every single one of them. It's a champion he's definitely confident in.
And then the question is, if AoE bans the Camille, what is your next play? And that's exactly what happened. So now it's okay, what are you blinding? Are you blinding your mid lane or are you blinding your top lane? A history would show that they're going to blind their top lane right now. Kennen is available if Speedo wants to take something like that, but with Renekton and Camille both off the board, that comfort is gone. The Aurelia is interesting because it can be flexed, although we don't see it too much in top lane. It's like 95% mid lane, if that is even like remarkable. So while flexible in theory, it's usually going into the mid lane for Captain Shrimps here.
So it's still going to leave the counter pick over if they do want to go for that top lane counter pick, which, you know, they most likely would want to have that over on the top side, try and punish out the newbie in Faisal. And Lawrence has been pretty good on the top side, but going for the control mages now, AoE. Happy to take the Orianna onto Darkwings, which is standard for his kit. This is pretty much one of the most iconic Darkwings champs he could really have.
The Darkwing's Orianna, he pilots that champion with such a plum that it makes it look like a different champion altogether when you're able to watch it like kind of just dominate the laning phase and then also become an amazing team fighter across the way. I've seen him, I think, go off in the early stages of the game, which is relatively rare. Okay, I was about to say a Volibear would be a really interesting addition, but here we get the set instead as the potential response. I don't know if they want to put that into the Aurelia or what the plan is. I'm thinking that they think this is going to be a top flex Aurelia and that Orianna is going to try to get punished right here.
Find out. Still waiting for that hover. Quinn. Okay, I mean, at this point, it's spicy enough that the Singe was so spicy that I'm ready for any level of spice from C9AM, but instead, it's just going to lock in the Galio. That's going over towards... we put in that top side,
Yeah, this is a lot more standard of a draft, and actually massive props to AoE being able to read the fact that that was going to end up being a top lane Aurelia, because there aren't a lot of teams that would plan for that kind of thing. They would just go, okay, the Aurelia is an insanely strong champion. There aren't a ton of responses that we would have to it here on the blue side. They grab Orianna, and that lane doesn't look particularly enticing. And they say, okay, we'll call your bluff, grab the set here. If C9, if Shrimps was ready with the Aurelia, they could have potentially taken the Aurelia lane and got a counter pick to the likes of the set. But AoE, again, they're calling the bluff and winning out on that one because now they get their set versus Aurelia matchup, which I think they were planning. And then Captain Shrimps on the Galio, similar to the likes of Twisted Fate, can affect the map. But again, it's a relatively free laning phase for the Orianna if you don't have XU kind of enter and try to use that CC to its fullest.
Yeah, you can punish that as well as the roam that comes out from Captain Shrimps when he is going to be looking to do that. If you could lock him down in that lane, that takes out so much worry for both your top lane and your bottom lane as well. But if Captain Shrimps does get freed out, there's so much zone control, there's so much counter gank that you can really get from a Galio being able to just show up with that hero's entrance.
This is also perhaps the deepest scaling composition from C9 we've seen through all 3 games. This early game doesn't feel like it has the same kind of punch when it comes to supporting XQ, so XQ might be a target of affection finally for RBM, where if you have a decent lane state bot side, if you have a decent lane state top side with the likes of the set, you can support RBM in aggressing against XQ for what is the first time in this series, whereas in the previous games, XQ has received so much support from his lanes, but with an Ezreal, you're not usually going to have a bunch of pushing power, and even Galio usually is going to have too much presence over the Orianna in terms of like pure wave clear outside of maybe like before first back or something like that. But most of this is going to be C9 Amateur actually wanting to try to team fight with a Galio on top of an Aurelia or a Viego diving in, which is interesting that they are taking the contested 5-on-5 team fight, which has been the strength of AoE through the entirety of this series.
And it's still very strong with the comp they've drafted right now. I mean, Aphelios, you slot him in, you're good. You got the Orianna with the Shockwave if you are to start bunching up in those areas, but the Glacial Fissure to be comboed with that. There's a very deadly team fight on the side of Area of Effect. You know, just throw in Set and everything he's able to do. RKO everyone into the back line, into the back end of the team. C9 Amateur, however, they do have some decent responses. I do like the fact that they're able to pick out, that they're able to engage on a whim, especially since you still have Breezy on that Leona.
Oh, yeah. Breezy's Leona has been great through all 3 games here for the side of C9 Amateur, and he honestly can also be a dive buddy that goes alongside the Galio as well to set up more space for Aurelia to kind of pick the angle that you want to attack into. The other big thing is, like, usually, like, sometimes Leona has to hover around an ADC who isn't super mobile or not super safe, just because, like, if a Lee Sin or a Set gets on top of them, they are going to be in some dire straits unless they're, like, really fed. Ezreal's not one of those champions. Ezreal's somebody you can leave on the backline. So it's like, all right, see ya, Ezreal, I'm going to go diving into their team. And Ezreal's like, can do, boss man, and just continue the team fight from there on its own.
All right, game point for both teams. We are evened up in this best of 3 LCS Proving Grounds. Wanted to start hot. This is how we go. AoE versus C9 Amateur. And this time, no funny business, Rebel. No funny business. Not messing with you anymore. Taking your heart rate a little bit down.
Is a Rebel Fox draft. No funny business whatsoever. All serious, nothing crazy. I like the fact that we've also come back to comfort. I'm pretty sure before the season had started, Faisal, one of the most played champions he had was the Set. We talked about Darkwing's Orianna before the series had started, and we were talking about draft. I was talking about Wixie's Ezreal as being one of the most popular champions. And while typically it's Twisted Fate, we do see a lot of the kind of like global impact champions from Captain Shrimps, despite the fact that he's got a champion Neptune with something like Singe. The Galio fits into that mold just as easily as anything else.
I'm glad we're using that line more often, but there is the winner's bite. That's first blood. No escape. Here we go. AoE going to start us off first blood in the mid lane, handed over to Darkwings.
Shit played Singed. Just gonna say, Singed has 100% win rate in the mid lane and 100% first blood rate. What it turned out statistically. That was it's a late invade, well punished from the side of AoE. They've now done that twice in a row, where like somebody on C9 for the red side tries to poke their nose into that jungle to get a ward down on the Raptor Pit to get some information for XU. Again, more and more resources put into XU. Here, it's punished much more heavily than what we saw in game 1, where it was, I think it was Breezy walked in, got poked a little bit, had to walk out, wasn't able to put down the ward. Here, the ward was put down, and that cost Captain Shrimps his life. Good adaptation from the side of AoE, good first blood as well, and for the Orianna of all people, which is helpful for that team fighting, helpful to keep Darkwings, pressing Captain Shrimps, who is now summonerless on a Galio in mid.
And it poses the question that we haven't seen in this series so far. What if AoE are the ones who are able to get the early game lead? What if they outperform C9 AM and actually get those team fights at a chance where, you know, they actually have a lead and can bring the fight to C9 AM? That is a scary situation for C9 AM to have to deal with.
That is. And we haven't drafted lesser of a team fight. You've got Set, who isn't a traditional team fighter in terms of like what a tank or a fighter can always do. But if you get a good flank, the way that Faisal has been doing in the last 2 games, it is a terrifying prospect of what you could do with both the showstopper, the haymaker, the facebreaker, all these nice like words that describe all the kit of Set. So his ability to flank around is going to be invaluable, especially when an Orianna can kind of like synergize with that with the ball, and the usefulness of also what will be the Moonlight Vigil. We're seeing Faisal just bully this lane. Again, I cannot commend enough the coach. Pukar, I don't know how you like 10,000 IQ predicted that Speedo was going to be running this. Again, against 90% of teams, this is going to go mid lane. You went Orianna, which is not a fun matchup, into the Aurelia to start this game off, and said your early game composition can take the Aurelia matchup if you want it. And C9's like, all right, you got us. We're throwing the Aurelia top lane, and you get the Set versus Aurelia matchup with Faisal. Seems to be very, very well kind of acquainted.
Yeah, and I've heard a lot from his coach, is a lot of positivity coming from Faisal, that Faisal is the person who can stay calm and can adapt quite well and confidently. Doesn't really tilt when he's over on the top side, that he's been a joy for AoE to have to work with.
it's been a joy to watch him as well. That was aggressive from Speedo. Again, I think just pushing off Faisal as a way of pushing back, just trying to get some of the CS back in his back pocket, just because at the moment with the CS that's currently standing out, it is a one-wave advantage for the set, who's going to be able to back on the same timer, TP back in, and continue this onslaught of play up against the likes of the Aurelia to begin the game. XU, again, I'm keeping my eye on him because usually he's been able to make some things happen in the earlier phases of the game, find some aggression, but without lane support, with this set having one top lane, and again, with wave clear advantage that should come about from Sketch Dreams and Zyko when they are about in the bottom lane, it should be easy enough to support 4 RBM if XU decides to do something. So this should be the slowest paced early game that we'll have throughout all 3 of the games, and we've already seen that. While yes, there was the first blood that came about from the kill, we haven't really seen any massive moves from anybody yet. In fairness, we did have the singed mid game, but like, doesn't matter.
So a lot of control being established over by AoE on the bot side is going to enable RBM to just happily grab the scuttle all by his lonesome, all by himself. Still have control for the dragon as they grab more vision deeper into the jungle of C9AM. AoE with a pretty solid early game start. Start off this game number 3. Game deciding. TLA awaits.
TLA does await. The winner of this match has to play our championship team from the side of the Academy split. That was, I mean, they had a couple of substitutes over the course of the split. They looked really good. We're actually seeing first move XU looking for Faisal here.
Going right after Faisal. They get the stun on Faisal. A lot of health that you have to work with if you are Faisal on this set, so doesn't have too much to worry about. Falls to about 300 health. Just a little baby poke walks away.
It doesn't even burn the haymaker, man. He just doesn't care. Walks out from the 2 of them. And like you said, baby poking away, trying to knock down his health bar. But Chad walks on out. Still has the TP, even though Speedo burnt his, so there's that to consider as well. Stuck around as well. He has the... Oh, wait, no, my apologies. He TP'd back into the laning phase and now has the cover of RBM if they wanted to regank him. So should be able to punish that. Again, across the map, control in every single lane from the side of AoE and no early aggression because not even a summoner burnt from XU. Very, very deep contrast to what we've seen from C9's early game over the course of over the rest of these games so far.
Yeah, I would like to see the gold leads across every single game, just to see how often AoE has been at the forefront of these games. Because, let's face it, we don't see it that often. We saw it in game number 1. It was at the very end. 6k ahead, I believe C9AM was for the longest time before AoE was able to get that lead. Now they're sitting about 1k ahead, which really doesn't mean much 6 minutes into this, but it is a different change of pace for the series.
That is. I do also want to... I'll keep updates and stuff as often as possible, just because Wixie is one of these big kind of win conditions for the team. Currently sitting up an entire wave over the Aphelios, which is just good farming on his regard. Again, comfort on this champion. Wixie is pretty much just known for the Ezreal more than anything else, and so I'm happy to see that they've given him comfort back in this game. This is what I've been wanting to see from Wixie, basically since the inception of the series, because it's something that, like, it defines his style as a marksman in that bottom side of the map. So comfortable already, doing well, hitting nearly 10 CS per minute at only 7 minutes into the game. I think they're zooming in because he missed that cannon, which is tough for Captain Trimps, but I mean, he played Singed mid lane. He's okay being a low econ mid laner.
So Rift Herald area getting control of over here is going to be AoE. Here comes the team fight. Captain Trimps jumps on in with the Hero's Entrance. Haymaker going to be used. Now the flash coming out of Faisal, but there's nowhere else to go, friend. He will fall. C9AM able to get that kill on the top side.
It's tragic because, again, this is just like a bunch of C9's members being able to cover for the top lane matchup. The Haymaker missing also was terrible. The Q from the Aurelia had actually been saved by Speedo, so props to him being able to get out of the way of the true damage that might have been able to turn that in the right situation. The funniest part of that whole thing, though, flashed into the face of Breezy. I know Breezy wanted to hit his auto attack button, but it would have taken the kill, and so he had to just walk past, no assist allowed to go onto the support because he couldn't touch him. Because if he would have killed him. And so in the face of that kill, Breezy able to kind of like withstand, prevent himself from taking that kill away from somebody else who needed it. Thankfully, it goes on to XU.
It feels bad, man. We got to take a look at that again. Not even for the later end of this fight. I just want to watch. Yeah,
Breezy.
Well,
how did this start? Yeah, we didn't get to see too much. Yeah, Breezy eventually as well. So Speedo took the stun ultimates to get that one. Okay, this was actually really cool to get him out of that zone from the Galio. Very smart play. And again, Q is still available because it just got reset. Getting him behind that W probably would have done 300 or so damage. And there it is. Breezy just has to walk away. Oh, no! bad, man. Ugh.
How's it going, bro? Bad day. I'm sorry.
Breeze
Here's
past
XU. Oh, and here comes the focus on towards the bot side. Lots of damage on the Breezy. Falls very low, sub 200 health, but will be able to survive.
Yeah, so it would have been funny right there if he would have died, and then I could have been like, wow, if he had given him the kill and he got a cloth armor, maybe he would have lived that situation.
That's the difference right there. Cloth armor.
It would have been a different, yeah, made all the numbers difference right there. But that's just again the range advantage, the wave clear advantage. AoE's bot lane able to put some kind of work into Breezy and Wixie, who are still just catching waves over and over again, and using that kind of like initial kill from Darkwings and the spot side, they've been able to run Dragon and Bottom River to relative expectations. So games are really slow. This I think favors AoE, given just how well they've been able to play out pure 5-on-5s. We would like to see a bit more interaction with Crafted Shrimps with the rest of the map. XU having that first kill, maybe he can convert that once he gets his first item, has the Sunderer, and able to kind of get out and about with this Galio. Maybe that's going to be the play here, but again, if this goes kind of the way it is right now for the next 10-15 minutes, eventually you're going to get Orianna on 2-3 items, you're going to get Set, who's going to be tanky enough to be able to kind of be a frontline engager or a bit of a body blocker, and Sketch Dreams is going to have enough gold with a Moonlight Vigil with his auto attacks to just rip through a 5-on-5. And that's where C9 eventually gets tested, and their composition, I don't think, can take that, especially with just how good the AoE's been playing.
XU has no idea who's waiting right there. RBM will be able to show up. Showstopper going to be using a good chunk of damage onto RBM as Faisal's able to stay alive. Will use the Haymaker, finally able to pop it. Will get the shield to keep him alive. Dragon's Rage going to be popped, but the last auto from Speedo just barely on the back end of that, able to get the kill.
Very, very close 2v2 dueling between the two of these, between the champions here in the top side of the map, the top of the jungle on both sides. Very close, like you said, in and out between the two of them, bouncing up and down. Flash burn from Speedo, as that's the second Haymaker in a row that probably would have led to his death that Faisal could not hit because of the mobility that this champion has this time because of the defensive summoner. The bigger thing, I think the end of that play was really big, although Captain Shrimp's now in some dire straits. Breezy's here to help support.
Rough place to be, but he doesn't even get stunned up. He's going to turn this around. Darkwings is too low. Out comes the Shockwave, but he's just trying to delay the inevitable. The rest of the squad caught out, and C9 Amateur, just like that, 2 kills picked up for free.
See, when AoE is sitting in these lanes, they've got like this ability like Orianna into Galio. That's not something Galio is going to be able to capitalize on very, very often. In the Set versus the Aurelia lane, you're going to be comfortable as the Set. And now you see them trying to make these interactive plays on the map. And this is where C9's early composition is able to really kind of find their abilities here. Good damage from Faisal. RBM versus... I want to see what happened there, because there was so much damage on RBM. Yeah, he's half health from just like the one combo out from XU. This Haymaker, the Flash... ruins everything for poor Faisal. I loved this from RBM because the kick disengaged the likes of XU, but he couldn't quite get away from Speedo fast enough. If Speedo had been even one step further back and couldn't get that Q, it would have meant that the life was there for both of these members. This is Darkwings and Psycho trying to punish on the way back in, but Breezy's already here, and then I think the bigger part of it, Ezreal ultimate tagging, the communication they have to be able to get that ultimate there for the damage necessary. Huge. Didn't even recognize that. Awesome from Captain Shrimps using just the small dash backwards to avoid the Orianna Shockwave. Really impressive display from C9, who finally have been able to break open the early game at least a little bit in their favor, especially their top side.
Yeah, getting those kills, that sidestep with the Justice Punch, beautiful. Nice response coming out of AoE to try and get that punish, but, you know, Orianna really is not known for her burst damage. You gotta wait till the later stages when you are able to get that Shockwave to be that one really big punch that can really change a team fight. Now, as we do head back onto the Rift, it's gonna be a kill lead going over to C9 AM after a pretty solid early game that we saw from AoE. It's going to be continued as XU starts heading over towards this top side, looking to continue putting punishment onto Faisal.
And normally, like, in this lane, I would be like, okay, things will be fine for the likes of Faisal, but because the advantage has been get alert, especially with this Rift Herald coming through, if this lane wanted to continue for the side of Faisal, he would have needed a Bramble Vest, just because I think it denies the healing, denies the auto attack spamming from the likes of Speedo, makes his life a lot harder to try to take the one-on-one in, but Faisal didn't build that, because this really just kind of onset all at once here against the likes of the Aurelia. So if he wants to dip into that, he's going to lose the ability to have his mythic item that fast to be able to compete in the dueling sense in that way, but that's the only way he gets the lanes. Like, if you build Bramble Vest, then that means you want to continue this one-on-one laning phase. If you don't, that means he wants to leave this lane and he wants to go fight. We'll see whether Faisal, I am assuming I know which way he's going to go with something like this, but we'll see what he decides on.
AoE put a hard emphasis on this Drake. You can see they just set up for it right now, putting a lot of deep wards in. Really trying to spot out where C9AM are going to be once they go towards that blue side, and if they try and go for the contest. Still going to be a couple seconds before that Drake does spawn, but you are starting to see that setup there if they do want to go for a team fight.
The benefit here is, like, the more dragons that you hold, the more threat that you have, that you get that scaling advantage that the soul point is going to be able to give you, and that's when you can pull the other team into fighting you around second, third, even just the soul point specifically. And again, AoE wants to try to force that because that's been their bread and butter through the entire series. That's why they've been putting, I think, a lot more emphasis on getting these dragons. I'd like to see them even go for the second one. Worst case scenario, if they've got a team fighting composition, which they have set up, they can stall for it by just having more time from these dragons not allowing anything else. This has opened up C9 to be able to go for things like the Rift Herald that have been opened up, give themselves more gold advantage. That's what we saw entirely in Game 1, with C9 focusing a lot on the kind of advantages early on into the game, and it bought time for AoE to eventually scale, which is the one mistake. And I think C9, understanding that, they're shifting into bottom river. They're going to go for this dragon, make sure they can control that, so that time is not in control of AoE. They do not have the ability to just force 5-on-5s whenever they want if C9 control the first, the next two Drakes that come out.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough spot there. RBM was on his top side of the jungle. Only had resources there to clear out, nothing towards the bottom side, so a rough positioning to try and set up for that Drake. It really wasn't circumstances lining up for it, and C9AM, they just got the faster track. And
now, like, there's not too much punishment to come through. AoE is still scaling to the best of their abilities right now. They've got this Aphelios, Orianna, both on the Mythic, both starting into their second items that should be completed soon enough. I want to keep track on Wixie because he's also that scaling option here from the side of C9. On the bottom side of the lane.
Glacial Fissure used, but RBM has been a little bit impatient with these Sonic Waves lately. Can't find the stun onto Breezy. He's going to be able to escape.
Tragic right there. Not able to find that concussive blows to be able to get the lease in. Almost certainly RBM's able to capitalize on that. Worst case scenario, you just ward hop behind, you're able to get the kick, or at least put him into a wall or something with a flash, but can't even get the stun down to be able to kind of generate that for the likes of RBM. So situation, just a little bit of burnt pressure. They are going to be able to collapse this wave, and both of them backed off. This could just be the tower being given over to the side of AoE, and it looks like that's going to be the case. Rift Herald was burnt on top tower, which got first tower of the game, but here the Aphelios able to pick up solo gold, which is big. Again, this is kind of the team fight that they want there. Aphelios should be powerful enough eventually if they continue to put gold into him the way that they have thus far.
And they got him built up quite well. Shield Bow, Last Whisper all done, as well as Boots. Now hitting the Rift. Reset coming in from AoE as they start walking towards the mid lane. And this is where the laning phase pretty much all comes to a close now. You're going to start seeing that side lane pressure. Speedo already headed towards that bot lane.
You see Rift Herald being spawned here, and maybe that's what AoE is looking for. The faster they can get these 5-on-5s in order, the faster that their kind of gameplay is really going to come to fruition, which is what they've been looking for the entirety of this series. As Rift Herald going to be up in just a couple of seconds here, mid lane is where their bot lane duo is going to show up. Orianna's going to be able to shove out top lane, and you can see C9 shifting everyone into this river. They know what AoE is up to. They understand that they want to contest for something like this, and they're willing to take that punch. They're willing to say, maybe we can throw one back. We got Speedo here with 2 kills. If we've got the Galio here, and level 11 Galio is a very tough thing to try to deal with, especially with this Everfrost. Even Wixie has this Trinity Force after just a couple of seconds in combat. As long as he's hitting abilities, hitting auto attacks, he's going to be a threat to deal with as well.
So really piling in towards this Rift Herald is going to be Cloud9 Amateur. You have Breezy waiting in the wings, able to find the flank if anyone is to walk through. But yeah, no contest going to come out of AoE. They don't feel safe going for it. A lot of their vision already got denied earlier when Cloud9 Amateur went into the blue side jungle of AoE. So instead, AoE are going to shift their attention towards the bot side as they start pushing that lane instead.
They will. They've got 3 members kind of hovering around Faisal right now as the Aurelia is returning to lane, but Aurelia is just going to be able to farm underneath that tower, so they can't really force anything. So that that quadrant control that they're looking at right now, I'm just like observing when Dragon's going to be available, because that's pretty much all they're going to be able to transform it into is just pressure for that Dragon. Flash?
We had a flash burn on Speedo in the bot lane. They tried to go for an engage on him. Sadly happened off camera, but they were able to get some resource out.
All right, helpful. not able to set up any sort of like flash ultimate for what will be like an eventual contest for what could be second dragon, which is important. But again, kind of indexing that many resources into this top side, or this bottom side, my apologies, from the side of AoE, has prompted the Rift Herald, and 4 members actually going to show up here. So this should be just gold into the pockets of C9. The ability to shove that wave further also just gives so much control over the side of C9 AM, who can punish you. You stand too far forward, and you again, it's not the Xerath ultimate, but at minimum, it's like the Galio ultimate. If you've got somebody that can get on top of whoever's farming in the mid lane, throw a Galio there as well, immediately you are just punished for trying to farm, trying to push that lane out so you can contest some of these neutral objectives.
That mid lane tower going down, you're going to see C9AM be able to push a lot of that vision a little bit more forward. Breezy on the flank looking for RBM. As XU tries to claim his red buff for himself, RBM is going to be a menace. Support versus a jungle battle. Not going to happen. XU will be able to secure the red buff for himself, but the rest of AoE are now starting to pile in towards this mid lane. So are C9 Amateur, and they're going to look to re-engage. Breezy goes in first. Low health bar for Faisal. He's able to use the Haymaker, gets a good chunk of damage in, but AoE have already gone on retreat, sacrificing their top laner.
They want to put more members in the mid lane just because, again, if you don't have enough members there, then it's a potential forced fight from the side of C9. But all that does is it puts Faisal in a bad position as a melee champion. He's too far forward, ends up getting caught out. His team can't really support him because it's too tough to try to engage into the likes of this Galio, this Leona, and this Aurelia, who are all about in the mid lane. My apologies. The entire time, and the whole time Darkwing's also not able to respond to the fight, so they can't even generate kind of a pure 5-on-5.
Ooh, good play coming out of Captain Shrimps. Good attempt to come through, and now the counter engage is going to come through from Cloud9 Amateur, going to force the teleport out of Speedo. Shows up in the top side, but the fight going to be discontinued. All that being said, though, it does buy XU time to be able to grab that Drake.
Yeah, I can appreciate that AoE was trying to find a strike on the map somewhere, because C9 had won the mid lane fight. There's no way you're pushing through mid lane with multiple members. You had Speedo on bottom side kind of controlling the wave, and he's already too strong really to deal with in either of the one-on-ones without him just getting pushing pressure. So instead, they put that into top side. They say, okay, Darkwings, let's try to make a play happen, or at least respond to the play that's trying to be forced onto you. But again, with Speedo's TP combined with Breezy moving up there, they had the necessary members to push AoE off, not allow them to capitalize or continue that pushing battle into that top side. Which buys, it costs Speedo a little bit of pushing pressure, because maybe he could have taken bot lane tower if they didn't need him there. However, it does open up, like you said, XU to take that dragon, continue to pull off those resources that AoE has been looking to try to push for.
Now you're going to have red buff onto Sketch, clearing out vision from the bottom side is going to be AoE as they start making their way up towards the mid lane. You still got that side lane pressure coming out of Speedo, who's been an absolute menace. Doesn't have teleport this time. Faisal does have it available if it were to be met in the side lanes. You always got to keep in mind that stun is available for Aurelia if she's able to catch out Faisal doing that teleport. But now we're back at it, Dean. It's the North American ARAM. Everyone pile up towards the mid lane.
Yeah, and ARAM back in. Oh, that's Darkwing's losing a lot of health.
Oh, that's Darkwing's losing his life.
Did XU just reposition like a single Teemo to the left for that? Okay.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, more team fights to break through. Glacial Fissure doesn't go out in time. There will be no team fight for AoE. They're forced to just back off.
Yeah, they lose one of their biggest components in Orianna to start with, so already that team fight is mostly chalked. The Moonlight Vigil is not, or like comes out, doesn't have as big an impact as they would have liked. And then like you said, Zyko, not there to throw out the Glacial Fissure, not there to be more shielding. All you got left are the kick and then the ultimate from the likes of the set. That's not enough. And now this composition, this isn't double mage. You've got Viego, Aurelia, and Ezreal to bear down on this Baron buff. I don't think he can do this. RBM's got to steal. I don't think he can do it again.
He's trying to go for it. He can't jump in. Hasn't got the drinker yet. Nope, it's still there. He can't find it. Down goes Baron. It's going to be C9 AM who pick it up. And now the fight looking to continue from AoE as they're going to track down Speedo, be able to take him down. But Baron-empowered recalls are going to ensure that Captain Shrimps gets out in time. And overall, that's not too much to lose. You lost your top laner, but C9 AM grab Baron.
Able to break things open. 2 team fighting components taken away from the side of AoE. Everything else is relatively low range, and there's no Moonlight Vigil to capitalize, so there's no massive punishment to come out, especially without Darkwings being there until very late into the fight. Yes, you lose Speedo, not that big of a deal, because now you've got Baron. You've also got this Ezreal who's going crazy. This is RBM's best attempt. He tried. He was behind the pit, ended up getting brought down by Wixie in this process. I don't know when this happened. Okay, that was right there where Wixie was able to go over the rest of the wall, as the opposite side was when the set went down. That whole thing nothing happened. As C9 pull yet again a 5k gold lead, but this time with a composition that I think's teamfight is a lot easier to execute. You've got Galio Aurelia to be able to throw in, you still have XU on this Viego, and now you've also got Wixie's Ezreal to be able to bank on. This is much harder for AoE to just like win team fights with off the back of their team fighting prowess. They have to get a bit more. It's really difficult to try to set up what it is that they're trying to do right now. They really need to connect their pieces very well between Faisal and Darkwings and Sketchstreams all at once to find a win.
To get XU going to use the ultimate, a lot of damage onto RBM, who has to safeguard away, but there comes the Shockwave onto 2. Not to be too much of a threat, Breezy starting to position forward. Minion wave getting smaller and smaller as Weeksy is going to start shooting in Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot. C9AM, you can't get the engagement though. You can tell AoE are really itching for something more if they can find a team fight, but it is not the time with the Shockwave down.
No, they're still on 2 items. They're getting into the area where eventually Aphelios and Oriana's damage is going to start to come online, but still, it's difficult to try to burn through what is this Galio, what is this front line here from the side of C9. You still ability to engage with multiple members. You've got good damage behind it. They can siege on towers seemingly well with this Ezreal, who's able to actually put in damage from such a far distance away. It makes it hard for AoE to find counterplay, especially since Darkwings burnt that ultimate so quickly. I was thinking maybe this is going to be an attempted team fight. They've got 5 members here, but Aurelia is pushing in mid lane. They got to make this work right here and right now.
RBM's looking to go in. Here comes the engage. Glacial Fish is going to go out. It's going to land onto Wixie, who gets knocked up, but it's not going to do too much. And there we go. Counter engage goes through. Justice Punch looking to land. It will land onto Zykin. He falls. Going for another one. It's going to be picked up as XU looking so good. Able to get the double kill and will continue his chase. He will go after Darkwings. He will claim Darkwings, but will not find the Solar Flare in time. Wixie, however, gets the mark with the Mystic Shot.
That is beyond frustrating. Another fight for AoE. They focus down Speedo when he TPs into the fight, but they lose so much health and so much inability to try to escape right there off the back of the Galio ultimate and damage that comes out on the front line. Just get run down here from C9AM's composition. They're already low health. This is already going to be a difficult fight with Zyko being as low as he is right here and right now. And no engagement into Wixie. I want to point out, he went completely untouched basically this entire fight. Just able to free fire through his own minion wave, able to put pressure onto as many people as he wants, and eventually caps with a kill onto Darkwings after the rest of his team is able to catch every member out, except for the Aphelios. This is C9's team fight looking a lot better than it has in the previous 2 games, and with this early game advantage, especially with the Baron, now 3 dragons under their belts, it's really difficult to see AoE coming back at this one unless they have one of those miracle moments the way that RBM was able to generate with that Baron steal in game number 1.
Cloud9 Amateur have saw the strength, and now they're looking to utilize it for themselves. Not letting AoE just team fight their way to victory. They're going to take a team fight composition of their own and be able to take it to the face of AoE. As AoE on the back foot, AK down and looking for more, and they're going to try and find it in the top lane. Zenith Blade finds its mark, but unable to do the chase because the minion wave showing up at the opportune time.
Absolutely, especially with the turret and the grab. And like, if you're stuck under that tower, it's going to be rough. Darkwings throws that ultimate again, just trying to find something on a Breezy. They're just looking for even a kill at this point, but they can't find it. It's just so easy. Like, that's just an Oriana, one of the biggest team fighting ultimates they've got here for the side of AoE, gone to waste, trying to pick off Breezy. I understand, like, the frustration that's got to be here right now, but you got to use that at more opportune times. I know it was going to be quick, and it's going to be back up here for a second, but not being able to pick up that kill has got to be just like, it's the amalgamation of the frustration that you're feeling on AoE. Even if they put their tools together, it feels like they still don't have enough to be able to take this team fight.
I mean, Leona got nerfed, but not that nerf to make her that squishy. So.
No.
Breezy still stands, and yeah, Darkwings, he's been trying to find these assassinations, quote unquote, to go with these shockwaves, but every time that shockwave's down, that is their team fight being down, and that is tempo going over to C9 Amateur, and they do not forfeit any bit of that. They go to the map, they establish their vision, they get control where they need to, they find the picks where they need to, and they are dominating AoE at their own game.
Fine fishing with it. It's still down here for at least a second, so they're trying to find that timer. Right.
Solar Flare onto 3. Here comes the hero's entrance, able to get the double knockup. Can't even get the shockwave out. And now all of AoE are locked down. Health bar so low. Faisal will fall, and so will the rest of area of effect. Wixie jumping over the wall just to get the triple kill. Sketch is the only one who's gonna survive, but he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders as C9 AM come knocking.
I don't know if it's C9 timing, the fact that the ultimate wasn't up for Darkwings quite yet. They had a couple of seconds, use it right before he died, but it wasn't available at all. And C9, because of that, they're just going to win the game right here and right now. It was AoE putting in so much of a fight for 2 straight games, coming back into game number 1. But C9, their resilience comes through most of all when it counted. And here they are, 17-4, dominant execution of their early lead that they've had for 2 straight games, finally comes out and gets them their win in the series.
Man, what can you say? Cloud9, multiple LCS titles, multiple Academy titles. Now they're looking to get some titles onto their amateur team, and they look good doing it. There were some struggles with the team fight. AoE really solid when it came to that, but Cloud9 Amateur, they were more coordinated, they were more calculated. You can see they came together as a team when it came to those plays.
That early game was so good, and it was difficult to kind of dig your way out of. At first, I was like, AoE is doing fine. They were even in gold. They weren't giving up anything. They weren't doing anything too crazy. They weren't looking for these plays. They're just like, okay, if you leave this game the way it is, I think you're comfortable going into later stages with Orianna Aphelios taking that team fight. But as soon as they got a bit like aggressive to start with, as soon as they started trying to be like, okay, let's push for some advantage, that's when things ended up getting cost. It all started like, this was the first aggressive play for C9. It didn't matter all that much because 1 kill onto Faisal. But this play also snowballs into that attempted catch in the jungle, and this is really where C9's first advantage comes from.
Yeah, because for the early parts of this, we did see AoE get that momentum, get the early kills, and we see Breezy step away just one more time to visit that one. But C9 AM, when it came down to it, when they needed to, they knew exactly where they needed to press the tempo, where they needed to press the pressure, and a lot of that was towards the top side with Speedo and the side lane threat he can be.
The case. And any attempted aggression from AoE or attempted counterplay from AoE to begin this game really was thwarted time and time again. This was a great example of it. A couple of other plays from RBM just could not stick in the right place across the map. This is the play that I think really solidified this early game going disastrously for the side of AoE, where it's like, before this, it's like, okay, we can rely on scaling, we can just chill, and things are going perfectly fine. But after this play, this was like 4,000, 5,000 gold lead that ended up coming through. Aurelia picking up kills, XU picking up kills, led into this situation where eventually this team fight wasn't able to come out. They were able to snag Baron, and all of a sudden the game just began to snowball completely out of control for the side of AoE.
Man, I was really feeling like there was a chance right there for RBM to get that Baron steal. But when that doesn't go through, C9 just do not stop. And they did not stop in any of these fights. One of the big things you were talking about in that last fight was Wixie. How free it was for him, how uncontested he was to just do damage, Rebel.
I like I said, in game 1 when he's on the Ziggs, we talked about it not being a popular champion for him. There's a reason, and it's because, like, right here, it's a similar type of champion, but Ezreal just allows him to be so much more aggressive instead of positioning back in fights all the time. He can go forward, and he can be the damage dealer when he's got the health bar to do it, and you see that time and time again. He did it again on top of the Galio ultimate right here to be able to bring down Darkwings. That ultimate had only just come off cooldown, and they timed it perfectly so that the team fight was not even going to close to coming out, and he just like sweeps up the rest of these members. He brings down RBM, brings down like Braum over the wall, which was really incredible. I thought he was going to go for a pentakill, but it ended up not mattering. But C9, when it came down to it most, they were able to rely on Wixie and the drafting that they had to out teamfight AoE, despite the fact that that was what they were banking on consistently throughout the entirety of the series. And while game 1 ended up being like a 48-minute game that they flipped, they honestly had great control through all 3 games. I think C9 is happy with the performance they had. Things got a little rocky in games 1 and 2, but I think they're okay. If they can clean up that team fighting and they can try to transition that mid game a lot better, it's going to look really good for them going down the line.
Yeah, there is definitely a lot of hope for C9 Amateur and the way they've been developing as a squad. As we said, this is a very consistent roster. They've only had one change since February, so pretty much 7 months being able to stay with this roster, being able to run this group. And they're looking good. They're synergizing well, especially what we saw in that last game, the macro, the way they all played as a cohesive unit. I believe Wixie has been one of the more vocal members of this squad. Not Wixie, I'm flipping it on the other side. Excuse me, I was thinking AoE for a second. AoE actually does have a lot of shot calling coming from their ADC. But yeah, this entire squad has been solid with the way they've been melding together as a team and with the way they with the stuff they've been able to pull off in terms of development over these last couple of months.
Yeah, I can't give them enough props. When we first saw them, they were not looking very clean. They were looking very sloppy. They weren't looking like a team that we would expect to have the tag C9 kind of attached to them. And they've absolutely earned that and plenty more, because this team has grown beyond expectations of what it ever could have been if you had watched them back when they first made their debut in Risen, like last split at the beginning of spring proving grounds, which is when we first saw this team in that iteration kind of take place. The coach, again, he talked about how initially XU and Breezy were doing a bunch of the shot calling. You have to think that's grown. That's what the coach has said, is that all the other players have had a lot more outspoken of a voice, and they've been able to kind of develop that part of their game a lot more. And I think you can tell that, like, if everybody is contributing to the comms the way that they were, those communications were fantastic, especially the first half of game one. They were playing immaculate like play calling, pretty much top to bottom. I could not give them enough props for what I saw in that particular game, for what it was that they were able to accomplish. So this team has come a very long way, and I'm very happy with what it is that they've been able to accomplish thus far. Now they get to go against Team Liquid, which is, that's a test. It really is.
That's the one I was about to mention next, because yeah, exactly. That's what's in their way, and that, you know, they're coming off their first time ever winning a title in Academy. Team Liquid had never won one before. It's the strongest that Team Liquid Academy has ever looked as a squad, and this is what they're standing up against. This is definitely one of those battles where you have that feeling of David and Goliath.
It feels like that. I know, C9's coach, they talked at least a little bit about this, and they said, okay, they're very talented, but they're not unbeatable, and they have confidence in their players and their ability to play. If they can take that early game and they can like make that transition the way we saw in that third game, especially, it will look like a challenge. Jungle versus jungle is going to be fun, because again, our Mayo is able to smurf on a Sejuani to get a pentakill, and XQ in that game took Viego 3 straight times in a row. So seeing that matchup is going to be an absolute blast. But I know that C9AM, this is what they've been kind of licking their chops for, getting ready. We didn't get to see them at UGP to play against any of the other Academy teams that had to qualify through that circuit. So this is their first real tried and true test against one of those Academy teams on a stream, and they get the trial by fire of going against Team Liquid or Champion.
And I mean, what a way to like burn off that rust, because we were talking earlier that it's been a while since C9AM has played. You know, 11.14 was the last patch that they played on, and you know, to go all that time without playing, you know, you were lucky you're going against a team that's gone 2 patches without playing as well. But now the crash course has begun. You've had time to remove the rust. It's time to begin the real challenge. But enough about that. We have an interview with Captain Shrimps standing by. Captain Shrimps, no camera, but welcome to the broadcast, and congratulations on your victory.
Thank you, thank you. Do I sound okay, man?
Okay. Yeah, you sound fine. I'm gonna get straight to the point. Singed in the mid lane, talk me through it.
Alright, so in scrims, when you play against Irelia, you run into this problem where AP jungles are not that good, so you want to play AP mid, but, you know, like, typical control mages are not that favorable into the Irelia matchup, so then you have to keep brainstorming down the list, you know? What's good into Irelia? You have melees like Silas, Fizz, but, I mean, even those matchups are unfavorable, so, I mean, we just had to keep reaching until we found a solution that clicked, and just happened to be singed mid, so it is what it is, I guess.
Are you aware that's the actual first time in competitive that we were able to find that Singed has been played in the mid lane?
No. My teammates mentioned something about that, but I mean, I can imagine. It doesn't really have many good matchups, so it's definitely a if the stars align type of thing, you know?
So you've made a transition before from your old amateur squad, which was just randoms, to Cloud9 amateur. I want to know a little bit about that transition, going from that type of environment into an actual professional org now overseeing you.
Okay, so the first thing is coaching and just like overall organization structure is much better when you're with an org, obviously. But you just have access to like a lot more resources. So if you want to look at VODs of pro players, you can get that. If you want to watch scrims of LCS or Academy, you can get that. You have access to better coaching staff. I mean, when I play on just randoms, it's literally just 5 guys we got together from solo queue pretty much, and we had a
just
coach.
Randoms. And
yeah, that was it. I mean, we were paid $0 for playing, so we were pretty much just competing by ourselves for fun.
All right, and Rebel Fox, do you have any questions for Captain Shrimp here?
Yeah. So game one was is a long game, and you guys had that pretty impressive lead to begin things, and then things kind of went awry. Ended up losing that one before you got to turn it around, take the series. Tell me, what were things like in between game one and game two? What kind of communication did you guys have, and how did you kind of stay grounded to make sure that you guys could come back after like such a difficult kind of loss in that sense?
Okay, so pretty much I just I had to flame our jungler for inting the first game straight up. No, I'm just kidding, man. I think everyone knew that we were in the driver's seat for that game. We knew exactly what we had to do to win it. We knew exactly what went wrong. And I think everyone going into the second and third games were very confident that we can pull them out. I mean, I think we were up like 6 or 7K by 25 minutes. It's just the first game we felt under pressure. You know, they stacked a couple drags. We haven't played stage matches for a while, so we were a bit jittery. But after the first game went over, we reviewed a little bit. Everyone was good to go for the second and third. I don't think there was any issues at all.
Actually, there's one question I want to piggyback off of that one as well. Going so long without playing competitive, you guys went a couple of patches. I believe it was 11.14 all the way to 11.17. What is the process to get you ready for something like Proving Grounds right now?
I mean, we didn't play in any competitions, but every single person on the team is just, you know, grinding the hell out of solo queue. We're still playing scrims like maybe 3 to 5 times per week. So we're always staying on top of like what's the meta, what's not in meta, what changes have happened between patches. I don't think there's anything really all that special about the way that we practiced for this tournament. But yeah, we just stayed on top of things.
All right, Dean, any closing statements?
Yeah, one last question for you. You guys now have a date with Team Liquid Academy. Team Liquid Academy obviously are Academy champions. You got any thoughts for us on that series?
I think if we stay calm and play the way we did today, we have a pretty good shot of taking them down. I think in every single lane we have good matchups, and you definitely feel some pressure, you know, facing off against such a hyped opponent. But yeah, I have confidence in my team that we can pull it out.
All right. Well, congratulations. Your very first win of the Proving Grounds. And
Thank you.
Best of luck in your future games.
Okay, thanks a lot, guys.
All right, so way to start it off, Dean. A 3-game series. Kangas Cubby, you guys were missing out. You should have been on day number 2.
It's not just 3 games, but also 2 games that went way past 30 minutes into like 48 minutes at one point. So we're climbing into like game 4, game 5 territory at that point. But I'm here for it because that was amazing. Second series of the day. Hopefully it shows us the same kind of thing, because that's a level of excitement that I'd like to hit a second time as well.
Yeah, so we are going to throw it over to a short break, and when we return, we got another hype matchup coming your way. It's going to be FlyQuest Academy versus Zeus Gaming, so be sure to stay tuned.
Verizon believes everyone deserves the best. That's why we start with 5G from America's most reliable network.
Verizon 5G is next level.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need starting at $35.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
And offer the best in entertainment on select unlimited plans, like Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, as well as Discovery Plus, with a Galaxy S21 Plus 5G when you buy one. There's no reason to settle for less than the best. Only from Verizon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LCS Proving Grounds. Game number 1 already done. That slobber knocker is out the way. We are now ready for FlyQuest Academy, looking to take on Zeus Gaming.
This is going to be another little great series here. FlyQuest Academy, they came in number 1 after the regular split in Academy. Then in playoffs, they had that 5-game, just incredible series against the side of C9 that they unfortunately fell to in the semifinals, putting them in 3rd, 4th place. And then, of course, Zeus on the other side, one of the more highly touted amateur teams. A lot of respect from Academy teams. You think of players like Alarin, Griffin, Tuesday, players that you've seen at the Academy level before do very, very well. Bound to be an exciting little matchup we've got between these two rosters here.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one because both of these teams have a lot to prove when it comes to this. Of course, having that 4th place finish, FlyQuest, they want to achieve more. They want to be able to accomplish more and not fall at the hands of some lowly little toilet paper cat. But there are our amateur darlings, the toilet paper cat Zeus Gaming. This was a group that in spring, everyone thought this was one of NAAM's big squads. Them and No Org had all the hype around them. Unfortunately, an 0-2 did put a quick end to that when it came to Proving Grounds, but now they're looking better. They've already had the rematch against GGA, went 2-3 in that one, which is a much better result, being so close to taking that one. They have a massive challenge ahead of them when it comes to FlyQuest Academy and one of these top 4 Academy teams.
They don't call this the Proving Grounds for no reason, Mr. Eric. You get a chance to prove yourself against some of the best competition as amateur teams and Academy teams get a chance to show why it is that Academy teams are around and just can beat down their opponents. This is one of the hardest matchups I think Academy team would have to begin things. You've got on one side, like I said, even Rhino has experience inside of Academy. Only Raheen is basically one without any Academy experience thus far against a roster that had players that were even up on the professional roster for a short time between NXI, Triple, Dreams, Johnson, all of them trying to make some noise on the side of that roster. So big things between these two. FlyQuest trying to put this team in the dirt because this is one of our best amateur teams. Their seeding is not indicative of how their performance went over the course of the entire split. So this is FlyQuest, I think, wanting to prove a point to some of these amateur teams that they are not to be trifled with.
So I'm just getting word that draft is ready, so we'll see if they're able to prove that point. Now, getting back onto FlyQuest real quick, this was a roster that we saw during the regular season when it came to the summer split. A lot of changes. We saw that whole swap up that happened with their LCS roster and their Academy roster as well. Some of the members of that Academy roster are staying over in LCS. Diamond is one of them that I'm so happy about to see. But yeah, there has been a lot of adjustments with this squad.
You also had Kumo, which is one of the big ones. Because Kumo, I mean, he was insane in Academy. He went to, like, professional team. He still had great performances there. And then, of course, Licorice took his departure, and so Philip joined this roster. Halfway into the split is the only kind of, like, amateur player to step in here as a replacement for FlyQuest. Thinking that was going to be a weak point, so many teams went to attack Philip. To no avail. Philip has been a rock and an amazing contributor to this FlyQuest Academy. Yes, they got knocked out a little early in playoffs, but if this had been the number 1 team, we would have had to praise Philip for days because of his performance. He is the one player that I want to keep an eye on, or at least one of the players I want to keep an eye on inside of this series, because again, he was the untested member. He's been fantastic for FlyQuest all throughout the Academy split.
And it kind of makes me excited looking at opposite sides of the rift on this one, because you have players like NXI who are on FlyQuest now, players who had a great run through the amateur scene in 2020, now showing up in the Academy scene. So you are seeing some of the development of these players, some of the progression of these players as they make their way up and start challenging some of the next generation of amateur player. First champion going to get locked in as we do get to the draft. Zeus Gaming going straight for the Varus.
Interestingly, like, that was just untouched in our previous series. Rise got banned out a number of times. This is a triple special champion, and it's been blinded a number of times in a couple of different regions. This champion is very strong and hard to deal with right now in terms of what you can actually pick into it. I know Orion is relatively, kind of up there in terms of the response, just because of how well it scales and how well it can kind of handle the laning phase. And we know Tuesday is no stranger to that champion or others. We saw Singed mid. Don't tempt fate here. We have more than enough matchups to kind of quell everything throughout everybody here. My favorite, of course, we talked about this a little bit. Griffin versus NXI is going to be an exciting matchup. NXI was a prospect just last season, stepped onto FlyQuest Academy, has now become one of the better players, one of the better junglers inside of the Academy. And Griffin at one point touted it as exactly that same thing, gets a chance to kind of beat down the young blood here on FlyQuest.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be exciting, as the next ADC to get locked in is going to be a Phelios on the side of FlyQuest. Now, Taking a longer look at that Varus, it is a champion that Raheen loves. It's a champion that he gets a really high KDA with. It is his carry champion. If he doesn't play the Varus, he'll usually default onto something that's a little bit more team-oriented, like the Ashe. But Varus is definitely the top of his wheelhouse as Viego and Braum get locked in.
Very interesting. Griffin is oftentimes early game engine. It's my favorite kind of comparison here, where if Zeus is doing well early game, a lot of the time it's because Griffin is getting out and about on the map and he's making impact everywhere all the time. And so that's something to pay attention to. Varus should give you enough pushing power against an Aphelios to be able to compete. I was a little curious here for a second because it would have been easy enough to take Thresh on the side of Zeus Gaming. Rhino opts against that, instead choosing the Braum into what looked like a very easy setup for FlyQuest to take that. Dreams is a very proficient Thresh player. Fitting it with the Aphelios is the perfect bot lane combination. And now you also get that for Ryze, so Ryze can play a lot more on the front foot. It's interesting to me that like Rhino has opted for the Braum into the Thresh matchup just for the defense and everything that can come about. That concussive blow stacks can be helpful for a Halo Blades Varus to get aggressive down there. Maybe that's the setup. Maybe they really do want to play into the kind of CC combination of those two rather than going for the Thresh and playing for a bit more defense.
Yeah, you do have a lot of crowd control just with that part of the draft alone. Viego excluded. Chain of Corruption provides so much zone control because people don't want to be around that champion that gets rooted. Concussive Blows, you talked about that. Glacial Fissure, so many tools for Zeus Gaming very early on as we head towards the second phase of the draft. FlyQuest Academy, they're going to start choking down on that mid lane pool. Syndra, Orianna taken off the map. So far, Xin Zhao banned out of Zeus Gaming.
Nothing shocking about that one to come through here. The Orion and the Syndra are both Tuesday champions, both good into the Ryze as it's a combination of range, the ability to kind of match his wave clear once itemization comes through, and the team fighting prowess that those champions bring is oftentimes just kind of understood. This is pretty cool. You see the Xin Zhao is kind of early and able to kind of combat what it is the Viego does. Usually he is able to kind of interact with lanes more, and Olaf is just one of the best duelists to have to deal with. So it is Trundle who gets picked up, and this is a good matchup only because, again, that Q sack drain on to an AD champion makes it difficult, especially when you have the attack speed buff. It's one of the better duelists into AD champions, and now Trundle also gets to fit in with two very good team fighters to be the front line to take down any frontliners that Zeus would draft here. Oftentimes, Lauren will find himself in that pool. Seems like a perfect fit here for FlyQuest Academy.
Yeah, it is a beautiful draft coming out of FlyQuest thus far. Now the response going to be out of Zeus Gaming. They're going to grab the Azir, so you're getting a little bit more of that zone control as you do now have it with the Chain of Corruptions as well as the Sand Soldiers. You can bring the Emperor's Divide as well as the scaling, the DPS you can get by bringing someone like Azir. So pretty good composition so far. It fights front to back quite well.
Take me back to 2016 MSI when we had a Verizon in every single game across the board. Always fun times, and a little bit of that recanting itself here. This has been another popular pick when you have a mage that's capable of outranging the Ryze, helping him out in that kind of regard. It's been pretty popular. That's why Syndra, Orianna were banned away, and then you're going to take the Azir here as the next best champion. Also add some DPS, especially if you go lethality Varus. My apologies. The Ornn in the top side for Alarim, again, one of these kind of tanky champions. It's an Alarim champion. That's kind of what he does, is taking some of these engaged team fighty type champions, and FlyQuest they go for the Aatrox. This has been kind of touched up recently, and I've seen it more often, still not consistently, but Philip likes this matchup. This was very popular a while ago. I know Philip was playing an amateur at the time when these two champions were two of the most popular, so I'm guessing he's well versed in this matchup. They gave him counter pick to get him comfort. He opts for this matchup into the Ornn. We'll see if he can capitalize on it, because that's a fun one to watch on the top side.
Yeah, honestly, this entire composition that I see drafted out of FlyQuest so far is definitely going to be a threat to Zeus Gaming, because this is strong. In every single lane it's strong, at multiple stages of the game it's strong, and it's not that hard to execute as well. What do you do with the Aphelios? You right-click. What do you do with Thresh? You're not waiting on ultimates, you're waiting on death sentences. You're waiting on the Trundle to show up into the lane and throw out the Pillar of Filth. These are non-ultimate abilities. These are a lot of things that just work so well.
Pillar of Filth is a great name. Oh, that's fantastic. It really is. It's one of the best abilities in the game. The one thing I will kind of knock for FlyQuest, their engagement from a distance is a little bit lacking, because you've got Death Sentence and you've got the Pillar of Filth, as you've so lovingly put it, but both of those are more mid-range than anything. You've got the W, you've got Gravitum Moonlight Vigil, which could be the massive way to do it, and I know Johnson's perfectly capable of being the primary engage for his team, which is weird to say about an ADC most of the time, but Zeus's is much more consistent. Chains of Corruption into a couple, not just one or two, but like even Aphelios without Green Gun is lower range, or like capable of being engaged against like Ryze, and then 3 melee champions effectively with their like range, is able to be engaged on by Chains of Corruption, by Azir, and by Ornn from a distance. That is the one thing that I think Zeus can play with, is that their engage range is capable of taking massive advantage over top of FlyQuest composition. Maybe they can capitalize on that.
So now we are on the Rift. Zeus Gaming versus FlyQuest Academy, LCS Proving Grounds. It's definitely been fire with the matches we've seen thus far. A lot of hot things to start us off. You know, we saw yesterday, it says Ronnie Pentakill. We can't stop talking about it because our Mayo, my goodness, 5 flavors, and it goes so good on Boar. Following soon after, Dignitas taking that win. And now, with what we saw today, wild things going on between Cloud9 Amateur and Area of Effect. So, Proving Grounds, man, I loved it in the spring. It is just as hot in the summer.
Yeah, this has been a fun day already, and we've had one series. What was the call time for the previous series? Only 2 hours after we initially started, and that was supposed to be at like 5. So it was like 6 my time, and now it's 8:30 my time. We're only just starting game number 1. You could throw some appreciation for the fact that we're getting put to work, man. And I love that. I love to get put to work when it comes to casting League of Legends. So this is some of the best I've had a chance to in quite some time.
Especially the storylines that go into this, because you're watching a lot of these players chase their dreams. This is the next step in that ladder.
Talk about someone chasing
now an
dreams.
Aggressive play going off in the bot lane. Word being said, yeah, absolutely perfect for the scenario, as Dreams has to flash out to be able to get away.
Wow.
Concussive blow is going to proc.
Wordplay aside, I will say that Zeus's weak point on the map oftentimes has been pointed to the bottom lane. This is not like necessarily Raheen or Rhino's fault. It's just that like oftentimes they tend to take more of a weak side approach. Alarum tends to play also like another form of weak side, in that like bottom side doesn't absorb resources super well unless they're giving them to Griffin. So unless you're attacking bot side with the intention of giving kills over to the jungler, usually they're not finding their way down there. Alarum usually just focuses on trying to teamfight, trying to skirmish as often as he can, so he like kind of stumbles and fights as often as possible. And again, the focus usually comes to Griffin. And so it's nice to see, like, Raheen and Rhino, despite the fact that every summoner was burnt on that bottom side for that aggression, that they were able to put down Johnson and Dreams very quickly to pull some priority on the bottom side, seeing as, again, oftentimes they're not seen as kind of the focal point of the map, still able to generate their own advantage from time to time.
A little bit bummed out that one of the first bans that showed up in this match was the Tahm Kench. Because we have Tahm Kench players on both sides right here. One of the most prominent ones was Dream. He was the first one to pull it out in the Academy season for the support role. So I'd be so excited to see that go through, but not going to have it. Not even going to have Alorum on his Wukong. Don't get anything fun today. I say that, and we had Singed earlier.
We did have we burnt all of our bridges for champion picks in that last series with like Xerath and like Singed to mid. We don't get any more. We just get classic, standard stuff from the two of these two teams who are just trying to play things out against one another. I want to make mention NXI tried to poke his head into bottom lane after that pressure. Again, all the summoners were down after that aggression, despite the fact that it led to nothing, which is something to pay attention to. Ignite and Cleanse are up for Johnson and Dreams, even though both their flashes are down. So at least NXI poking down there, trying to maybe look for something, prodding to see if there's anything allowed. Whereas like top side was covered here, Griffin was on that bottom side able to find something. First back also comes through from Griffin before NXI finishes his Krug camp, which is something else to note as he's heading up to top side. As you know, Philip, he's got a bit of a wave freeze. I think a second one's coming in here. Yeah, that's correct. TP up the top side. Maybe aggression can be generated between Alorum and Griffin into Philip here if he decides to continue this where it's at right now. But notice NXI is able to cover this as well before his back comes through.
So now in the mid lane, a little bit of fight breaking out, a little bit of a skirmish
soldiers
between the two mid laners, Triple and Tuesday. A lot of experience between these mid laners as well.
Oh, yes.
I remember Triple almost ended up on RNG's Academy squad, their version of Academy, so he could have been anywhere. And speaking of Triple, when it came to FlyQuest in that time where they swapped their Academy and LCS rosters, that 3-0 week FlyQuest had, Triple was player of the game for 2 of those, so very competent mid laner you got there.
Yeah, Triple is a great player. Inside of Academy, outside of Academy, he's just a good player. Has experience from being a professional previously, and has been able to show kind of that ability once again. Translates very well to what has been able to come out here inside of North America, being the 3rd seed here inside of Academy. And like
of course,
you
being
said,
an
during that
Oceanic player
3-0 week,
too.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, when they were able to come over, he had to be one of the more highly touted players to come about just because of how well he played inside of some of those tournaments. So that's what Triple's been able to accomplish. His rise is something that I know has been very, very good previously as well. So I'm excited to see him on this pick. I'm always a fan of the rise pick pretty much whenever I get to see it.
Yeah, earlier in Academy, like those first few weeks, I remember having double-digit KDAs.
Oh, yeah.
He was a beast in those first few weeks. Ultimately, it did average back on down, but he's still been a pretty consistent mid laner when it comes down to it. He is going to be able to show up back to the mid lane.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, he was also on that list of Samsung Fast 5 during the Academy split. I think for Mythic transformation for mid lane, or for Mythic purchasing for mid lane. I could be mistaken about that, but I seem to remember his name popping up a couple of times. So, also on that Samsung Fast 5. Big stuff for Triple, being able to make waves pretty much anywhere he goes.
Now trying to make waves in the bot lane is going to be Zeus. Attempt a little small gank there just to relieve some of the pressure, but just going to take the reset for the time being because too much control for FlyQuest over in the river now that you have Triple able to shove in the wave with no Tuesday there.
Lots of respect being given from both sides of these matchups here. Both these teams, obviously there's a ton of players to be able to respect on both sides, given that we've seen all these players, or at least a lot of these players inside of Academy, if they're not currently in Academy, a lot of Zeus's roster having done that. FlyQuest able to use this Trundle very quickly. We're not seeing the same kind of just like pure support, pure aggression that we saw from XQ's Diego. Griffin playing a little bit further back, understandably, given that the Trundle matchup is difficult, and that like Ryze is going to be able to move most of the time. Azir's able to help him out right here, but it is possible for Ryze to gain control of that mid wave from time to time. Same with the Aphelios on the bottom side. If that Varus gets pushed back a little bit, takes too much of a trade.
You can tell he's trying really hard to find the Emperor's Divide here, but Triple too far back. Griffin was waiting over that wall, and now the pincer comes in. Philip joining the fight, able to use the World Ender, gets a lot of damage in. The Realm Warp going to be used as Triple will get closer, gets caught out, gets killed. Rhino will take him down. The retaliation too good out of Zeus Gaming. It'll cost them Tuesday, but they get the top and they get the mid.
One of my favorite things about Zeus Gaming, their ability to respond to help out in situations like this. Yes, this ended up being a kill in First Blood going over to the side of FlyQuest. They bring members in. Philip especially being able to show up here and put down damage onto Tuesday, force him out to flash over the wall, and eventually being able to pick up this kill. But you throw so much into this that you're not realizing the counterplay is going to be there. Dreams comes in a little late, can't get the Lantern down fast enough, the CC's enough to bring him down, and Zeus ends up coming out on top because multiple kills go into their team.
Now Fi bringing out in the choke point on the ramp near the river. NXI throws up the pillar. Gonna have some backup from Johnson and Triple. Showing up towards the ramp. Just gonna back off, finding the disengage. FlyQuest not gonna press the matter.
Oh no. Rhino's all over right now. There's 3 members trying to take red buff. He's gonna leave him be.
Oh! Rhino didn't need to burn that flash though, but he gets Stream's flash in the process, so you're not gonna have that as a pick, as a threat for engage, but still, red buff gets stolen away.
That does. FlyQuest going in on an engage. Zeus once again supporting with 3 members to ensure that they get nothing except for what they came for, which is exactly that red buff. And the flash for flash trade, I think, actually ends up benefiting the Braum more than anything. Braum has the W to be able to do things, and Thresh can use that with a flash flay, a flash Q, anything like that to be able to kind of impact the fight, even a flash lantern to be able to save someone from further away, taken out of the board here. Whereas, I think that ends up benefiting Rhino in the end, even though the red buff's taken away. As Zeus, they're playing counterplay. This is one of the things that they're very popular to do. Oftentimes it's Alorum who you're kind of paying attention to do most of this, but in general, when they're able to kind of counteract the pressure that's being put on by FlyQuest Academy, that's when they're going to feel the most comfortable. If they can stage this to the point where like eventually Ornn's going to be on like the advanced items, you've got Azir and Varus at that point as well, that's where they're going to be really in the comfort zone, feeling good about this game.
And there's so much defense, it's going to be hard to take them down as well. And that last little exchange that we saw, having both the Ornn and the Braum there, that is so much crowd control, that is so much beef to have to try and cut through to be able to get a kill. And all they're going to do is pat you on the back and give you concussive blows for the effort.
Well, looking to see, Rift Herald seems to be a point of contention for FlyQuest. They've got a number of members kind of waiting for it. Dreams as well going to be here, but Philip's in some trouble.
All the Forge God being used onto Philip, able to get the chain CC.
Very nice.
Smoothly used there.
Absolutely. And that, with that play, kind of thwarts what was coming out from FlyQuest, because it looked like Dreams was heading up to try to support what is a Rift Herald play, especially with Philip having the wave so far up. The punishment from Zeus, the combination of Alarum and Griffin, all of this experience that those two are able to bring to position, they find this play, and it denies the Rift Herald from going over cleanly to the side of FlyQuest. If they have that push and they end up catching it and Griffin has to go to farming, Rift Herald just gets taken off the board with 4 members. Instead, Zeus now gets to find some aggression, maybe look for their own Rift.
And FlyQuest are the ones on retreat now. Not having a good early game whatsoever. It's Zeus who are going to be able to control it, as they grabbed Rift Herald, having the kill lead, having the goal lead, having a bit of a momentum lead as we get 10 minutes into this game.
Looking very good so far is Zeus, so very well contained. Now, I want to talk about the fact they're coming in as what is the 14th seed right now. Oh, actually, Raheem's in real trouble.
Ooh, Raheem getting locked down, but Philip can't do too much else as he waits for cooldowns. NXI will show up towards the top side to make sure that he does not get dived in the process.
Too close for comfort right there. Zeus is bottom lane, is competing against Alarum, but he should be able to clear the wave. But thankfully, with NXI's coverage and the damage dealt to Raheem, they are not able to use that Rift Herald immediately to try to crack like 3-4 plates onto this top tower and just shove off Philip as much as possible. Same thing's going to happen to FlyQuest, where it seems like they're in the same position where they weren't able to crack too much, or able to get 1 plate onto the Aphelios. The Rift Herald still hangs in the balance for Zeus here, though.
So Zeus, good start so far. Alorum over on the top side being 2-0. You know, the Wukong legend himself, he's kind of been in the scene for ages. We've seen him in Optic, Echo Fox, Immortals, and the amount of orgs this man has been a part of.
Yeah, I mean, he was a large reason why in the previous split we had the reintroduction, I guess, of RBM, because he played previously, but I don't know if you knew this, I didn't know who RBM was because he left right before I started casting at all. And so I didn't know who RBM was until he joined Zeus Gaming. Same with Darkwings. I knew a bit about Darkwings because he was around a little bit, but again, this was his first real introduction into very competitive play. Raheem got his first chance there, and then like Rhino stepped onto the team as well. But Zeus Gaming was kind of the brainchild eventually of Alarum, especially because it's named after his cat. And if it weren't for that, those players might not have been in the previous series that we just saw, let alone this series where we're getting a chance to see more of these players, some of these other players like Tuesday and Griffin step back in.
Speaking of Alorum, he's going to go right over the wall and chase down Philip. The aim, the precision, everything beautiful.
That's a tough flash. That's a tough ultimate. He lands 2 tough abilities in a row, able to get that solo kill, and this Ornn looking dangerous against Philip. And Philip has not had this kind of pressure be able to be converted against him most of the time inside of Academy. A lot of teams have tried to put this on and have not been able to find success with it. But here it is, Zeus Gaming able to convert a number of times into the aggression against the likes of this Aatrox that is now sitting pretty far down against the Ornn. And even better, they're continuing to spike this ahead. If they can keep Alorum's experience very high, and keep him involved pretty much across the map, keep him into the area where all the like upgrades are going to come through very quickly. All of a sudden, again, this scaling, this team fighting, it looks really good for the side of Zeus.
Yeah, he's about to become unkillable. The pressure is now being applied over in the bot lane. Dreams with the death sentence. It's going to lock down Raheem and give a kill right over to Johnson.
What a hook right there from Dreams. I don't know if we have a chance to see exactly how that landed, because I was dumbfounded by the fact that that snagged. As Dreams, again, I talked about it, they gave him this champion, even though he's excruciatingly good at what he's able to do, and it converts. Now, top tower was taken with Rift Herald, bottom tower, seems like Johnson and Dreams aren't going to overstay. This was the play on the top side against the likes of Philip, who, as soon as he goes for that, it looks like he knows exactly what's about to happen to him, as he's forced out of this position very quickly.
And actually predicting where the flash was going to be and getting the flash over the wall. Those are 2 really hard things to execute right there.
Absolutely. It was very impressive to see what Alarum was able to do. His experience, how long has he been playing? He's had some LCS experience himself. Thankfully, we also get this replay. Thank you very much, observers, for being able to show us this insane hook, because I want to know exactly how it landed. This was the response play. Top side was getting aggressed against by Rift Herald, so they go bot side, grab this dragon. This wave's getting shoved in freely because they have this trundle. What happens here through the wave?
Wow.
Wow. Bullet curved around Rhino to be able to snag Raheem, and then Johnson just gets to run him down. That had to be like pixels of difference that could have denied that hook. Oh my God.
You see that from time to time on Nautilus, where it is a little bit wide, a little bit more jank. You don't see that often on Thresh, where it's a much more finer skill shot to land.
the hitbox isn't 3 times the one that hits terrain on Nautilus or on
Well,
Thresh.
okay,
My
with the
apologies,
Nautilus
it's
one,
bad.
I've seen some ridiculous ones where
I
it
have
feels like
too,
it's curving
yeah.
around it.
Yeah, it really does. But
Diamond
you're
was
right.
the one where I've seen the ridiculous ones come
Oh, yeah.
from as well.
100%. Also on FlyQuest, you think
Also
that
on
carries
FlyQuest.
over at least a little bit. These FlyQuest supports and their darn Thresh curved hooks coming out, being able to snag people. Maybe it's a trick of the trade. Built different. That's 100% correct.
FlyQuest supports. Meanwhile, a lot of attention over in the bot lane from both junglers, kind of hovering around this area.
No, okay.
They're just taking recalls over in the bot lane. No fights to happen there. We gotta look at the upgrade going on. If he were
able
actually
to.
go for it.
He grabbed the Kindle gem. He was able to snag that one away. The cooldown reduction not going to make his life any better. I was going to note Serpent's Fang out here for initially from Varus. I think that's really beneficial because you've got like shield bow that can come out from the likes of Johnson, as well as like Severum gives you the shield when you overheal with it. You got the Lantern to deal with, and plenty of other things. So like in terms of that laning phase, I think it's a lot easier to try to deal with the Serpent's Fang first item if you're going lethality. Also for a second there had an Executioner's, but ended up selling it away as it seems like Raheem's not going to bank on that. The healing is the reduction's not going to help you in the laning phase as much, I think, is the Serpent's Fang. I don't even know if that's technically going to be like that beneficial to him. I'm always a fan of the Umbral Glaive Rush just because of the vision control that you're always going to have with it. That King was the one who always did that on the likes of the Varus, and that's always my favorite, so I always get to mention it. But here, Raheen obviously wanting to put more pressure onto the likes of the Shield Bow Shield and the Thresh into the bottom side, so goes for that item very quickly, so you can put more pressure onto this bottom lane for the FlyQuest.
Speaking of pressure, a lot applied in the mid lane as Dreams was hovering. Looking to try and catch Tuesday, but Tuesday won't take the bait in this case. It's going to enable Zeus to have control of this top side, where they will easily be able to grab that Rift Herald, but it's going to come at a pretty big cost here. Bot lane tower going down solo to Johnson.
Yeah, able to give their Aphelios even more gold. Now they're trying to capitalize on mid lane. Triple can't be, or he's not in range for Tuesday to be able to shift him as Alarum tried to move. If they find that kill onto Triple, Rift Herald gets dropped, they almost certainly crack mid tower and makes that play worth it. But unfortunately, because they can't convert right there, Triple's able to stay far enough back. That's just free gold into the pocket of Johnson, who's going to be able to T-fight. And now Rhino.
Oh, Rhino, bad place to be, but yeah, it's a tank. Go figure. He's got Bramble Vest, got some health, he's got Merc Treads.
Rom Shield. Directional damage reduction from the likes of the Bryze. That's pretty
Not at
cool.
all.
Not everything. Yeah. Perfect
Luxury
change.
suite.
Perfect change. Okay. I'm watching because Varus was on bottom, so I just shoved that wave back to middle, and that's going to come back into mid lane because they're trying to grab mid priority. Ornn is doing the same thing. They're TPing into this. They want this Rift Herald usage as much as possible just to try to force this down and maybe go into Dragon pick because they're on third Dragon right now. They don't want to get that win condition to the side of FlyQuest.
Yeah, that's going to be Infernal Drake. Dragon does crash into the tower, and they're just going to forfeit it to FlyQuest. They're going to go straight for the structures. They want to deconstruct the base. Another charge coming in from Shelly. 2 towers picked up. That is the trade. Drake for 2 towers, and got to be a little bit favorable towards Zeus if FlyQuest never get towards that soul.
That is a lot of gold and a lot of pressure that just got put on. Double mid tower in exchange for that
And they're
Dragon.
getting top.
And they're getting top tower because they're able to shift so much faster. Philip wasn't top lane, he was mid lane, so that wave ends up not getting shoved out either. That's gotta throw it back to Alarum because again, he's the one who set that to push in the first place. That is a big trade. FlyQuest have put so much now, they've wagered a ton on the ability to take this Dragon. And yes, it is going to be Infernal Soul, so if they grab it, it is going to be an absolute win of the trade. But Zeus now command a 3,000 gold lead. Their Ornn is going to be in position maybe for Ornn items soon enough to start contesting. If they can pull even 1 Dragon, I think Zeus is going to be in a place where their gold advantage and their Ornn upgraded items might be enough to start attacking FlyQuest in that 5-on-5 against the Dragon, the way we saw in the previous games, being able to convert against that, the 5-on-5 team fights. Just got to get there in time.
There's a rough part right there. FlyQuest go for the invade over on blue buff, forcing Griffin to burn the ult to get over the wall while establishing a lot of vision on that blue side. Got 30 seconds before Baron does spawn, but the bigger timer to watch out for is going to be that 3-minute and 30-second point where Dragon Soul does spawn. You have that Infernal Soul that you were talking about, just waiting to be taken by FlyQuest. See what Zeus can do to respond, because they do have a pretty good team fighting composition. Just having Alorum be able to put out that Call to Forge God, be able to be disruptive, as well as Tuesday to make sure that no one really gets onto that back line. You'll have to deal with Raheen as well.
Trading again. you see top lane, like, it's Philip. They're just going to give Philip as much gold because he's an insane team fighter. Aatrox is insane inside of team fights. You're trading that for Tuesday gold, which is important as well because he's one of the main carries on this roster, and he's going for what is the Cosmic Drive that should be coming in here any second now. For the likes of the trade push on both sides, but nobody's there to stop the second push is the problem. Tuesday might be able to convert this if Triple doesn't get there fast enough because of how much quicker he was able to actually take that tower and still has the hover from Viego. So if Triple gets too antsy right here and kind of goes forward, maybe uses his ultimate, doesn't look like he's going to fall bait to that, Viego would have been able to cover for that kind of thing.
All outers done, only one inner remains. As Tuesday tries to work on that, but you're going to have Dreams roaming over to respond to the pressure that was being applied by Tuesday. Will chase Tuesday out, but he was able to get what he came for. Got some farm, kept the pressure, kept the minion wave shoved in, forcing FlyQuest to constantly have to respond to this.
Now 2 minutes remain until Dragon is going to be available. Cosmic Drive, Sork Shoes, Luden's completed now for Tuesday. He's on a pretty big power spike with what he's got right here. We need Raheen, I think, to get into a better place with his Bonamune completed, that kind of thing, before he really becomes a threat inside of fights as well. Hopefully able to carve out with that like Serpent's Fang through Johnson a little bit better, given the fact that like that's going to cut through the Immortal Shield, Bow Shield, and the overhealing from Severin potentially. But I think you're right. You mentioned it a second ago. Alarim's ultimate, Alarim in general, I think is going to be the most important thing. Hitting a solid Ornn ultimate can change the dynamic of what's about to happen in a minute and 40 seconds, where it seems like Zeus, they really want to just like fight right there. That's going to be the timer. That's where they're going to put their foot in the ground. They're commanding this almost 3,000 gold lead here. They've got Griffin also insanely farmed up. He's on 2 full items, and Trundle is not anywhere near that, but this is like 50 CS farm advantage that Griffin's got right now. He is obscenely strong compared to his opposition as well. There are members of the side of Zeus that are much stronger. The question is, can they convert on it? Can they beat FlyQuest around this 4th dragon and win? Raheen had to flash.
And it's looking less and less likely. I mean, the Chain of Corruptions was just burnt right there. You got a minute before that's able to spawn. You just said it. Raheen flashed. He will not be safe if he does get caught out in the back end of this fight. Ooh. FlyQuest are setting up for this Drake, and they're setting up beautifully.
They are. It is Zeus who's now kind of forced their way into the river just to pull back some of the vision that was laid down by FlyQuest, although that Scuttle Crab is going to be an immediate vision that's going to be controlled one way or another. Like, Zeus clearly want the dragon, right? But they're also set up for a team fight. They kind of want to do both right here. And so they want to force FlyQuest to fight into them when they control the river, which is why they're allowing top lane to get pushed, bottom lane's being the response here, where like Tuesday's going to shove that in, and they should control mid push and bot push, which should give them control of this quadrant that they're standing in right now and give them better access to this dragon. That's what they're going for. FlyQuest might have to sacrifice this dragon, and the exchange would be more gold onto Philip to get him further into this game. I think they're okay with that. They could try a Baron bait. I don't think that's a legitimate threat right this second unless Johnson had better gun setup, but they are actually going to go for it. If there's no vision, if they don't know this is happening, okay, they do. They see Johnson right now.
They do see Johnson, and the response is coming out. Zeus are making their way over. They do have one over towards Drake right now, so they will make sure that FlyQuest do not secure the Dragon Soul. Tuesday will grab that on his own. So FlyQuest, they try and bluff it. They try and play around the Drake. It's not going to work out. Ultimately, Zeus will grab the Infernal.
Yeah, that was really interesting because FlyQuest had a number of ways that they could try to push for that, and somehow it was Zeus that kind of came out with everything. Top Wave could have been shoved in to try to get more tower onto Philip or more gold under Philip, deny some from Alarim. He was able to catch that for free. They go for a Baron Blood bait, which is trying to like pull the side of Zeus away, but again, as Ornn is around, they can throw enough damage in with just that ultimate alone to kind of change things that the Baron wasn't ever really feasible in the first place, so that's not really a threat. So they get to walk away with Dragon. They caught that top wave, and Alarim was able to snag that. The Baron bait got basically nothing, so FlyQuest basically just gave up everything for the potential of a play that could have come through. I can appreciate at least that they're trying to force moves. They're not going to take the 5-on-5 bait that Zeus has laid out for them because they're not comfortable with it yet.
Very careful game here. A game of inches being played both ways. I mean, you can see FlyQuest are attempting setups. They're always looking for ways to be able to establish your vision, to get it there, to control that fog of war, and keep Zeus guessing. But Zeus respond immediately after.
And mid lane.
They always head over towards that area where the fog of war is. They clean out that vision, and they deny any windows of opportunity in for FlyQuest. You're seeing it right now as FlyQuest try and play with the fog of war here. They got some advantage to work with over in the bot side, as Tuesday will be able to shuffle to the side, force to burn his flash to be able to stay alive. Triple will get the play there.
Reinforcements on both sides were potential, and that's why I think Tuesday played that one very, very defensively. There was a possibility of like an E shift into the Rise just to get him away from you, but the flash might have actually been enough to actually stay on top. Now in the top river.
Here we go. The knockup goes through, but Call the Forge God will not land onto Philip. Philip will be able to hop over the wall and get to safety.
And he will. Okay, Philip kind of got caught out by Alarum right there, trying to combo him. He did have to flash, which is difficult, because again, if you're trying to set up fuse and things, that's going to be even harder to hit inside of the confines of a team fight here for the likes of FlyQuest. Johnson, popping the moon. I was going to say popping the Moonlight Vigil for nothing, but he nearly kills right there.
Oh, Emperor's Divide comes out. It's not enough, though. The snare too good from Triple. He will find the shutdown onto Tuesday.
This bottom quadrant has been so crazy for both junglers because I've been waiting for Griffin or NXI to convert on something. Right there, Griffin's necessary just because of how much damage got put out with the Moonlight Vigil. But the mid-wave had to be, like, they had to use him for mid-wave. That opens up NXI to walk into bot side, put that Trundle Pillar behind the likes of the Azir. And even better, he was on top of his person. If he presses E, that means he can't escape. So that wasn't able to be used. The ultimate was used, but of course the Everfrost keeps him in place as well. And that gives Triple an additional kill. This side lane is much harder for the Azir than it is for the Rise, especially when a Trundle's about to be able to deny Azir the ability to escape that.
Yeah, he tried his best with the Emperor's Divide. Not gonna pay out at the end. FlyQuest are fighting 26 minutes into this to come back, and not that far off. Only 1K separating these two teams. Zeus having a tremendous early game. It's now FlyQuest who are starting to find the momentum. They still have that soul point to work with. They've still been able to collect a lot of towers, able to get 3 of them in the grand scheme of things. So a lot of gold going their ways and a lot of scaling to work with.
This is still a massive Ornn. Level 15, gonna start upgrading, just has the Ludens upgrade as well for the side of Tuesday. Everything kind of coming together for Zeus as like their composition's kind of entering the territory. The question is like, do they have enough advantage to be able to compete in the 5-on-5 and bring the round? They're looking for something.
Yeah, there is the knock-up. Dreams won't make it into the realm warp. He'll get knocked right on out of it and sent to the grave. Zeus able to get the pick as they start surrounding Baron.
Philip immediately on the bottom side turret. He's trying to push this in and put some pressure onto the inhibitor. They're going to double for it. They're not going to contest the Baron buff. They're just going to give it up.
FlyQuest are just going straight for this. They don't care about the Baron buff. They care about the win. They're going straight for the bot lane, looking to take that inhibitor. Baron's getting lower and lower. Johnson's there. NXI's there. Will NXI go over the wall? He'll get forced over the wall and slain. It's going to be Baron going over to Zeus, but the base has been cracked. FlyQuest trade Baron for a bot lane inhibitor.
This is really intriguing in terms of how this is going to play out from this point on. So normally in a situation like this, like the inhibitor is going to be invaluable eventually for FlyQuest. The Baron buff is just how can you convert it? With this many outer towers gone, normally I would be adverse to this for Zeus. I'm like, that's just not worth it. But now they can use the wave push to set up for Dragon 1, and even the residual Baron buff is going to be enough to set up their waves for even like Dragon 2, potentially to make plays or to push Vision in so that that's controlled by them for this. This Baron play is a lot deeper than just, okay, we're going to be able to push and win off this. It should be set up for Dragons that you're paying attention to. I was worried that NXI was going to be able to steal this because he got shoved over the pit. Thankfully, he goes down before that was able to be kind of capitalized on. But again, Zeus played with fire there for a second, but I think they're okay with everything that happened. FlyQuest, they pushed the inhibitor, but this means that, again, Baron buff's going to be able to shove their waves out. They get, second Drake probably are able to set up much easier for third Drake, and Zeus continue this reign of terror where they're trying to use this 5v5 composition to dissuade FlyQuest from really contesting against neutral there.
But look at what FlyQuest are doing. Right now, focusing on the bot side, they're not going to be fast enough to respond to Zeus, who are pushing right into the base, who are going to take their inhibitor right on back. FlyQuest are too slow. They're misreading the scenario, and they haven't sent enough back yet. The backs are getting canceled. Alorum is standing there, looking to stop everything that FlyQuest could do, and that's an inhibitor down. Zeus bring it right back.
I am floored right now. I don't know. I have no conception of what it was that FlyQuest was doing on that top side. Maybe trying to set up a push for Rise or something, trying to cover to make sure that like the Ornn was going to get punished and they were able to do more, push things out. Even if all of that happened, even if they lose Alarum and top tower, You're trading for inhibitor. You're 100% taking that all day. And now even worse, like with the Azir tower, it's gonna be hard to try to deal with this siege that they've got set up right now onto this siege tower. You just deliver Baron buff in as much as they want.
Corruption to knock up onto Philip. Philip looks to turn it around to the World Ender. So much health coming out of Philip. He's able to stay alive, and he will take down Griffin. FlyQuest Academy, they're gonna fight. They're gonna win that team fight, and they're gonna be able to chase out Zeus from their base.
They finally find a fight where like Aloran isn't around to really be this dissuader for themselves, where this massive like AoE is going to prevent them. So instead they just kind of walk forward under the Azir tower, and there's not enough damage to really like kind of work through this front line between Philip and NXI and Kareem's. I think potential is 100% there.
There's a death sentence, but you can see how tanky he is at this stage of the game, Rebel.
Insanely. He's sitting on what looks like 5,000 health right now as 3 completed items. Also, the Anathemas is filthy just because, again, Ornn has so much CC, and also the damage reduction against a single target. I think you honestly throw that on triple more than you throw it on Johnson, because Johnson's going to be focused a bit more for everything else. And you can see with all the armor that he's purchased so far, like maybe that was going to be the case. But it doesn't really matter who's it on. It's all about like the CC advantage as well that comes through. As the game continues to trek forward, as you said best, a game of inches thus far. 2,000 gold advantage for Zeus isn't crazy, but they've been able to be very crafty about how they've set up their map to take the last 2 dragons. If they can finagle their way into a third here, the game gets really tense for the next 5 minutes.
And just look at the healing that came out of Philip. Philip should have been caught out right here, but of course with World Ender, Gore Drinker, all the works, bam, gets a good chunk of health back.
Impressive. They go for that pick onto Philip, just overstepping their bounds just a little bit. Rhino was already kind of low health from previous, and they just don't have the damage to be able to push that out. The rest of the team was also able to capitalize on the fact that like Griffin was a bit too far forward on that one, which was another big proponent of that. So just a little bit of counterplay that comes out from the side of FlyQuest. Now, however, where's their Ornn at? Their Ornn's following up on their tail, just a little bit behind. But now with Ornn, if they try the same exact thing, you can throw that Ornn ultimate into this little corridor, and all of a sudden things get a lot rougher for you to try and deal with.
The lovely thing about being able to rotate from lane to lane and having Alorum over in that bottom lane is, you know, there's not much of a distance that you have to cover to get him into the team fight. And on top of that, it's a long range engage that you have with Call of the Forge God. So he will always be within a good distance to be able to back up Zeus Gaming as a good chunk of damage comes in. Tuesday trying to get over the wall, able to flash it to stay alive. FlyQuest now looking for the engage. Subterfuge not going to be used. Alorum going to back off, and FlyQuest again defend the base.
Now, there's not too much pressure that comes about from like the Azir flash being down because he stands pretty far back and fights. I just want to note the fact that right there, I see what Tuesday was attempting to do. He wanted to E and then Q his soldier over the wall, but because of his proximity to the wall, the soldier went down and he E'd and finished his E before the Q could actually come out, and that's what caused him to have to flash over that wall. It was a very minute thing, but right there, the Q into E should have come out, but he didn't think he had the time for it, so he tried to E into Q just to make sure that he could get out. And that's, I guess, again, if you can't flash to wall, maybe that setup is a little bit harder, but it shouldn't be that punishing. Just wanted to note that little interaction and what happened right there.
Right now, 33 minutes into this one, 2K lead for Zeus. Death sentence over the wall. Alorum does not care about that. He's able to just CC immune it away, but setting up for the Drake because this is going to be a big one right now. We are going to be looking at a team fight quite soon, as FlyQuest would love to get Dragon Soul right now, and Zeus would definitely love to deny it.
Oh, yes, they would. Bottom lane is pushing because they've got those inhibitor minions that are shoving in constantly. Mid was already pushed, so they are not going to be able to catch it. This is an immediate dragon. We are on 7 or 6 dragons already. 7th is what we're going to achieve now. The fight afterwards.
Engage onto NXI, unable to get it onto NXI. Instead, they're going to turn their attention towards Philip and delete him. The rest of FlyQuest are getting mowed through. But look at the damage coming out of Johnson. He's able to get the health bars lower. Triple now trying to get away from Griffin. Griffin will hunt him down. One more auto to finish the job. It's going to be a triple kill. And Griffin wants more. He's going to find more. Tuesday grabs that one with only 1 member remaining. Rebel, I think it's all but a formality right now. Zeus are looking to close out game 1 against FlyQuest.
Zeus have been threatening this powerful 5-on-5 team composition for so long. They grab the 3rd Drake, FlyQuest linger just a little bit, and they get caught out. Philip gets caught first, everybody else kind of shuffles in behind, and a massive Ornn ultimate from Aloran is all that is necessary to capitalize on it. Zeus play patient, they play the long game, they get creative with how they can contest against the Dragons, and for FlyQuest goes up 3, and they take the first game of the series against the side of FlyQuest.
The amateur darlings, Rebel Fox, the amateur darlings are able to bring it to a top 4 Academy squad. We've watched them in the past struggle against Golden Guardians Academy, an 8th place squad. A lot of people could have just wrote them out right here and right now. No, that was a performance.
Toilet paper cat. That's the team that just beat the 3rd-ranked Academy team in this first game. There's a reason why they have a bunch of respect to their name. They played extremely well. They understand how to play at a very high level because these players have been there. And you can see the level, just like the clear difference in what it is, what it looks like between like an amateur team and what it is that Zeus is able to bring to the table. This is why this matchup was so fearsome to start with, because FlyQuest is insane, but these players still know how to play. I'm going to say that outright again and again. That Zeus, they are not to be trifled with. They are a team that is here to be competitive with not just some of the other amateur teams, not just some of the lower end academy. They are here to win everything, and they are capable of doing so. FlyQuest have to come back, kind of reassess themselves, make sure that they are ready for game number 2, because Zeus are not going to stop the train after a game like that.
Oh, they are definitely not, especially when that train is led by Alorum. Those Call of the Forge got the lead. He was able to get over in the top side, and the solo kills against Philip. Philip on the Aatrox, he abused the poor man. He was the focal point of Zeus in this match that we just had.
Perhaps the one time I've seen Philip really get bullied throughout all of the games that I've seen from the split. I talked praise about Philip and how well he's done, how well he's been able to absorb pressure, and it is Alarim on an Ornn that's able to actually take it to him. The Aatrox pick, again, it used to be like pretty good in that matchup, used to be very volatile. Ornn clearly came ahead of this one with some of the early pressure that they put onto him, and it made it difficult for Philip to really have a big contribution. So game number 2, I'd like to see more comfort for Philip if at all possible, something not too worried about it, because right there the Aatrox looked not particularly enticing, at least not to bring out in game number 2. Hopefully Philip can find something that works for himself so he doesn't get bullied the same way he did in this first game.
So Zeus looking to start the upset. Let's see if FlyQuest have a response to it. We're going to throw it over a short break. When we return, we'll get back into this matchup between Zeus Gaming and FlyQuest Academy. Welcome back, everyone, to the LCS Proving Grounds game number 2, FlyQuest Academy versus Zeus Gaming. And upsets is all I can really say. It seems like that's what's coming our way because Zeus Gaming able to take game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus Gaming coming in obviously is the lower seed. They're a talented team, but FlyQuest, man, they were one of the top half, or they were literally the number 1 team out of the regular split, and then they were a top 4 team inside of playoffs. And they came out here, and it just seemed like sometimes they weren't able to figure out, an attack plan up against the side of Zeus, even into this moment, where it's like, okay, they start off with first blood, which is fantastic. That's a great way to begin your game. But giving up 2 kills in exchange for it really not beneficial, especially when Alorm gets to come in, gets to bully off his opponent with this kill to start with, sets him into a fantastic place in the laning phase.
Yeah, and the person you're seeing on your screen right now was the stud of this matchup. Alorm looks so good, and his ability to 1v1, especially someone like Philip, who is a very competent top laner, read exactly where he's going. That flash is not easy to pull off, and he pulls it off.
No.
He makes it look simple. And, I mean, come on, man. You want to see someone carry without buying a single offensive item? Look no further than Alorm. You got to take a repeat at that Death Sentence Dream did, though.
Yeah, I mean, it was really good. But again, the plays that were, like, aggressive from the side of FlyQuest were actually very far and few between. This was a really intriguing play in the grand scheme of things for the side of FlyQuest, because, again, they traded that bottom inhibitor for the Baron buff, but, again, it gave up their possibility of eventually trading for the Dragon, which I think was one really big concept. And again, some of these moments for the side of FlyQuest were very nice. They looked good, and they were able to kind of turn things that looked like they were going against them. But Zeus had control of what was effectively the entire pacing of the game, being able to control, like, okay, we're not going to fight around this dragon, we're going to take this one, we give up the first 3, still able to find it, and it eventually led to a very significant win in their favor off the back of just this 3rd dragon, where FlyQuest just overstayed. They had one more to work with, they could have waited one more time, but this is the one they decided to fight on, and unfortunately it does not work out for them. Philip got split off from his team really quickly, and then you look, 3 people, ducks in a row right here for Alorm to be able to just kind of run down with that ultimate.
And we were talking when the draft was going off about Zeus opting into taking the Braum instead of the Thresh. And I guess we're seeing a little bit as to why. The ability to be able to hard engage like that, to stifle anything that FlyQuest would attempt in a lot of these exchanges. It was hard for FlyQuest to find their foot in. It was hard for them to get a team fight on their terms. You really needed NXI to be there to be able to dictate the engagement before everything else, and even then, you said it at the draft itself. This engage is hard to pull off on FlyQuest's side.
I will say it felt very heavily like a lot of this game. The mid jungle is always going to be a prevalent one for the side of Zeus. I know even FlyQuest had said that directly. Triple wasn't a massive part of this game. Outside of that one play on bottom side was relatively invisible, kind of just catching waves to the rise, which was unfortunate. And then NXI didn't have a massive impact either. That mid jungle position needs to, I think in this second game, have more of an impact, compete more with that mid jungle combination. Tuesday wasn't like huge inside of the game, but he was able to put out damage, able to put up walls, do things that an Azir needed to do. And across the board, again, it is the early game engine that Wiggly is for the side of FlyQuest, where they can find aggression in a number of places off the back of his Viego, off the back of whatever champion he's playing. And so to me, I think NXI's got to be able to match that pressure, and Triple's got to get more involved because he is an incredible player. We hyped him up quite a bit after that play, and yet he fell silent as the game continued.
And it should be interesting to see the way that the draft is going to shape up for the next one, because it was Zeus on blue side. They went straight for that Varus. And keep in mind, Raheen, I called it his bread and butter champion. He was kind of marksman support in that last game. I felt like FlyQuest got everything they really could have asked for in that last draft.
It was a good-looking composition. Again, the one problem I had with it was that range of engage, because when you're relying exclusively on Trundle to do that kind of thing, or like a Thresh hook, or even more importantly, like a Moonlight Vigil Gravitum from the likes of Aphelios, you have that danger of, like, they can re-engage from you from further out. You have a much further range from which you can threaten potentially catching multiple members on the side of FlyQuest, and that was part of it. That was part of what I think stifled the ability to 5-on-5 so consistently for the side of FlyQuest, because it's like, they're down 2,000 gold, that's not insane. Their Aphelios is rather fed. They could win a team fight, but they can't engage properly in the river if the other team isn't there. And if the other team, if Zeus was fighting into the river with an Ornn ultimate on top of them as they're pinched into a dragon pit, you're almost certainly going to lose that fight just immediately. So FlyQuest kind of scrambled to try to find some semblance of a fight, just could never get one.
I mean, the only lane we saw really get punished on the side of Zeus, or at least early on, was Tuesday's lane. They did have a lot of focus over there. You ultimately went 2-2-6, but that's not a bad scoreline at the end of the day. That's not really getting exactly what you need to be able to find success in this matchup, especially considering that Tuesday is going to be the player that will provide the sustained DPS and the disengage if you are able to get deep into that back line. Never mind having to deal with the Lorem.
Yeah, everything about that composition from the side of Zeus screamed team fighting. I loved the ability of them to be able to kind of like leverage that not into team fighting wins necessarily, especially off bad timers, but more specifically, they leveraged it into a bunch of map pressure, constantly pushing around. Dragon Pit, that Baron Pit was a threat. It's like, okay, they could TP in with Philip. They could take that 5-on-5, but they were so adverse on the side of FlyQuest to doing so that they just were unwilling. They went for that inhibitor trade with Triple instead. They made that call. And again, that call, I think, had a massive impact across the game, being able to take second dragon set up for third dragon that ended up opening up. I don't expect a mistake like that or a play like that had such a profound impact to be repetitive over the course of 2 games. But it's something to at least keep track of is FlyQuest, if they set themselves up for a similar draft, and as does Zeus, are they still that adverse? They have to find some confidence in being able to take a 5-on-5, and if that's the case, one champion difference is all that it's going to take for somebody to be able to change and then start to look confident and take those 5-on-5 team fights around those objectives.
I do want to go back to that because I want to know more about the decision-making of FlyQuest and what's really going through their heads, because some of those decisions were a little bit of a head-scratcher. Like, I can understand what we saw with the Baron trade, going for that bot lane inhibitor and trading it for the Baron. Yeah. The only thing that just didn't make sense to me was forfeiting so much right after it. It felt like they were racing to figure out what the next step, what the next move from Zeus was going to be, and Zeus made it plain, clear as day.
They did. They just shoved right up bot lane and were able to snag the inhibitor. Yeah. Even if they don't snag the inhibitor, the free dragon on bot side and a shoving wave mid and bot lane at any given point to play around would have been more than enough. Like, it almost had to be that FlyQuest had to know that was going to be the case to try to compete. I know they're trying to pull more resources off the board, maybe for Rise or for somebody else on top side. But like you said, that whole little junction kind of threw the whole game into disarray for FlyQuest. Felt like at that point they were defeated before a fight had even taken place. So it's not a play that happens very often, and especially for FlyQuest, who has experience on like the competitive stage at the LCS level. Even I definitely don't expect that result to replicate itself in game number 2 as well.
And as we start preparing for this game number 2, I gotta say, it feels good to be able to see Tuesday on a team, because Proving Grounds, as we saw in the last split, we didn't get to see him. We had that whole controversy that went on with his old org, and unfortunately that whole roster had to be dropped. Tuesday now on, able to show what he's made of, and it's a great showing in this first game versus FlyQuest.
I have a soft spot for some of those guys because, again, Tuesday has come from Academy from a very long way back. Griffin also came from, like, back when it was Challenger Series, when I was watching Challenger Series as, like, a youngster and a new, like, kind of member to, like, the League of Legends community. Seeing his Lee Sin in some of those Challenger Series games made me just a permanent fan forever. And so seeing these guys here competing at Proving Grounds, kind of doing very good things into very solid players, is not shocking for me. And getting to support them, like you said, Tuesday, unfortunately not able to make the previous one, especially alongside Griffin, who he's been able to play with previously. Both of them have connections to Lorem as well. It's nice to see that they're able to put these pieces together and put such solid performances on the board.
And how long until we rename this team into CLG Black 2? Because I know you remember those old days of when you had your your Challenger team. It wasn't called Academy. Fun fact: Team Liquid Academy was called Academy before the Academy scene actually came in, so they didn't have to change their sister team name. But CLG Black back in the day, the reason I bring that up is because Tuesday used to be a part of that roster of CLG Black during the Challenger Series. Griffin being part of CLG a different time during that. So I don't know, just CLG, you want your amateur roster? Here it is, CLG Amateur. The draft is ready, however. So Zeus Gaming versus FlyQuest Academy, game number 2, ready to go underway.
And this is the first time we're also seeing a side swap today, which is nice.
About time, man.
So blue side has been very good for teams most of the year. Like in the previous weeks, and especially like early on 11-17, 11-16, 11-15, blue side was dominating in terms of like its win rate comparative to anything else. To the point where, like, I remember on the finals cast for Academy, like we were talking about, like the percentage was obscene. It was like 75% win rate for blue side or something like that. Today, however, it has 2 losses from C9 amateur, and then Zeus just took another one, so it's at 50% win rate right now. For anybody who likes statistics, we have an exact coin flip of who's going to win this game based on our previous results.
Hey, we made it. Only other way it could be, right? We found true balance. We are here. The bans go out. Twisted Fate going to be taken off the Rift, along with LeBlanc. Zeus Gaming really focusing on the mid lane, going to focus on to triple. Viego taken off the map, not going to allow Griffin to play that again, as well as Varus from Raheen and Ashe. So going after 2 in the wheelhouse of Raheen.
I'm thinking what's happening here is that FlyQuest Academy want to play through bot lane, and so they go, okay, what are the champions we need to remove? We need to remove Varus, we need to remove Ashe. Those are the 2 champions that just need to be taken away from Raheen. Now he has no safety, he has no utility to his team. Now they can play into that bottom side and be aggressive into Raheen Rhino, which is, again, for Zeus, sometimes considered the weakest part of their map, which is fair, because, again, the other 3, like you talk about Alorum, Griffin, and Tuesday, they're all very, very solid players and have shown their capability of listing through a bunch of places. Raheen and Rhino are capable of team fighting very well, doing a bunch of things, but oftentimes they're kind of the weaker side of the map more than anything, and so that's FlyQuest saying we're going to lean into that immediately.
So here's a pretty exciting pick to get locked in on the side of FlyQuest Academy. NXI is going to be able to play Lee Sin, and this plays a lot to the way he likes, which is that aggressive style, which is having that early impact on the map. But the response is going to be leaving open the Xin Zhao, which plays perfectly into Griffin's wheelhouse. We really got like kind of a meta-aggressive showdown going on in the jungle rules.
We like that. These are 2 champions that they like to get aggressive very early in the game. They will duel in the jungle as well from time to time. You'll see them in the river. So support from their lanes, especially mid lane, is a big one. We know how talented Tuesday and Triple both can be. And so their ability to get out of mid lane and start an impact into this jungle versus jungle matchup is something FlyQuest kind of fell short of in the previous. I don't expect that to be repeated. Okay, that's cool. And notice also Raheen, he's taken off of 2 of his more comfortable champions. They put him onto something very scaling oriented, also removing that from Johnson. Johnson's a very good Aphelios player, and of course they're going to go for Ziggs now because they just want to ruin this Aphelios' life.
Yeah, especially after choking out that ADC pool. I was talking about it earlier. Normally, when Raheen carries, he goes on the Varus. When he falls back into that high assist, I'm going to be the support marksman. He goes back to the Ashe. So now he is going to have to be the big carry on this one. No skills, just straight up auto, right-clicking, bring it to the map. He's going to have to deal with Ziggs, as you were talking about earlier. And this is something I was getting excited for. I've been waiting for the Bard to be locked in. I was expecting it in the last series that we saw, but yeah, here we go. Bard locked in for Rhino.
So, in Amateur at least, this is used to counteract Ziggs compositions, mostly off the back of the fact that when you have pushing bot lane and you have such control of map most of the time, and you get Rift Herald and you try to convert, what's one of the best ways to prevent a Rift Herald from actually working? What's one of the ways to help control the map? What's one of the best ways to kind of have impact across everywhere? What are your best roaming supports? Bard does all these things and more. It was Don Ray on TSM AM that were able to actually accomplish this first. He's already a hard player. It made sense. We saw this pop up in a couple of places, but it still feels like the covers have been on it and it hasn't been unveiled. Maybe this is the unveiling Zeus Gaming. They get the dark tech of the Bard to help prevent the tower taking capabilities of the Ziggs, especially when it moves out of the laning phase, trying to force into a Rift Herald lane. That gets denied by a Bard ultimate. Immediately, one of the most powerful portions of this champion is removed from the map.
And I mean, it's Bard, though, and it's Rhino, and it's a pick that he pulls out from time to time. It's something this is Rhino's pocket pick for the Pocket Rhino when it comes to the amateur scene. As we head towards the second phase of the draft, taking away Nautilus, Jace, Urgot, Orianna, all off the Rift this time. Gonna lock in for Zeus Gaming in the mid lane. Tuesday, we'll be playing Azir.
Will, taking that Azir into Ryze matchup once again. Nothing shocking about that. He did it in the previous game. This would be a foot to the gas pedal. I was hoping that the Pyke would come out. You talk about champions with impact across the map. You talk about champions that can challenge a Bard's presence across the map. Pyke is definitely one of them. Rakan is another one. It's a bit more team-oriented than a Pyke. Pyke is a bit kind of volatile in the way that it can play out, because if you shut it down early, it starts to really kind of fall to pieces. Rakan is a bit better, just like the consistent team fighting that you'd be accustomed to, especially with a Ziggs, you're going to be shoving in more often than not. Not much pressure is going to be there for the Ziggs. He stands so far back. Rakan's going to be able to match a lot of the roaming that Bard's going to be able to do as well.
Yeah, and then finally rounding it off, FlyQuest Academy going to lock in the Camille over towards that top side. So you're going to have that side lane threat, very volatile pick in the top side, but the response is the Poppy.
Instant
Poppy lock.
It was instant. They saw the Camille hover, and then there was 1 second off the timer, and then Poppy was locked in.
They knew it was coming up.
They knew it was coming up because it's
They
a blind
absolutely
pick.
knew.
Like, you have to think that that's coming through. So Alorum, he loves these tanky champions. He loves things that are going to be really great in a mid-fight. He likes things that can impact in skirmishes early. And it's a direct counter to the Camille. This is perhaps one of the most direct counters that exist inside of the game. Press your W, she can't eat you. And all of a sudden, your life is ruined as Camille. So that means that Alorum just gets a ton of presence in the top v top matchup. You get to follow also alongside the likes of the Xin Zhao into a fight. You have ways in with like portals and such. Not to mention the hammer, the ultimate, knocking members out of the fight, especially if you knock out like Rise or something that's going to be really pivotal, or one of the frontliners away from everybody. Rakan, if he's ulting, there's a number of ways that fights can be very, very influenced by the likes of this Poppy Hammer. It's not something we see super often, but clearly, again, this is an Alorum champion for sure. Absolutely.
Hey, man, there's a reason why Zeus Gaming are the amateur darlings of our scene, and this is exactly why we keep getting a lot of these spicy picks coming out as of lately. Well, ready for more. Poppy in the top lane and Bard on support.
Welcome to Summoner's
This is a game where I am expecting to see a lot of Rhino and a lot of Alorum
Oh, yeah.
in places that they're not supposed to be. Be it the enemy jungle, be it mid lane, be it wherever it is that they end up. I expect a ton of interaction from Zeus Gaming here just to try to put pressure on as much as possible. Now, FlyQuest, again, I thought that their game plan coming in by banning double champions against Raheen was going to be to play the bot side, but it seems like they're just going to use Dreams instead. They kind of like, they get rid of Raheen's comfort. They say, all right, you're on Zig's duty, and they're like, we're going to take Dreams to the other side of the map. We're going to do things elsewhere to cover for everything else. And hopefully that's going to work out for the side of FlyQuest because they're attempting to use that extra map pressure from their con to deny some of what happened with Zeus, where Griffin and Alorum were able to convert a fair amount of the early play into their favor.
So I wanted to look up the stats real quick. The last time Bard was played by Pocket Rhino, it was his last game against GGA. Did pull it out in that series, and has pulled it out even during the UGP against TSM. So Pocket Rhino, Pocket Bard.
I can appreciate that he also took it against TSM just because, again, it was the amateur team of TSM that were like some of the first to really incorporate this tech into what it is that they were able to do. I'm excited very much across the board to see what it is that FlyQuest changed in terms of their pathing. I like that being a bit more aggressive, because last game with the Trundle, you can do a lot of work early. What he was able to find wasn't that impactful to begin, and then kind of got into a farming competition a little bit more. Ended up losing that against Diego pretty massively, and so now NXI on the Lee Sin, hopefully he's going to have a bit more of an impact, especially in some of these river skirmishes, as long as he got the support. Again, Poppy should have more than enough to compete against the Camille. You still have Tuesday, who's on the likes of the Azir, which should be able to control the Rise pretty decently out of the mid lane, and so NXI going to have to pick his battles pretty decently, especially against the likes of Zhao.
Ooh. Lots of autos coming in. Alorum will take a lot of punishment before he's able to get to that break point where he can just hard counter the hook shot. Talking about the bottom, though, one of the things I do love about Bard is the creativity. I could just imagine Kangas squealing now, because I know this is one of his favorite champions. But the creativity in routes that you can take with the Magical Journey. You can show up anywhere, anytime, and you're near global when you do have that temperature.
You are. Ooh.
But might not like this about the Bard. Getting caught out and dismantled. First blood will go over to Dreams. Now Raheen forced to run away after watching his support fall.
Very tough situation to bind themselves. In Johnson at the level 2, I think had the W, which is what displaced in the first place, and then Rhino just wasn't ready with the flash, was already too low to be able to really get away from the likes of Dreams. And so right there, it's just the damage that comes out from the combination of CC from Dreams W and then also Johnson. I want to see if it was W from Johnson that actually prevented this. It was. Yeah, level 2 W was enough for the displacement for Rhino to be in a tough place. At level 3, you can do some... there's some portal shenanigans you can do around your own walls, but on their side, it's really difficult to try to get out. You could try to go through that middle one there, but even that feels like Ziggs would still have the range to kind of aggress. So right there, just overstepping a bit from Rhino on that bottom side.
Unfortunate positioning, and now looking for the punish, able to get the snare.
Wow.
Out comes the Cosmic, on to Johnson. Johnson really gets punished there, but not able to find the kill. Can't get that revenge.
Tough. Really tough. The Severum is able to ramp the attack speed enough to actually do quite a bit. Aura just bullying Philip once again.
Wait, this completely flopped in HP all of a sudden.
I don't know what happened, because immediately, like Alorum had taken such bad health, or it didn't take bad health, he was just getting aggressed on by Philip at that level 2 mark before the W comes out, and all of a sudden he is just at full health with the corrupting potion stacks having been thrown together. Again, that bottom side really close to being converted, but not much damage on the likes of the Aphelios to begin this game, especially with the Vamp Scepter, so not able to convert that kill onto Johnson. Again, him being able to play so far back means that there's even less space to work with when it comes to trying to engage against him.
Yeah, unfortunate they couldn't get the kill down there. Gonna set up that win con for FlyQuest Academy to really focus on the bot lane and try and choke out Raheen and Rhino from having an impact on this map. It's a teleport coming out from Johnson, getting back into lane and continue pressing pressure.
They are. Nothing from the junglers yet. Haven't really seen too much from Griffin or from NXI. Both of them going for more clears. Both of them going for more of what have we sort of the standard type jungling that we're seeing with the farming patterns and things. I want to see where their interaction comes from first. I do note that Griffin is pathing towards topside to maybe convert on where this Poppy is going to be. This was the game plan previously when they had Alorum up against Philip on the Ornn versus the Aatrox matchup in the previous game. Worked out very well when they were able to convert that one. Maybe going to try it a second time to again break Alorum out of the laning phase very quickly, let him interact with the map the way that we know that he likes to do.
Now roaming out is going to be Rhino. Always watching for those rooms. Collect those meeps. Go on a journey and be able to get more as Tuesday tries to find himself something. Not going to grab it onto Triple, who will be able to flash away from the Emperor's Divide. You can see Griffin right there waiting in the wings. Ready to fast enough to flash away and stay alive.
Ready to capitalize as soon as that comes through. As soon as you watch an Azir throw a soldier down and then like EQ into it, you know you're probably not in a great place, especially if you don't have vision on their jungler. And so right there, not willing to give that one over. Griffin kind of just dips into the mid lane for a second. Also reverses pathing because he was spotted out in that mid lane and going to find NXI. Rhino's faster. Raheem's also going to be here. Can they take this fight?
Ooh, who's being found now is going to be the question. NXI is the one going for the engage. Over the wall goes Rhino, gets himself to safety.
That's real bad.
Trying to find more onto Raheen, who's underneath the tower. Getting in the autos, though, will find the kill onto Dream. It's going to be a 1-for-1 in the bot lane.
Really, really impressive use of the Duskwave right there on the Q on the Gravitum. It was enough to supply like that Gravitum ball onto 3 different members, which prevented them from getting anywhere, especially Dreams, who ended up getting traded. So the 1-for-1 goes over to Raheen, quick thinking on that Aphelios to be able to prevent that one from being even more disastrous by not getting a trade kill in that process.
Yeah, Rhino staying alive in that as well, now showing up towards the bot lane, and you also have Griffin down there, so a lot of eyes being placed down there. Gotta put your eyes over towards the top side, though, as Philip forced to use the ultimatum.
Ooh.
Now showing up is going to be Triple. Has the ultimate charged up. Not going to find the landing, though. Steadfast presence just to get the extra move speed and get away from Triple.
Able to walk out just in trade for the ultimate. Philip was in a pretty tough position. Able to get bailed out by Triple right here. Does give over Dragon immediately to the likes of Zeus as they're able to make that response. This is what I was talking about as well. Watch this right here. 3 members, all of them with that gravity or with that Gravitum. The Binding Eclipse keeps Triple within range just to make sure that he's going to get stuck underneath this tower. They do trade the plate, but again, at least Raheen doesn't go down without at least trading one back. So you can you kind of hang your hat on that if you're Raheen.
So 7 minutes, 40 seconds, we get our first Drake. Zeus will grab the Mountain Drake. But overall, a pretty even game in the grand scheme of things. Gold lead on relative even. FlyQuest going to need something more, as this is match point in favor of Zeus.
Yeah, I would say the team fight isn't as mean from the side of Zeus. They've got great damage dealers with the Aphelios and the Azir here to be able to work with to try to convert that later game, but they don't have that Ornn for the additional scaling, nor do they have that like kind of Ornn ultimate button, which is just the ultimate go button for like a very long range engage. So I will say that as well about the side of Zeus, which is that their composition, I don't think team fights as perfectly as what you saw in the previous game, which opens up a bit more. Now, in fairness, Camille is going to side lane a bit more. Triple's still going to side lane a little bit. It's not exactly a perfect team fighting composition from FlyQuest either. So, like, when it comes to that, we'll pay a lot more attention to what they're doing at the time. But it's not like there's one team with a very clear composition that's just going to monstrously beat the other in terms of the pure, like, team fight versus team fight. The way we've been seeing most of the day, even to our previous series.
And now looking to contest Rift Herald is going to be Zeus as they chase out NXI. NXI forced to back off. Rhino's there alone with the Herald. Does have the magical journey to get him to safety. will be able to scoot on out, and a little bit of a dance. I'm going to have the Baron dance instead have a Herald Shuffle. We'll chase away, and no one grabbing Herald this time.
I don't want to call it a Herald Shuffle because we already have like a
Herald
Shriva Shuffle. There we go. That's the word. That's what I like to hear. Yeah, see, that's the creativity we hire you for, Mr. Eric.
Not bad, Rebel Fox. I got it. No hoedowns to be had yet. Scuttle Crab's taken, and you can still see Zoos are putting their eyes towards that direction as Griffin is hovering around the mid lane, but so is NXI, and that is so frustrating to deal with if you're Philip.
That is. And this wave is difficult to like, now problematic because Philip is going to, like, have this wave crash in. Alorum's able to step into River so much faster than his counterpart, and that's what's buying them space here for this Rift Herald on the top side. Notice also that Raheen was kind of driven away from the bottom side of the map where, like, he's not going to be able to accomplish too much into the likes of the combination of Ziggs, who can put pressure on from so far away, and Rakan, who can make that dive happen even without the level 6. It's possible to convert on that. So that's why Raheen staying out of vision, staying behind the tower as much as possible. Now that his support's coming back, can step back up. Lost a couple of plates there, or I think one additional, and then half of the extra one, as they're going to try to convert even more of it with NXI to the bottom.
Waiting for the magical journey to come out of Rhino. Rhino is now ticking down. It looks like it was on cooldown, so he will fall to NXI. Very simple kill picked up there, reading the support, returning the lane.
Triple also gets into the bottom lane with that ultimate, and that's going to set up Johnson to be able to take the first tower of the game. Even though Rift Herald just went over, FlyQuest make a very quick shift to make sure that they can support Johnson's attack on this bottom tower. Since Raheen is on this Aphelios, they have Rhino roaming about as much as possible. Frees up so much space for Johnson to just kind of eviscerate this tower, melt it as much as he can, just so that he can end up getting even more gold, start deploying the Ziggs into other lanes. Tuesday, happy he was able to get that plate and able to shift out, even if it was just a little bit of damage starting on the rise.
Look a little fancy there, but will get the plate, has a good amount of gold to work with. Ultimately collecting... Actually, did he get the plate at the end? No, he didn't. Now he's trying to grab it. He's walking up to it without a wave, like, just to smack it.
It had to be like fractions or like single health points on that tower that we're not able to capitalize on.
Ooh, ultimatum comes out, but shooed away by the ultimate. Alorum will keep his life.
Able to kick him out. It is a lot better of an early game from FlyQuest because right now they weren't able to capitalize on top lane at any point so far. Mid lane's going about evenly. You do still have the CS advantage for Griffin, who hasn't been able to find the same kind of like very early aggression. Viego had a lot more impact in the earlier game of the previous one, and because of that, again, Zeus is currently sitting themselves at about a 2,000 gold deficit underneath their opponents in FlyQuest, who also, they pulled first tower of the game. Now Ziggs is able to deploy in mid lane. It's a lot harder for them to try to deal with some of this that's coming on. In their team fight, again, still not that perfect 5-on-5 we saw with like the Ornn and the setup of that in the previous game. So Zeus, I want to see where their point of attack is going to start here, because Griffin and Alorum are both extremely good in some of these fights that come about. They're both very good champions for putting people, especially in river fights and things like that. Now trying to force this Rift Herald, while mid lane, they're shoving out Raheen as much as they can. NXI's behind him!
Ooh, NXI will get the kick, but not the Sonic Wave. It buys a lot of time. It's not going to be enough for Zeus to be able to capitalize on anything, though, as a double kill is picked up by Johnson.
Yes, it is. 2 kills in the mid lane here. You do have a Zero around as well. They were trying to punish in the jungle right there. This is the second charge for this Rift Herald as well. Will they dive? Philip just trying to bring him down. He doesn't have the ultimate quite yet, but into the wall.
They're going right after Philip, but not enough damage to be able to take him down, so slammed against the wall, not going to happen.
And now the mid lane play is just like the trade was top lane tower and a charge into top lane inner tower. Both of those in exchange for a couple of plates on the mid lane here for Johnson, as well as the 2 kills onto Raheen and Rhino, who have been kind of a little bit bullied inside of this game. Rhino's been caught out a couple of times on his roams and elsewhere, and Raheen is just he's under the influence against the likes of the Ziggs, who's just putting damage into him time and time again. Right there, even popping the ultimate NXI behind him to kick him over top of the wall. It is obscene the amount of pressure they're trying to put in. This was the early game plan that they wanted on the side of FlyQuest when they banned out the Varus and the Ashe in first rotation, making sure that comfort wasn't going to be there.
No comfort for Raheen as they keep punishing him. Every time he's left by himself, you can see FlyQuest making a play onto him. Rhino only showing up at the last half of it. They are quick to their plays, and they're making sure that Rhino cannot be a factor in saving him, whether it be with the Tempered Fate or a well-timed Cosmic Binding. Now Zeus will be able to grab the second Drake of the game.
They will. Thankfully, able to grab 2 dragons. That's kind of the one thing that we've been able to accomplish as Zeus in the early game. They don't have the same kind of early advantages they did in the previous, but they do have the 2 dragons, and they've got this jungle advantage, which continues to climb. NXI has found a couple of plays here and there to be able to aggress in some of the early lanes, but it is Griffin who's sitting on what is currently a 24 CS lead, which is pretty good, something that is advantageous. The 2 kills kind of normalize that in terms of like what gold is held by the side of NXI, so it doesn't make that big of an impact, but Griffin's still staying relevant, at least by just keeping that farm up as much as possible. Hopefully he can convert it into some kind of aggression here soon enough. Him and Alorum, again, they're both very powerful with where they're at. This is a Sunder or Poppy, by the way, so that auto did quite a bit.
Vicious over there in the top lane. That Yordle really bringing the pain. Looking over at the bot lane, though, between Raheen and Johnson, it just shocks me at how much of a lead Johnson was able to acquire. I mean, you normally expect it with the Ziggs and the pressure they're going to apply, grabbing those early plates and just being the demolition crew over in the bot lane. But, man, already an item up, working on his second item. Johnson hasn't completed the first.
He has not. And again, putting pressure onto this bottom lane is a strategy that's worked against Zeus in the past as well, so it's not shocking to see that FlyQuest adapted to this very quickly, wanting to make sure that their bot lane was going to have all of this power to work with. I thought maybe with Ziggs, their real intention was going to be Rakan making a bunch of impact, but it really has just been a lot of bot side focus saying, okay, if nothing else happens across the map, if we mitigate all pressure elsewhere, that means that Johnson is basically free to just bring down towers as much as he wants. And it has worked out exactly in that fashion for him. So this Ziggs is very accelerated in terms of this game. The 2 dragons eventually would lead to a soul here for the side of Zeus, as well as it's going to cause more time for Helios to maybe scale up and maybe look for team fighting at that point. But by that time, Johnson's already going to be excruciatingly strong. What is happening with the Warm? Just bullying out for this tower, man. What?
Philip's having a bad day. Having a very bad day against Zeus top laner. Sonic Wave's going to land. Magical Journey, creative route on the Magical Journey to get him safety, but now Griffin is going to have to face off with FlyQuest Academy. Able to flash away is going to be Rhino. Just barely gets out from the Sonic Wave, but here comes backup in the form of Tuesday 2 down for FlyQuest as Zeus start marching in the mid lane.
First strike here on the map for the side of Zeus. They find their first bit of aggression that ends up sticking, and it's off the back of Rome's collapse from Alorum. After taking that top tower, he's first move, and Tuesday gets here faster than what Triple is able to. Also, big props to Rhino. That Q stalled out NXI and Dreams from punishing him. Like you said, creative path with that E being able to come through. And this Griffin, again, very powerful. That ultimate stalls a bunch of the damage. The kick from NXI does not hit Raheen, and this stalls enough time to make sure their side laners are going to arrive in time. And at this point, FlyQuest just knows that they're done. They get the kill onto NXI and the shutdown onto Johnson with this good shift that comes in from the Azir. This is the aggression that I've been waiting for. And with 2 dragons in their pocket, being able to neutralize the gold lead, basically set it to even at this point, if they can continue that trek, this is going to be a very good path for Zeus to continue in this game.
And a great burst of gold going over to Zeus that's been well needed. Tuesday able to grab one of those Immortal Shield bow now completed for Raheen. A mythic he desperately needed in this matchup going against the poke that you have of Johnson. So lots of life in Zeus as we start getting towards the 17-minute mark.
Absolutely. We're also in a place, once again, where, the pure engage from the side of FlyQuest now comes from Dreams. He gets blown up very quickly, and especially with Poppy, you throw up W, Dreams is denied the ability to press W to get into a fight. Same with Philip, who tries to E and then ultimate to get in somewhere. Poppy denies it with W. Same with NXI, if he tries to get in and tries to, flash kick somebody or ward hop kick somebody, gets denied that access as well. So Alorum staying around the rest of the team, being able to make sure that they cannot capitalize on this mobility to kind of find an engagement, it keeps them at bay. And it means that, this Azir who's got good range, this Aphelios who's got good range, and even Rhino being able to set up an ultimate for the remainder of the fight is going to be a lot easier. So as fast as they can get Alorum to try to get out of this laning pit. Wow, he just stopped that.
So much taken care of. There's the ultimate. This was supposed to be a tower dive. They're resetting for it. As Alorum tries to clear out the minion wave, he's going to be able to get it. Alorum's backing off. He's buying so much time, and FlyQuest are wasting so much time. Zeus Gaming set up towards the mid lane, put down Shally, and take down the mid lane tower.
Able to snag that one away. At least Johnson's able to deny that, because if it would have got a second charge, would have been prompting. Bottom lane, I don't think Tuesday's going to be able to snag that tower at least before the dragon is going to come up. As it's a 4-man commitment to topside to shut out Alorum. And yes, he's a Poppy, but this is also a damaged Poppy. This shouldn't require that many members. But they're going to trade now mid tower or top tower. They have the 1 kill in their back pocket. There's this third Drake here for the side of Zeus. Their win condition on the table. Ocean Soul is something that they can use in this game to kind of bridge whatever gap of advantage that FlyQuest has at any given point, especially with a Ziggs trying to poke you down. That extra bit of sustain is going to make a world of difference here for the Zeus composition, who also now can kind of dictate if FlyQuest want to pick the 5-on-5, they want to say, all right, we'll fight you right now. Zeus has been comfortable with it before. Maybe they'll feel powerful enough to be able to take that in the next few minutes.
I mean, and that's the alien nature, I guess, against going a pick you haven't seen in this long. Alorum blocked 2 abilities there in both the safeguard and the hook shot. He bought so much time being able to pop the ultimate and get 2 members of FlyQuest the hell out of that fight. And with that, Zeus utilized the tempo bot from that beautifully. They grabbed the Drake. They now have pressure on the map. They now have a chance, a win condition, to be able to come back into this.
I also find it interesting, at least to think about this for just 1 second, as long as we don't have action across the map. Because like Alorum could have stud under his own tower, right? And maybe that would have dissuaded the play. But that would have caused FlyQuest to then return to the bottom side of the map where the play was occurring for Zeus and maybe try to contest for mid lane. Maybe he ran out like that as a way of being like, oh, the play's still live, guys, come on, chase me. I don't know if that's the case. I would love to know whether that would have been the call, but again, this is all X's and O's that like come out later. Notice Tuesday is able to help out Rhino. Very nice path right there with the E to be able to get out of that situation as there's nothing to convert on.
Well, he did get almost the full wave doing that, so... I mean, making the best of a bad situation, right? Comes out the better for it as FlyQuest Academy now have control over this river. Baron is up at the moment. You have 3 minutes before that next dragon spawns. Zeus are not going to really push this right here. Johnson has been such a threat. 2-1-3 has 2 items completed and a lot of farm to his name as he takes down another tower.
Yeah, that ultimate right there was just to shove them off a little bit further. Griffin tanks it and drops to half health. They have support from a couple of different areas, and that just frees up Johnson to walk in and use that W on that mid tower just to push them back a bit further. As now the outer ring of towers has officially been brought down. Only the bottom tower still exists in terms of outer towers in general, as FlyQuest has that one to continue, and that's why you see Alorum is on this bottom side. He is the powerful 1v1er apparently inside of this game, the one they feel comfortable putting that pressure onto this bottom tower in general, hopefully able to convert that into that tower take on the bottom side, as the rest of the map is just absorbing waves as much as possible. They got to get some gold under Raheen. Hopefully he can kind of recover from this deficit that happened in the earlier stage, but Tuesday is feeling great right now. 225 farm, 2 items completed. The Azir right on track to be this kind of team fighting menace you'd expect.
Yeah, great scaling coming out of Tuesday so far, and he has his team to fall back on, and Alorum's been one of the biggest mid-game presences. We're going to hold a lot of control, a lot of attention that's become out of FlyQuest, allowing for Raheen to, even though he's not having the most spectacular play, he's getting a lot of farm. He's being able to get a little bit of time alone with towers every now and then. That being said, though, Johnson has punished him way more. Johnson has gotten way more gold, and still going to be a bit of a timer before Raheen can fully get online.
That's correct. Especially with the wit end dip here, there's not that like crit, there's not that like extra targeting that you would get from like an Infinity Edge, a Runeans. You don't have that extra like kind of punch behind your big ultimates that would come about from something like the like a lethality item, something that would go like a collector or something like that. Man, the fighting's starting to look rough for Alorum into Philip. That the lack of tankiness on Poppy has made it difficult to try to make that happen.
Wow.
Huh?
Slamming him against the wall. Good way to cancel out the hook shot there when you don't have the steadfast presence up, but that's still the flash being burnt. Alorum's no longer having the presence he had once before.
No, he's got 2 items completed, but there's no armor yet, and so especially with like Philip being primarily auto attacker, and then also with that massive true damage second feel, it's a lot of easily accessible damage that Philip can throw in when he's not. I immediately
right under the tower by his lonesome. Tuesday's alive! He survives under the tower off a 3-man dive. Alorum shows up just to guarantee he has an escape route. Goodness gracious, I can't believe my eyes.
Absolutely no way did that just happen. Tuesday sneaks out of that top lane play. The last takes of damage just kind of shielded by that E and being able to get out after the ultimate gets thrown down. Lauren prevents them from teleporting any further or walking between those towers. And even better, you pay attention, this was the expenditure not of Tuesday's flash at all. It was the TP of Alorum, but also Johnson flash because they used that portal to try to get on top of the Ziggs, and he had to get out of dodge as fast as possible. So they end up burning that summoner spell in exchange for what happened on top side. That is a worthwhile trade for the side of Zeus.
Oh, Alorum using the steadfast presence means you can't find the engage. Zeus almost looking to find the engage on them as the cosmic binding goes out, able to get the double stun. Triple trying to find some haymakers to throw over onto Griffin, but Griffin will be okay. The bomb goes out, a good chunk of damage, about a third of the health of Tuesday. Now Alorum hides in the bush, puts on the steadfast presence, but there's no mobility going out. There's only damage. Triple gets the kill onto him. The magical journey trying to find another way out. What's going on here? Was that the Dragon's Reach that stopped him? Rahid went all over the place.
No, that was the Hextech ultimatum. Got locked him in right before he's able to get out on the E. And now this ultimate's also going to get them closer to the Baron. They're just going to try to convert this immediately. That was insane from Philip to be able to catch the ADC on the side of Zeus. They still have the problem with the Azir, and I don't think they can just walk directly at Baron. So they're not going to do that. They baited it a little bit, and they actually get more.
For more. Here comes the Emperor's Divide. It's going to buy a little bit of time as Griffin tries to play the defense. One down as Dreams falls. Triple flashes. Cannot find more. FlyQuest Academy, they try and put their hand in the cookie jar one more time, but they lose Dreams in the process.
I honestly think they should have just committed to the Baron and then turned off of Baron to try, because they knew the flash was down from the previous fight. You'll get a chance to see this. This is miserable because, again, this is Ziggs in exactly prime territory, being able to do pretty much anything he wants, and they eventually engage into Alorum, who's trying to find this solid flank angle from the top, but Tuesday and Raheen get pushed back so far, it prevents anything from happening. So now Triple J gets to walk up on that champion. Dreams gets to find something. Tuesday tries to cover, but as soon as Alorum goes down, this fight's over. Rhino's like, all right, let's portal out of here, guys. This is where you get to see Philip. Flash, ultimate, locks him in, pulls him back because he's not allowed to leave that zone, and that means Raheen goes down as well. This is the moment, again, where I think FlyQuest, they should honestly just, like, go to Baron immediately after Dragon, or even before the Dragon, they just immediately go. I think they understand that Tuesday is going to be able to put in a bunch of damage, and the jungler's still up, so it's a coin flip, potentially, and because of that, they go for this engagement. Doesn't work out, because another great wall from Tuesday prevents the full engage, and Dreams ends up falling and traded over to the Azir.
And he still gets the kill on the back of that. The awareness of Tuesday, absolutely immaculate right there. And now Zeus Gaming are going after Baron. They're the ones starting it up. 1K remains. Zeus just grabbed Baron in the face of FlyQuest, and now FlyQuest are looking for retaliation. Ultimatum gonna be used. It will find Griffin. Griffin trying to buy the time, but FlyQuest will be able to find the kill onto him. But still, Zeus are the ones walking out with Baron.
What happened while we were in replay?
What?
Oh no, things went crazy there for a minute. You have to think like, okay, FlyQuest had just made that dragon play. Then they extended over to Baron by burning Triple's ultimate, and then they lost Dreams, so there's no warding pressure. Yeah, this is just a re-engagement. Zeus just goes, okay, they have no information. We just have the Aphelios with green and white, perfect gun setup for this, and they've got the Azir, and then the Poppy ultimate stalls it even further. Oh my goodness. That's about as perfect a Baron setup as you could have ever asked for. What a play from Zeus!
Brilliant play coming out of Zeus. You got to love that. Just outsmarting with the 5-head onto FlyQuest. Now Zeus, man, we might be seeing it happening right now. Zeus are in position to try and fight their way back and make this a 2-0 against a top 4 Academy squad.
That they might. They get a bunch of gold back, so they have like 2,500, 3,000 gold deficit under flag, which is problematic, especially because Johnson's the one with most of the gold. Triple's another one, so both of their carries are really in great positions. They're going to come claw back a little bit because of the towers. Most importantly, though, remember, 3 dragons stacked.
Ooh, looking for Tuesday. He will get the flash on the Dragon's Rage. A great kick to come out of an NXI. Gotta go golden to try and buy some time, but the damage is there, and the shutdown goes over to NXI. That is the mid laner down. That is Breath for FlyQuest, but you gotta look at the mid lane because the Stranglehold is looking to grow a little bit tighter, going after the siege, but you got great defense coming out of Johnson on the Ziggs.
So, at this point, I honestly think they should have kept all 3 members top lane. They should have gone for the inhibitor. I'll explain that in a minute, because it seems like right now we're actually going to get an engagement here onto Philip potentially.
Go chain CC. Cosmic
Oh my
Fighting.
God!
Oh my god! You go nowhere today, Philip. Steadfast presence, Cosmic Binding, the kitchen sink thrown at it.
Really was. So, again, this whole play kind of is based off the fact that they're like, okay, if we get Tuesday, we can pull top tower relatively easily. This is kind of a setup because the cross side of the map is being pushed by multiple members. You're in 3 lanes right now, and FlyQuest is able to punish them with that Baron buff on the board because they want to get Tuesday. However, pushing mid and bot lane is the setup for Dragon. This is all that Zeus would have ever wanted in 100 days, because now they have those lanes able to be pushed super far up for free, and they left residual vision that they can now play on for the 30 Dragon in 30 seconds. So it's like, if you're going to trade that, FlyQuest has got to keep 3 topside, pull that inhibitor, and force those minions to have somebody kind of come back, at least keep a Lorem or Tuesday in the base before they can TP. But instead, they lose that inhibitor tower, but don't get the inhibitor, so there's no pressure that that wave is actually putting on the inhibitor or any of the base yet, and it allows Zeus to come back out and get this dragon, have perfect setup for the dragon, or at least look for the fight here.
And this is going to be the moment of truth. The Dragon is spotting Griffin deep in the pit, looking to clear out that control ward. He might get funneled out a little bit, or might get pincered into the pit as it is going to be started off. You see Rhino waiting in the wings, looking to try and catch out Philip. Philip gets stunned up by the Cosmic Binding as the bombs keep getting thrown one after the other. Now they're going on to Griffin. Griffin's going to use the Cosmic card. He will be able to use it as a tempered fake. Goes on the back, going for the Dragon. They're able to get it. Zeus Gaming have Dragon Soul, but do they have the fight? They got to leave. They got to reach it. Raheen is getting damaged, but he will fall to Johnson. And now FlyQuest, they see the situation they're in. They head straight for the base of Zeus Gaming.
Insane. Rhino's ultimate is what's able to set up that trait of the Dragon, so now they've got their Ocean Soul. That's some of the scaling that they've been looking for. Somehow, Raheen lives on the opposite side of the fight, and he's able to take things on his own to get 1 kill. 3 members live from the side of Zeus. I don't think it's enough to prevent them from being able to take this inhibitor, but at least they live to fight another day. I think they're trying to TP this wave on the top side to pull that one as well, and that's going to be the case. Only 3 members went. They're not going to take that fight, though. They're comfortable with this. They are okay with where they're at right now for the side of Zeus, given what they have. And now Johnson's in some trouble.
Johnson's all by himself, but Johnson doesn't give a goddamn. He takes down the jungler, and he's going to take down Rhino as well. Throwing the Qs, it's going to miss. Triple's going to show up, but over the wall, he will steal it away. Now teleport's coming through. It's a double TP. Tuesday is fed to the wolves as Johnson blows his way the hell on out of there. And Triple to finish off the kill. Alorum caught out by the hook shot. Make it rain pain from Johnson is able to grab another one. And now 4 members down from Zeus. It was so close. It was almost a comeback. But Zeus, they have faltered at the 11th hour as they're being pushed into their base and getting destroyed.
Raheen is the only one left. He has to clutch this on his own. Rhino's going to be up. Griffin's going to be up in a second too. Maybe they can make one last defense, but they threw so hard. Can they stop them before they take the Nexus? No!
The last shot looking to come in. Griffin will take down one, but Raheen has long been sent to the grave. Now, FlyQuest, they have their retaliation. In game number 2, they're gonna make this a series.
This was playable after the Dragon take. If you keep your inhibitors, like, your inhibitors are fine going down, you can recover from that, right? Because you can come back out and you can try to stall things with Bard. Ultimate Bard Portal will get you to Baron faster. You can do that. That extension, trying to punish Johnson, that they committed 4 members to eventually, or 3 members, I think 4 members eventually after all things said and done, and they all went down one by one by one. That's the throw of the game. That call, difficult to make. I understand the longing of want to bring that Ziggs down because of how frustrating it was all game, but I think, honestly, if they had just, pulled back on the reins for 1 second, they could have kept this one in their favor. They could have maybe turned this game completely around, and Zeus might have been actually continuing to play and potentially looked for, like, a Baron play fight eventually. Instead, I mean, the comeback, FlyQuest, they end up taking this one.
I mean, yesterday was nothing but Swift 2-0s. How poetic that today would be nothing but slobber knockers going straight to game number 3. Holy moly. You got to respect Johnson. You got to respect the damage a late game Ziggs can put out. I've seen King do some of the most disgusting stuff with the Ziggs before, where he's able to get an auto and just throw the ultimate and assassinate the enemy ADC. Ziggs in the late game does scale, and he does become a threat if that poke starts landing.
It's now a threat that also comes up in the drafting phase. You do get side selection here from the side of Zeus if they want to try to prevent that one from coming through, but man, it is FlyQuest have a new threat with Johnson in the bottom lane. He was filthy that game the entirety of that time. And the worst part about this, the entire time that we're thinking about how this game was going, we were in like theory of like, okay, are they going to be able to like operate off this? And Zeus was like operating off of borrowed time for like 15 minutes straight, and it caught up to them because of a bad call. But like, even if that hadn't come through, even if they had lost 2 inhibitors and kept all 5 members, there was still no guarantee. They were still down a fair amount of gold and weren't necessarily still going to come back even with Ocean Soul. So like, that was a rough game. I got to give props to FlyQuest for being able to turn around that game number 1, which was so clean for Zeus, taking away a bunch of the pressure. Coming into game 3, I don't know how it is that we pulled 6 games after yesterday's very quick 4, but I'm all about it, man. We're here for that. We're here for these very elongated best of 3s.
And so am I, Rebel. We are here for it. We're going to throw it over to short break. When we return, we'll be ready for that game number 3. FlyQuest Academy versus Zeus Gaming. You are not going to want to miss it. Be sure to stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to LCS Academy, and what a day we've had so far, Rebel Fox. Slobberknocker after Slobberknocker. The last game was intense, man. It went straight to the wire. It could have been anyone's.
It really could have. It all started, again, focus onto Raheen as much as possible from FlyQuest, where it's like, okay, we're going to put Johnson in an advantageous position. We're going to put resources into Johnson in the bottom lane so that he can crack towers as much as possible. And the number of times poor Raheen is going to be in this reel, just being the target of affection for the entirety of FlyQuest, including this one, where NXI literally walked through tower and flash kicked him over top of the wall to put him into Ziggs. Poor guy definitely soaked quite a bit of attention from the side of FlyQuest. That was their kind of full intent with the draft to begin with.
Yeah, that real focus on Raheem. Sad to see. A rough life for him. But we got to see a lot of tricky plays come out of Zeus in the way that they actually bring their team fight to a lot of these. You know, with right here, Rhino having a lot of slippery plays where he's able to just barely flash out. Brilliant timing right there. But the star of that play has to be Tuesday with that Emperor's Divide. You could see him really picking the moment that he wanted to throw that down, try to make sure that Johnson wasn't going to be out of it.
You could see that the team fight was definitely there. And Zeus has got to be one of the best teams, or at least from today, at least. They have been leveraging these dragons in such insane ways. Were it not for the fact that Johnson had like this obscene advantage to begin this game and they hadn't been just like loading him with gold, this would have been another game where like early on these dragon control would have been something to pay attention to from the side of Zeus. This is another one of those fancy little interactions that came about. That was kind of rough to have to deal with from Raheen. More bullying onto him, unfortunately, here on this stream.
So good, though. That was brilliantly used, and going to see more of that bullying come out as Tuesday, we thought he was left for dead right here, slips out easily, gets a kill on the back end of it. He was really one of the highlight players, and some of these clutches that Zeus were able to grab.
300%. And their play around these dragons was actually really nice as well from time to time here. Again, the Ziggs was putting on a bunch of pressure when it came to the range right there. Raheen took quite a bit of damage. When it came to their commitment, like Griffin was literally sitting in this dragon pit forever, and this Bard ultimate call to deny them to force down this Drake was humongous. The crazier part was, again, Tuesday ends up going down eventually, but Raheen lives through all of what you're seeing on the top side of this forever, ends up getting the kill onto Philip, trading 2 for 1. And this is where we thought there was a glimpse of hope here for the side of Zeus Gaming up against the side of FlyQuest. They come through, they like go for this double inhibitor. That's fine. All this was expected. They can't really hold this with Griffin and with Orb. But here comes the kind of defining statement of the game, which was the. I'm just gonna leave anybody who hadn't seen it. You can just see.
Johnson wanted to be in that realm warp too. So this whole play,
this whole play
was off a misstep of FlyQuest Academy.
And then Rhino goes down. You have the TP coming in because Tuesday wants to clutch it. Alorum is behind all of this. Johnson is able to Zonia's the wall that comes out from Tuesday, who flashes to get away from the Everfrost, only for Johnson to then get out as well with his own flash and his own W. And at this point, Alorum is just done for. It is an unfortunate circumstance that he found himself in. But that was just like immediately the death of the team. Again, there's question marks abound as to whether that would have been worth it at all in the grand scheme of things, just to hunt down Johnson when you could have just given those 2 inhibitors and continued with your life a little bit, especially with Ocean Soul. But things were already precarious right there. As Zeus Gaming, they now have a chance to switch back to the blue side. Maybe that ends up being a little bit of help for them.
Man, I really want to know how that game would have played if Johnson actually ended up in that realm warp and got towards the other side, because now there's so many what-ifs in my head from what has just unfolded with that last game. But speaking of Johnson, I do want to highlight him a little bit more, because this is a player that gets a lot of credit from his coaches for absorbing knowledge, for being one of those players who's actively trying to improve all the time. You know, he started bursting out in the Title 1 Championship Series in 2017. After that, he got put into TSM, where he really got his developmental going.
He really did. And since then, obviously, I remember they subbed him in for an academy game because they didn't want any other teams to grab him. Ended up getting snagged up by Dignitas, where he got to play alongside Afromoopster. That he pulled a bunch of information from that. And then now he finds himself here on FlyQuest. I'm sure FlyQuest loves to have him. He is a great player, able to do quite a bit. That was a really great indication of what he's capable to do individually. His ability to kind of make the correct decision in any circumstance oftentimes does kind of go under the rug. But like when it goes on display, a great example, that Ziggs play that he had made, not a lot of players would have been able to make every single move perfectly to ensure that that play was going to go in the Zig's favor. Eventually, probably would have died, but he gets to walk out of that one for free.
So now things definitely are going to have an interesting flip. I can't imagine that Zoos are going to let that Ziggs out again. We're just going to throw it back like 2 patches where we had permaban Ziggs, permaban Ziggs, permaban Ziggs. Yeah, bot lane is definitely going to be a mess.
It's a situation that you find yourself in where I think that Zeus need to find an answer to what happens if Varus and Ashe get banned away again. Because is it a champion pool problem of Raheen to not be able to play anything beyond Aphelios? I know back in the day his Kai'Sa was really mean, even though Kai'Sa's not particularly meta right now or anything like that. What is the back pocket for Raheen? I don't know if they want to play that card quite yet, but it might be necessary if you have to expend a ban on the likes of that of Ziggs. And even worse, think about this possibility. Varus Ashe get banned out, Ziggs gets banned out, and then immediately Johnson takes Aphelios. What are you opting for into that matchup? Do you have Callista in your back pocket? Do you have any of these other champions to play into Aphelios in your back pocket? Again, the pool of Raheen, I think, gets tested here if you're not careful with how this draft actually plays out now that you're on blue side.
Yeah, it was really tested with the way we saw them focus down his champion pool, understanding the champions he plays the most, because we look at FlyQuest Academy's bans, Ashe and Varus were 2 of the first ones to come through in phase number 1, Viego being the other one that they were just ensuring would not get locked down by Griffin again. So FlyQuest, I mean, we're seeing the adaptation out of them. We're seeing they know how to respond to what Zoos are doing, to what Zoos are bringing on the map. Now it's going to be up to Zoos to respond to these bans coming through, to not being able to get the comfort that did them so well in game number 1.
They have the option for more aggression out of their jungler as well. Last game, the Xin Zhao was very good when they found the aggression with it, but it felt like it was seldom that they were really finding the aggressive plays for Griffin to step forward with, or at least they were finding that kind of problematic issue of like, where do we attack on the map with Griffin? I'd like to see a champion that he can kind of instill his own wrath with, if that's the case.
So just getting word that Champion Select is now ready. So the final game of the day, no other way about it, FlyQuest Academy versus Zeus Gaming, game number 3, now underway. Gotta see them bans, Rebel Fox. Is it going to be FlyQuest going straight after that ADC pool once again and making sure to choke out Raheen and keep that as their win condition?
Yes, I think that worked very well, keeping Johnson as the win condition. If that's the case, I also would not like to see, like, personally, I think this is the strategy. If you go Varus Ashe and then the opposite side bans out the Ziggs, I think you also don't take Aphelios. I think if you play something slow, that's beneficial because it buys more time for Raheen and Rhino to just kind of sit there in the laning phase, or even just Raheen to sit there while Rhino roams on something like the Bard like we saw in the previous game. And if that's the case, I don't know that you really want that. Raheen is good at team fighting if he's able to get there kind of consistently or without too much of a hiccup, and if you can't force with the Aphelios and whatever bot laner you pair with it, that's the problem that's going to arise. So I feel as though FlyQuest could try to avoid that situation just by leaving up the Ashe here on this side and then just being able to play whatever you want into it.
So champion getting left up this time is going to be Renekton. That was banned away last time, really targeting Philip over on the top side, because Philip does default to that Renekton anytime he does get a chance to. One more ban to come out of FlyQuest Academy. What we're expecting is the Ashe to go through, take away that comfort from Raheen, force him into a bad situation. 5 seconds left on the clock. And no, going for the Lee Sin instead. So Ashe is still on the table.
I don't know that Raheen is willing to blind this. Of course, Xin Zhao is available as well with Viego and Lee Sin both left off the board. And because Varus is around, they're just going to first pick it as fast as possible, make sure that one is snagged up. So then FlyQuest's response of like, okay, could they go like Aphelios Thresh? Could they do something like that? They go to Azir immediately. Triple Azir is very good, but it's interesting that they go to something like this. I know sometimes it's difficult for players to have kind of back pocket champions. The first one that comes to mind is Syndra, because Syndra has not been removed, so it's possible they snag that. Are they really going to do the Ashe as well?
Yeah, Raheen, you don't get to play any champion that you like, man. And same thing for Tuesday, because Tuesday has played Azir in the last 2 games, so that's going to be stolen straight away from Zoo's pocket.
Will. Again, I think that Tuesday's got enough of a champion pool, especially of mages, that's capable of responding to the likes of this Azir, that I'm a little surprised it came out this early. This is also something that's a little curious to me. They're going to Aphelios Braum. I'm pretty sure Ashe is commonly picked into this Aphelios with just constantly in course of like what we see in professional play, and a lot of that is due to like the constant slow, also the ability to like you spike a little faster with like your passive, and then your hawk shots being able to help out the jungle matchup quite a bit better. So FlyQuest have a good matchup just because, again, the question is like, what is Raheen able to go to? Well, he defaults back to Aphelios, and they go back to Aphelios Braum, which worked for them, or at least the Braum worked for them in game number 1. So there's that to consider. But
and you got a great front line coming out from this Trundle as well. You don't get much mobility when it comes to the Aphelios, so that pillar can be a great tool to really lock down that Aphelios, along with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. You have a lot of sources of pick coming out from FlyQuest Academy early in this draft.
Yeah, if you go for Thresh as well, it's really going to add into that. So it's going to be a very heavy pick composition where also Thresh could potentially just move out of the laning phase. I do like that FlyQuest, they say, okay, no Ornn, we're not going to deal with that anymore. We don't necessarily have a pick readily available for it, so we're not going to worry about it. If I were Zeus, again, the pressure I'd be putting on potentially is that bottom lane. You do have to be careful because I think Trundle's not terrible into Braum. In melee range, obviously, the concussive blows is great, but with double slow and with pillar to split off Aphelios, it's pretty easy to just like kind of blitz down one singular target with the amount of CC and damage that those two bring very early into the game. So be careful, Zeus. You just don't want to get kind of pigeonholed with this Trundle being in the jungle because it might be your support here, even though it's been commonly taken into Xin Zhao because of how powerful it is in that 1v1 matchup.
It's pretty interesting how quickly FlyQuest Academy have shifted their priority when it comes to bans to suit this series that we're having right now, because when this started in game number 1, the focus was heavily onto Alorum. We saw the bans of the Urgot, we saw the bans of the TK, none of that really going through. And now the focus has been shifted. Get them off Comfort. Get Griffin off the Viego. Get Raheen off the Varus. And as well as Alorum, not going to let him get his comfort of that Ornn that you were talking in just a moment ago. But now FlyQuest Academy, they're doing an interesting hover right here as Lulu is looking to get locked in.
There it is. Yeah, maybe they fancy this. It could be top lane still. Like, it could possibly, but I'm assuming this is Dream saying, okay, I'll take the Lulu into the Braum matchup. It's very, very heavy damage to start things off if you are not careful. Again, Ashe with, like, just the volley to begin with alongside the Lulu can do way too much damage for what you're considering it to do in the earlier stages of the game to bully that out. And it still leaves, of course, the top lane potential to be out here. Again, Trundle can still be moved up there if you want, but it should probably just be NXI Trundle once again. And so we're going to get a counter pick now for what it is that Philip wants on the top lane. We'll see what they opt for. It is Sylas taken into Azir. It's a very aggressive matchup that can be difficult for Sylas if you're not careful. Of course, if you snowball and even one kill, Azir is a little bit miserable during the laning phase because of how close proximity they're going to be. Now it's a question of what does Alorum take when he's blind picking here on the blue side. I didn't realize I didn't ban it. So used to it not being. About it. We're just so used to it being banned. I just completely slipped my mind. Yeah.
Yeah. So
That's
Alorum, Urgot. I mean, we got the champions that we know Alorum for. Wukong's one of them. You just saw the Poppy. Wukong's the most prominent of them all, but Urgot is definitely another one that's in his wheelhouse. I'm surprised to see this make it so far through.
I'm also very surprised because usually it's banned and it's banned for good reason. He is very, very good at this champion. Like, obscenely good at this champion. When he first made his foray into, like, amateur from the previous split on Zeus Gaming, the first iteration, this was one of those champions that just, like, was instantly permabanned because he was just disgusting in his ability to be able to take over games with it. And it has that possibility yet again in this game. Gets to supplant the damage a little bit, has a bit of range to work with, and now gets to Philip. If you do that same thing you did in game number 1, put some pressure, get that snowballing, this is going to be an even harder little avalanche that Alorum's going to be able to take into Affiliate or into Philip's like Aatrox now, and that champion is able to carry in much different ways than an Ornn would be able to. Ornn is all about, I'm going to upgrade items, I'm going to be engaged. That's not the pathway that this Urgot's going to take if that's the case.
Yeah, I would be very scared for Philip right now. If Griffin heads anywhere towards that lane, I would be even more terrified for him. It's gonna be a nightmare over towards that top side, and we've seen that Alorum is willing to put that pressure onto top side and be that carry for his team to apply that pressure and keep NXI distracted, keep the rest of the team distracted, and constantly have to deal with him. Alorum being on the Surrogate, I am so excited to see it. He always plays those beefy boys, man. Always the beefy boys. The Ornns, the Mundos, even the Chogats. Well, Urgot's on the Rift today.
Yeah. It's going to be a fun one to watch. I will say both of these teams also don't have this like insane engage as we've seen in a couple of the previous games, and so when it comes down to it, I feel like when it comes to like range, you've got the combination of Urgot with Aphelios, who both have good range, and then on the other side you've got the combination of Azir with the likes of Johnson's Ashe. That wall is going to be invaluable for separating the likes of this Urgot from the remainder of the team, but you also have to consider Xin Zhao and Sylas getting into your backline is going to be hard, and then you think like Moonlight Vigil with Gravitum. You've got like the Braum ultimate as well. You have a couple of ways to kind of throw disarray immediately from a decent range on the side of Zeus. I'm a little more comfortable with their composition's capability of engaging in the earlier stages, so I feel like laning phase is something FlyQuest is going to have to take advantage of at least a little bit.
A little more terrifying things for me when you're going against Urgot. Man, he's the champion that just really messes with your mental. If there's a champion I'm ever gonna just like completely break and tilt on, it's gonna be whenever I'm going against Urgot, because when he brings you in with the fear beyond death, man, do you feel helpless.
That is true. And it's such a health proximity thing where it's like you just have to be so careful with your health trades. Against most champions, it's like if I'm below a quarter health, like usually you could stay around, contest a little bit, or at least stay for a wave. With Urgot, that's just not the case. You just have to keep your health insanely high, or you usually lose everything pretty much across the board, which is the difficulty of having to deal with a champion like that. Especially even now, as we speak about it, like Alorum.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he's sending him back already. Sub 200 health, Philip. Took the wrong lane to the lane. Now has to take a recall from the early punish of Alorum.
Really impressive also. I think he waited to upgrade that E until he knew he could hit it, and hit it from around a corner, almost like curved the E in that particular way, the way that Dreams did. He's right back on him!
He's right back on him, Alorum, please! Dude, come on! He's got a team he's got to play on. You can't bully him like this.
Even worse, he's going to hit level 2 quickly, and that means that Alorum could turn on him. If Philip stays up here to auto this way, he's got to get out of dodge really quickly or things are not going to go his way. Alorum has burnt his entire pot as well as the biscuit that he's received to start the game to keep his health and his mana high enough to continue to oppress against Philip, but man, he is in dire straits right now with the way that this has been going. Philip is not in a good place on this Aatrox right now. They got to break him loose somehow. And here comes the Summoner spell, the third one. Griffin to the top side for Alorum. Maybe to help him out. Maybe to try to force a dive on the level 1 Aatrox.
Oh, they're headed straight up there right now. Griffin clearing out the golems. The minion wave soon to crash. Already starting to hit. Now Philip just try to clear that as fast as he can. Oh god, I'd feel so bad right now. It is level 3 for Alorum.
He's also very high health, and he just hit level 3, so I don't think this is as clean as it would have been. If they had gone on the wave crash that Philip was level 1 on, and he hadn't hit level 2 immediately, I would have said, okay, maybe they can take it because his health isn't high, he doesn't have these stats. Now he's level 3, now he has 3 abilities as well. Even at that level 1, it was going to be a difficult situation to get both out with nothing. But here we are. It ends up not being too bad. Philip picks up 14 CS, and all it was is a burnt TP. He's trying to trick Alorum into things. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Here we go. Tries the flash forward. Not going to find it, but the 3-talon strike is able to get the knock-up in first blood going over to Griffin.
Very well played. The punishment, the pain train comes about. We know that that's the case. We talked about it. Alorum is going to have that as the nickname forever just because of how easy it is. And right there, Urgot pulls early resource. Griffin able to convert that early kind of like push the bounce off the tower into Philip going down. The mind games being played by dipping into lack of vision. And even better, NXI goes to punish on the other side of the map. But the Krugs had already been equalized. Can't take anything else, so this is just free. As, Philip knew what was going on immediately.
This was just the long con right here, Alorum. He knew he was going to get this early kill. There was no other way about it.
There was no other way, yeah.
Yeah, Philip, you were going down, man.
You were going down from the moment you stepped into that tri-brush. It took like 60-70% of your health bar at level 1 before anything else had even come through. That was decided by Alorum very easily. And not too much punishment. Again, NXI wasn't able to really kind of break off too much in terms of farm lead against the likes of Griffin. It was bottom lane and mid lane that both had to take that kind of advantage or disadvantage, because you can see 10 CS in the mid lane. It's going to be shortened a little bit, probably just a one wave here from the side of Tuesday. Bottom lane in the same way because they had to pull back as an NXI. The conversion has to be there. Alorum and Griffin have to now be kind of the central point here for the side of Zeus if they want this to work.
For the 3-talon strike knockup, able to get it onto NXI. Going to go towards his teammate Tuesday. Lorem will show up with the teleport as well, now able to get the slow onto Triple's. Triple does have the flash. Will use it to get an angle on the blast plan and get to safety.
Yes, Flash has to be burnt by Triple. That's potential punishment to come through. Good cover by Lorem. After that TP was burnt by Philip, he had the advantage. He didn't have to use it after the kill had come through, and that opens up now Zeus to the bottom side of this map, where thankfully the Aphelios and the Braum are able to control their lane enough to come up with them on this bottom side. As well as, again, the Azir Flash being down means that if there is a body block on his E, there's no way to prevent, so now there's aggression to potentially come out. This game has opened up quite a bit for Griffin, actually. Alorem did absorb that early gank, but didn't get that kill, but now that Griffin has just like a plethora of targets to potentially jump onto, with Triple, with Philip being down his summoner spells as well, and even bullying out NXI in that one-on-one matchup before anybody else had jumped in.
Yeah, there's so many resources of crowd control for Griffin to utilize when he does go in for those ganks, as well as really powerful champions, both having the Silas and the Urgot. Now you see Griffin headed over towards the top side of the river, looking to clear out the scuttle, get more control over there, and just make Philip's life hell, man.
They wanted to collect these waves. They wanted to make sure that was going to go into the proper hands. And so Tuesday, like, Bax redeploys in the top side, going to push that out, and now Lorem is going to meet him in the top side. They could put pressure onto Philip. Philip should know this is happening and end up just, like, backing off in this particular situation. All it was a bit of trade of farm in a couple of different places. The advantage is, of course, going back. And it helped out in mid lane, too, because it's free farm that can be taken by Tuesday. Normally, he's getting harassed by Azir soldiers, but that was a fair amount right there that he was able to grab without really that much kind of contention against the side of Philip, and so he's like equalized this a little bit. He's down only about 6-7 minions when that was about an entire wave about 4 minutes ago when we last checked in, so it hasn't grown at all, and this big mid wave should equalize that pretty nicely as well.
Yeah, so Tuesday now back in the mid lane after getting a little bit of that equalization that you were just talking about. You are now seeing the roam come out of Rhino, walking away from lane to lane, looking for something to happen, but FlyQuest, you can tell they're not really going to press the gas on this one. They're playing this one slowly after what's going on in the top side, and it's definitely going to be a little bit of a mission to get any of these lanes. It's pretty hard for NXI to have an early game presence.
And it is. I want to note really quickly the double longsword for Heen, but more importantly the Swifties from both him and Braum, because of the amount of slow that can come out from the combination of Lulu Ashe is miserable in the bottom side. Thankfully, Rhino gets to move, but Raheen can't do that as much because he has to actually farm. Is miserable as it might be to attempt to do so. As Griffin finds himself on NXI.
Seen this before. Now Griffin versus NXI. Here comes Sand Soldiers, Emperor's Divide. Very easy for Triple. He's able to get that kill, but might be killed
Very
in
nice.
the process. Still in a way. Alorem will still away the kill. Able to use that ultimate Fear Beyond Death 101 for Alorem at the top side.
Actually very, very clean from Zeus. While it started off not great just because Griffin was in on an invade, ended up getting caught out because, again, Triple gets to move a lot faster. The fact that they had the move and Philip was not moving meant that they had still a 2v2 that was quite powerful, and the resources had already been burnt by Triple to find that kill. They knew he was flashless from previous fights, and so that means Tuesday can find this kind of unceasing aggression. I will say, while I do like Urgot, and while I think Alorem's Urgot is very strong, I'm just going to say I would have preferred that kill on Tuesday's Silas because I think it could have helped him out a lot more. But you know what? He hit the ultimate. He gets to press the button. It's his decision. I don't really care all that much.
Some beautiful killer placement as well, but gotta hold that thought because the fight's breaking out over in the bot side. NXI looking to back off after using the Subjugate. Gets a good amount of armor, gets a good amount of health. Takes 2 shots from the tower. No one gonna go down. Still Griffin looking to press the issue a little bit. We'll just go back into his jungle.
Yeah. So in this game, Raheen has still been kind of the target of affection for the bottom side. You can see that like the 24 CS deficit that he's currently, or 34 CS deficit, my apologies, that he's currently sitting on right now. I was right, it was 24 CS he's at the deficit. That's the problem inside of this game for Zeus. That's kind of the one place that they're getting a little bit destroyed at. But they aren't snowballing that super, super hard, only because like they're pulling plates and things like that, but they aren't doing much more with it. They aren't pulling like the full tower the way that the Ziggs was. They haven't been able to capitalize on that yet. Now, if Johnson gets broken out, if this Ash arrow starts to fly out on the map and they're able to kind of capitalize in that regard, that's when this starts to become a lot more of a problem. But so far, being kind of lashed to the bottom lane means Raheen feels perfectly comfortable. He can sit there, he can just farm up, as long as they don't kill him a bunch in that bottom side, as long as they don't give too much up on the bottom side, and they're still able to compete into the river, everything's okay for the side of Zeus.
And they are giving up a significant amount, at least in the CS div. 32 separating these two ADCs right now over in the bot lane, and a lot of that is just the pressure you were talking about. Having that Lulu Ashe, the volley, Litter Lances, so much harassment that can come through having the spot lane duo. Now putting your attention over towards Rift Herald. Zeus starting this one up. Dreams is only going to watch the scraps of it as it gets taken away. Griffin will be able to grab it.
The even gold value so far, the early dragon, as well as the Rift Herald coming in here for the side of Zeus, is all indicative of a game that they are perfectly comfortable playing out. This seems like more of a game one than it is previously. This is a fight in the river.
Perfectly comfortable fighting. Tuesday comes in the flank, gets the kill on NXI, flashing over the wall. Trying to get to safety. Here comes the arrow, and there comes the Glacial Fissure. Dreams will fall right into it. Raheen grabbing that kill. A triple, watching his teammates go down. Nothing he can do. Zeus able to take a team fight win.
Big props to the side of Zeus, able to use this composition in a very effective way inside of this skirmish. They're all kind of around the Rift Herald. They knew that Urgot was on the top side, and for some reason, FlyQuest got poking around where they probably did not belong. Better part of this fight, Tuesday is able to pull a kill, and more importantly, Raheen pulls a kill to help kind of bridge this gap of the CS deficit that he currently sits at underneath the Ashe. As long as he's able to spend this the right amount of time, as long as he doesn't continue to get abused. Oh, they're right back to it.
Ooh, Ashe arrow, but flashing over the wall. Griffin will be able to stay safe. Same can't be said for Raheen, though, as the teleport coming out of Philip going to come in clutch. Now Philip still on the chase, going after Rhino. He figures it's poaching season. He will be able to slash him down. No, just dodges to the side. Rhino buys some time, not enough to save his life.
Not quite. And that is the punishment from FlyQuest. They're able to redeploy fast enough. It's early in the game, so those death timers didn't mean all too much. This was the play that kind of spurned all of it right here, is Tuesday's entrance to the fight right after Triple comes into the fight. They get NXI pretty much immediately, and no one is very low health. And then this Ashe ultimate stolen by Tuesday is able to capitalize on Dreams. So after this, they're like, okay, we can immediately walk towards the dragon. We can convert on that relatively easily. They meander a little bit in mid lane, just getting the push so they can try to confirm this a little bit better. But they don't have that much damage to start with. Tuesday, even inside of the pit, is helpful. But at this point, like, the fight's pretty much thrown only because Philip is here. Their entire team is around to try to punish this. This is FlyQuest wanting to put their foot down and say, we're going to get something back for this, no matter what the situation. And even better, on the back end of this, Triple is able to snag this kill, which is helpful. Again, he is a very good player, and this Azir desperately needs the gold to help compete in some of the later game fights. FlyQuest able to find a good response, at least, to go against what Zeus found, equalizing those two kills.
And remember, we had a huge desync with the teleports as well. Philip had to burn his really, really early thanks to Alorum. Alorum only burning his earlier, later, excuse me, to deal with the mid lane disaster that we saw going. But got to hold that thought, because here comes an attempted gank over on the top side, but not going to be able to find it. So yeah, the teleport difference did work out for Philip, but now it's going to be Alorum who has a TP advantage.
Yes, he does. Terrifying with the likes of this TP advantage as well. Heck, he could even just, like, teleport right back up to top lane. Philip is down a fair amount of health right now. If he stepped... Yep, there it is. Yeah, all he has to do is kind of just, like, tap into Philip. If he just, like, walks past his wave and says, okay, I'm just going to auto-attack you to death. He doesn't have the ultimate anymore, and neither does Philip. Philip actually is about to get it back, so maybe that is the problem. Okay, this is, like, 1-2 auto-attacks away from the tower going down, and the coverage from Trundle isn't here. Yeah, he's just going to walk this in. Philip knows that there's no contention. He knows there could be a jungler around. He's just like, all right, I'll get it.
So just casually proxying the wave as the minions crash into the tower. Going to deny a few off of that, but it will be first brick going solely to Alorum.
All off the back of that TP. So the conversion is Philip got 2 kills on the bottom side of the map. Alorum got first tower. More gold directly into the pocket of Alorum, but also the mid lane tower does take that as well, which means that they could push that down in one solid situation, especially in about 5 seconds when plates are down. So Alorum is sitting here. If Triple gets too antsy or gets a little too far up in the lane, they could have potentially punished it, but instead he's just going to walk back up the top lane. They're fishing a little bit, but it's not going to be too much.
Interesting, the CS diff that you're seeing in the top side as well as the bot side almost equalized from the way the lanes have been playing out. Over in the bot side, Johnson has been havoc for Raheen to deal with. A huge CS difference right there, 40 separating these. About 40 separating at the top side as you have the opposite effect coming out of Alorum.
You do. And it's been an opposite side of pressures. Again, NXI has poked his nose into bottom lane a couple of times, and of course Griffin has poked his nose into top side a couple of times, which has been an important aspect of how this game has played out, where FlyQuest Academy have, especially since Game 2, wanted to put more kind of pressure into bottom lane, knowing that, like, Raheen and Rhino might be the target of affection that they could capitalize on easiest. And Zeus finds that, especially after game number 1, the same was true of Alorum in this top side matchup, where now he's on his famous Urgot. Very, very easy, comfortable champion for him to be able to execute on, and the team is kind of living to that kind of win condition that they've set themselves for with Alorum.
Now you're seeing that swap. FlyQuest did shoot out that hawk shot. It spotted out Griffin. They were suspecting that a tower dive would happen and instantly get out of there. They don't want to deal with that. Alorum is now doing the lane swap as he heads over towards the bot side. Going to press onto this tower, start taking whatever they can to get that gold lead onto it.
That's helpful. Again, any amount of gold that they're able to put onto Raheen is going to be useful, and it's going to be split with Alorum, who's able to continue his kind of dominance inside of this game, as he's taken the top tower and now bottom tower, been able to split gold between those two. So this Urgot is going to be able to help bridge some of the damage that is held currently in terms of the Ashe over top of the Aphelios, but also note it's 36 CS. That tower, combined with first tower gold that had been taken on top side and the kill, actually doesn't put Raheen too far down. He's only down one longsword compared to Johnson, which isn't terrible. So 30 CS, he isn't down that far, whereas Philip is down significantly comparative to where Alorum's at right now.
And now the rest of FlyQuest Academy are starting to surround this Drake. It spawns in 9 seconds. Getting ready for the positioning. You don't want to give Soul Point over to Zeus, who have been playing around this.
So much vision for Zeus. They like the entrance right now that Zeus is taking is completely covered by the likes of FlyQuest. But that bottom side river, if they can get there, they've got so much vision control.
Oh, Ashe Arrow goes out. Triple just barely gets over the wall in time. An ultimate down, and the Ashe Arrow returned onto Griffin. Glacial Fisher goes up. It's going to find a knockup onto Philip. But still going forward, it's going to be Griffin. Fear beyond death. It's going to be used. Doesn't give a damn about the World Ender. But there is the Emperor's Divide. Able to knock 2 members of Zeus into the face of Johnson. Now Johnson bringing the arrows. A lot of autos coming in, but the trade is going to go even 3 for 3 on both sides.
These fights are just constant punches back and forth between these two teams in every single one of these games. It is amazing to see. It ends up being a 3 for 3 where Alorum was able to accomplish quite a bit. This ultimate missing triple was just so close. If they snagged that, oh my, the arrow's in him. What do you mean, man? The arrow's in his character model. How is that not tagging?
And that one's not even in him.
And it's not even in him. No, this was an amazing ultimate from Rhino also because it cuts out more path. They can't really walk forward directly to punish Griffin because you end up getting slowed. Also, Alorum able to use this Aatrox going down with the flash to stop NXI, which prevents any kind of dragon play afterwards from coming through, even if the fight ends up getting lost. Raheen in the backline still has damage. Alorum able to put out enough as well to trade an additional kill. And here, Griffin and Raheen, they're able to kind of push off the remaining members of FlyQuest. Their bot lane is very powerful to take this around. It would have been a shut.
Intense fights has pretty much been the theme of all the series we've been watching today. We saw the same thing with Cloud9 Amateur taking on Area of Effect Esports. Now we're seeing it here with FlyQuest Academy taking it to Zeus, and oh my goodness, I've flipped that completely because Zeus have been hot in this game, taking this tooth for tooth.
They have 2 dragons to just the 1 of FlyQuest. They're up 2,500 gold. They're comfortable in a position like this. We've seen them be able to leverage these drakes excruciatingly well, and especially if they grab Rift Herald, they're able to convert this into more of a gold lead. It's really difficult for FlyQuest to try to deal with anything. You get to see these melee champions trying to walk into the meat grinder that is Alorum's Urgot, and it's really tough to deal with. So far, Triple and Johnson have got to have the damage to be able to rip through him fast enough when he's on the front line. But again, I also want to point out the fact Raheen is still down a fair amount of farm. Right now, down about 43 farm compared to his counterparts. His kills in the last fight are keeping him up and alive inside of this game. Were it not for like the tower gold that they've taken, were not for like the kills and stuff, this Aphelios would be ridiculously far behind comparative to the curve that the Ashe is trying to set. But thankfully, Johnson, his proper farming along with some of his deep fighting is putting the pressure on. Raheen's not quite falling too far behind, and this allows for the advantage that Alorum's got to really show itself a lot more than what Johnson should have with the CS lead.
I've never wanted to see the goal differences so badly between players right now. Just from the ADCs alone, what you were talking about, how Raheen's been able to come back, not even through CS, but just being here for these plays, being able to put down the damage for these plays. Now Zeus looking to put the play onto the mid lane as they're going to take that mid lane tower, be able to get some deeper vision thanks to that not being there, and make their way over elsewhere.
Will. I want to point out also, Rift Herald is still available for Griffin. They could save this a couple more minutes and try to use it to set up something that would be eventually to set up the dragon. I think that's another possibility where if they pick third dragon and they're up this amount of gold, it's really difficult for FlyQuest to respond to both of those things, as well as the Rift Herald basically being dropped somewhere else on the map, and that might cause them to have to give up the soul point over to the side of Zeus for free, which puts FlyQuest in a very funky situation where it's like they really want to contest, but they have to be sure that Triple can basically carry them through a fight. Johnson is capable of carrying them through a fight, because if Urgot finds one good pick with the ultimate during the course of the initial part of the fight, there's almost no chance that FlyQuest are able to do much if those two aren't capable of just 1v5ing.
Arrow used there. I'm trying to figure out where that arrow was aimed for. That was Tuesday's arrow being used. Okay, so now we have Raheen getting locked down in the mid lane, coming right out of the flank is going to be NXI. He will grab that kill. No issue whatsoever for FlyQuest Academy as they're able to even up the kills 7-7 apiece.
That they are. As soon as Tuesday uses that arrow in order to, I think, play aggressively, I'm assuming the timer was kind of out of it, and that was the main reason. Johnson's able to use that effectively to pick off Raheem here, as he didn't have a flash able to get away from that situation. So just able to capitalize. We talked about the pick tools. We haven't seen too much from Triple quite yet. I seem to remember earlier on in the game he tried to use that, was able to use in a team fight. The pillar the same way for the side of NXI, where like these pillars, these kind of pick tools haven't been used to the fullest yet. Right there could have been good to try to capitalize on a Rhino, but Johnson finally finding one of these kills with these pick tools, useful to keep FlyQuest kind of competitive in this game, as well as across the map, pulling towers both in mid and in top lane that they're putting pressure onto. Bottom lane just got picked up by Triple. The gold equalizing between the two teams very rapid.
Triple's getting a lot on this map. He has a strong CS lead against Tuesday, and Tuesday hasn't been able to be as impactful as he would like to. 4-2-1 so far for Triple, as we are 21 minutes into this, and the gold is basically dead even between these two squads.
It is going to be, this Azir is going to be a menace come team fighting phase. You're denying healing from Xin Zhao, from the Aphelios, and then also from the Silas with the likes of this Morello-like starter with the ability to have that grievous wounds and things like that. The Cosmic Drive is going to give you a ton of soldiers to be able to work with. Triple feels comfortable with this lethal tempo to be able to maybe actually apply enough damage to solo carry a fight if he's not burst out by a Warren, by Griffin, by Tuesday when they dive in. Which is important to try to keep track of, especially around this next dragon. Again, if Zeus grab that, they're able to force a 5-on-5 when they want. They're looking to try to find something. This bush, though.
Ooh, looking after Alorum, but the flank comes out from Rhino and Griffin. Now they're underneath the tower. Out comes the Emperor's Divide. Still trying to find more as the teleports come through. Going golden is going to be Tuesday, but there's the Fear Beyond Death. Going to get NXI out of that fight. 1-for-1 trade thus far. It's going to be Griffin who's the lower one, and now looking for the retreat. Has to go right back in because they were going to catch him either way. Now Alorum starts bringing in some of those autos onto Triple. Triple gets low, but not low enough to go for the disengage. They're going to continue chasing as FlyQuest say, "Get off my yard!"
That's a very strange situation to pick a fight in. They're not quite done yet. They're kind of poking back and forth between the two.
Not done at all. It's still continuing. Teleport's going to be used here. Triple showing up in the mid lane after taking that damage earlier. But good situation for FlyQuest. They were able to get those kills, which is going to put them in prime position to take down this Drake.
So strange for Zeus. They like picked this fight underneath of the top inner tower for FlyQuest. Why are you picking a fight underneath of a tower from the side of FlyQuest? You can wait for Dragon. You know they're going to contest you at Dragon. I think they're trying to find, like, they were trying to force an off-tempo play that was unexpected from the side of FlyQuest, but, like, when you're underneath a tower like that and you've got Nazir, you can, like, prevent people from doing most things. Tuesday went under tower, Griffin went under tower during the process of that. They just, like, got way too far up trying to find that pickoff, and that cost them here the ability to contest for the second rig.
Oh, so fast! Looking to shuffle on into this fight. Triple is going to use the Emperor's Divide to start us off. Raheem's the first one to fall, but it's going to be a double kill going over for Triple. And FlyQuest Academy, they're going to run right through Zeus. Alorum so low, but he will survive. Fear Beyond Death will not find its mark. And now Philip, he feels confident swinging away in the face of Zeus as they're going to take down the mid lane tower. FlyQuest Academy headed for the Baron.
FlyQuest using some of these pickoff tools, things like the wall and things like the arrow, to be able to generate uneven fights by kicking out Tuesday, kicking out Raheem as fast as possible, not allowing anybody to be there. There is no Baron Steel to come out. There's no Smite to contest this. This is disastrous, as this is the final moment here where FlyQuest is going to be at a deficit. They take the gold lead significantly now, as this is the run-up in mid lane. They miss the arrow, but they snag this massive ultimate with Triple, who's able to capitalize on this, kill off Tuesday and Raheen before any real fight comes in, and Alora does an intense amount of work on the likes of this Urgot, but it's not even close to being enough to be able to win the fight in a 1v5 situation, and because of that, FlyQuest able to find 2 big fights in a row, find that dragon, give themselves Baron, and get themselves complete control of the game. I don't know that Zeus has the firepower to be able to take this, at least before Raheen is really able to kind of team fight on his own.
Now, so much in the pocket for FlyQuest. They have the Baron, and they can start pushing lanes left, right, and center. You already have Triple in the bot lane, shoving a wave in the mid lane. The rest of the crew looking for a flank is going to be Tuesday, but I'm not sure if you want to take that fight anytime soon. Philip posturing forward. You got to watch how fast FlyQuest can engage. Now that you have Dreams, able to boost everyone up, able to get that speed boost going. Looking to find
Really
Triple
tough.
over on the bot side. Can't seem to get it. Griffin gonna back off. Has the Crescent Guard. Out comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. A lot of damage going on to Griffin, but Griffin will be able to walk on out. Out comes the Pillar of Filth. Gonna knock back 3 members, leaving this tower completely exposed. FlyQuest Academy will take another one.
Very little response to come out. With an Ashe and with an Azir, it's so easy to control everything in front of you around the front of these towers that it comes about. Yes, Tuesday is able to flank and able to put some damage down if you're able to get him there, but it's so difficult. They're controlling vision. Also, Dreams has made this miserable. Anyone who wants to get into the backline is going to get polymorphed immediately. The defenses that this Lulu is providing is near impossible. Tuesday!
Last at it lands onto Johnson. Not enough to take down Johnson, though, as he falls lower and lower. The tower's going to go down. Philip's going to be the first one to fall in this, but look at the DPS coming out of Triple. He's wailing away with the Sand Soldiers, and he will take down Raheen. Retreat for Zeus Gaming.
The inhibitor, they're going to walk away almost certainly after they get this wave in, because they've got the double cannon minion, but I don't think they have the ability to push for anything more. So it's just the bottom inhibitor that's going to go down here for the side of Zeus Gaming. They still have space, but right now there is not enough damage coming into this team for this day. Like, this was almost perfect from Tuesday. He's able to snag one of the priority members of FlyQuest immediately with this. He can't actually combo it with anything. They snag the ultimate on a couple of... Look at that. It's Urgot ultimate and it's Moonlight Vigil, and they still can't burst down Johnson fast enough, even with Philip going down on the front line. And Triple, like you said, he has become a carry that's able to rip through the side of Zeus as much as he wants. No one can put pressure onto him in the way that they can. Any other member without that Ashe arrow, once that's expended, Triple gets to do anything he wants inside of these fights.
FlyQuest Academy have taken an inhibitor in the bot lane. They have a strong gold lead working for them, 3K at 27 minutes. We still got a little bit before another dragon spawns, and FlyQuest are perfectly fine with that. They have a huge wave that's going to start mounting in the bot lane once those super minions crash into the regular minions and starts growing and growing and growing. You're going to have that 6th man. So FlyQuest are going to head up towards the top side and make sure this pressure means something.
Do. They're just like surrounding as much as possible. The horse is circled as much, or the wagon circled, my apologies, as much as possible around this base from the side of FlyQuest, putting in pressure. It's got to come down to Alorum. He's got to be a lot of the damage. They have to find something. They got Triple!
And here we go. They're looking for the fight right now. Philip's not going to be in it. It's going to be a 5v4. Still looking for Triple. Triple will be able to get away, but no! Raheen takes him down. Now Philip will fall. Zeus are looking for the comeback, but can they find it? Tuesday has to flash out to keep himself alive. Griffin posturing forward. Alorum posturing forward. FlyQuest knowing that they've bitten off more than they could chew. They will have to take the retreat, but wait, Griffin's by himself. Raheen's not far away. Griffin's gonna go in, look for the 3-talon strike, but instead he will eat 1,000,000 arrows. So will Raheen. 1 by 1. They are done. Triple kill, a double going over to Johnson.
Not the time to split up, and now they're going to push through mid lane. They're going to try to take down this tower. Tuesday's the only one here to defend it for the moment. Alora, though, is going to have to back and come up through the middle, and it should be easily inhibitor tower, if not full inhibitor. They do have to be careful because Alora is rather strong, but NXI is enough of a front line with Dreams around that they don't have to worry too heavily. They're just going to take mid inhibitor. That looked disastrous from FlyQuest, losing a couple of members. They're TPing in. They're just going to look to close.
They're looking for the close right now. FlyQuest Academy looking to get the win against Zeus. Alorum, Rhino trying to be the front line, but the front line has been melted away. Alorum, There's only so much you can do on this Urgot, but you can't sustain the damage of Johnson, or can you? As Zeus look to turn this around. Crescent Guard blocking so much damage. NXI gonna go forward, but Triple will take down another. Alorum with a slither of health remains. Triple will grab it, and here it is. FlyQuest Academy, a lot of work coming out of this roster. That work will pay off. They get to keep their wings spread as they begin their flight through the top end of this bracket.
Game 1 for Zeus was insanely clean. They controlled pretty much every aspect of the game, gave away so very little, and did such a great job against FlyQuest. And FlyQuest, for 2 straight games, were able to make the reverse sweep happen. Came back, fought against bot lane. Johnson's a hero. Philip absorbed a bunch of pressure. Even in that 3rd game against the Urgot, wasn't enough to convert. And Zeus fall after taking game 1. What a series again. And FlyQuest,
series.
What a clutch performance to be able to come back from game 1 in a loss like that against Zeus Gaming.
That was intense, Rebel Fox. My God. Zeus Gaming, they put on a fight, but FlyQuest has shown that they are very adaptable. We're going to take a look at that again. The early game starting off in favor of Zeus off Alorum.
That it was. And you saw, like, okay, Griffin, incredible starts to this laning phase, especially, like, being able to punish what happened with Alorum, who got so much there. This is another punishment. You were able to get kind of a 1-for-1 situation off the back of this. One of the things I want to point out in this series, Tuesday oftentimes is a very big contributor in a lot of ways, and I'm not saying he played poorly, but Triple was all over the place in a couple of different games. While I talked about how, like, his rise went a little bit silent in game number 1, I have a bunch of respect for what he's been able to accomplish in a couple of these games, being able to contest Tuesday and even go beyond him in a number of these situations. And I gotta give him a bunch of props. They put kind of him on a pedestal for this one, wanting him to be the kind of team fight focus that they were looking for. And what would you know, they were able to do that. They were able to rely on Triple for a number of reasons.
I mean, the guy has experience up the wahoo. The dude's been to Worlds twice when it came to the Oceanic region. Triple is good. But what about Philip as well? Philip had suffering for his entire early game. He was dismantled by Alorum, but he was still able to survive and be an asset for his team.
That he was. Again, absorbing that pressure, something Philip's been able to do in a number of ways consistently throughout this entire split.
Oh.
It's just painful every time I watch it because it seems like it should hit him and it should stun him up, but it's just not the case. And this team fight was a little bit rough to have to watch. This was the first indication, I think. Oh, I didn't even notice. Raheen's Moonlight Vigil was maybe a few, like, little, like, bits short of actually hitting onto multiple members here. And so that would have caused this fight to go in a completely different direction. But this was the first kind of opportunity we saw of FlyQuest to really capitalize on their team fighting, use their tools as often as they can. And from here, it only got better for themselves. Johnson and Dreams in every single fight. Dreams especially for this game 3. I think I didn't talk about enough inside of this game.
The speed on there, but yeah, Johnson and Dreams, that bot lane, absolutely beautiful, and it doesn't seem as impactful because he is on that Ashe. It is more of the supportive ADC. It's the ADC that's going to be in the back and just look for those picks. No, he was putting in the DPS. He was positioning really well, and Dreams was running interference to make sure to keep making sure that he could do that.
Agreed. It was a series where they had to rely on Johnson and also Dreams to put in a bunch of work to punish one of the weaker parts of the map from the side of Zeus, and they were able to do that in a very efficient way. I got to give them a bunch of props. Not to say Raheen and Rhino played very poorly, more so to say, again, if the strategy is going to revolve around you, Johnson and Dreams lived up to the task, and were able to do that, at minimum being able to help set up Triple for some of these teams.
I'm actually in shock that Fear Beyond Death didn't go through on the Johnson. He was so low. He was so close to that threshold. But ends
Dreams
up surviving.
Ultimate kept him barely up. The Dreams Ultimate just barely kept him above that health threshold, so big props to him there.
And this is where we thought things were actually going to switch. A 4v5 fight, you caught out Triple.
Thought it was going to be big, but again, this was another situation where, like, Zeus in the last game had the same opportunity when they got that, like, the Ocean Soul and lost 2 inhibitors. It was like, okay, you lost, but you were able to get something. You could continue this game from this point. This is another situation where it's like they overextended for Johnson last time. This time, they have members, and they overextend just a little too far into the jungle for some reason, kind of breaking off into pieces. And the side of FlyQuest take very easy advantage of that. They walk into their own jungle, they find Griffin first, and then they end up finding Raheen. And all of a sudden, like, they're just one by one walking into this fight. They're not able to actually full commit. Raheen turns around to try to help Griffin, but all he does is condemn himself to death. And this is kind of the turning point where FlyQuest, after that previous fight, we thought, okay, maybe Zeus has a chance. That right there was just like the solidifying of FlyQuest is just going to be done with this series. There's nothing left.
Great performance coming out of FlyQuest, and we are going to have an interview with one of the winners. I believe Johnson is on the line, just waiting for that interview. Johnson, great performance. Thank you for joining us here today, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, so your time on FlyQuest Academy, I want to focus on before the Proving Grounds. With a lot of the swaps we saw going on with the LCS and Academy rosters, how was that in terms of the impact of the team dynamic?
With respect to like the swapping, it was pretty weird, and like we had to get used to playing with each other again. Obviously, like I was playing with Diodo and Palafox. I have a new jungle mid. So like we just had to get used to playing with each other, and yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you guys in the playoffs, you obviously had that 5-game series up against the side of C9. I know your coach, or at least members of your organization, talked about how you guys are focused on growth. What would you say is one of the bigger things that you've been able to grow after that series, and then coming into Proving Grounds, something that like you specifically have been able to improve upon?
After the C9 series, primarily it was just shot calling and like team comms. I think I was doing well in my matchups against C9, I would say. And at least today in the series, like I was talking more and helping my team get on like the same page. Obviously, it didn't work in game 1, but it worked game 2 at least.
All right, Johnson, you kind of took us on a tour of a lot of the champions that you see in the ADC role. You had the Aphelios, the Ashe, the Ziggs. And pulling out a lot of these, what were your expectations going into the bot lane, facing off against a matchup like Raheen and Rhino, and adjusting your champion pool to their playstyle?
Well, for me at least, like, no offense, I thought I could just play whatever into this guy. And the studio strat didn't work because we were executing, and we also like entered level 1 in the game 1. Then I just decided to play some utility for the team, and their ADC was trying to like play Aphelios into me, and like obviously didn't look too hot, so got the dub off of him playing Aphelios.
Now, I know you guys, after this win, clearly you get to advance into the tournament. You guys are playing off against Dignitas Academy. They have had some pretty solid performances as of recently. I know it was also your previous org you played on Dignitas before. So you have premonitions, thoughts about Dignitas and what kind of successes they've had recently in your guys' kind of experience and coming into that series. Anything to share with all of us fine folks?
At least watching the series against Anti, they have like pretty good team play, I'd say. And their coach Invert has some solid drafts, so looks like a good series to play for me, at least on my side.
All right, and before we get off the line with you, are there any shout-outs you want to give, especially after that performance?
Obviously, shout out to my teammates for persevering 2-1, my coaching staff, and then obviously my friends that support me, and any fans that support.
Absolute respect, man. Absolute respect. So congratulations on your win, and we do wish you the best of luck in your upcoming match in the Proving Grounds.
Thank you.
What a day, Rebel. What a day. 3-game series both ways. We had a blast, but man, that was some League of Legends.
6 full games, over 6 hours of broadcast, man. It is, it's been nothing but a blast. Every single game was exciting. None of these teams could let us take a break and just be like, all right, this is a pretty easy win. Nope. Everyone was competitive, top to bottom. We had 2 fantastic series. makes it really hard to know that some of these are going to be competing for their lives next week. But congrats to the winners, C9AM, able to come back in a reverse sweep, as well as FlyQuest Academy, who were able to do the same thing for us to be able to continue on into that competition. Losers, obviously, AoE and Zeus on the day. They're both coming back next week. They're going to have the ability to play through that bottom side bracket. But still, big props to our winners. They did some fantastic stuff. Being able to come back from game 1 losses in both of those series for both of those teams takes quite a bit. So big props to them for being able to do so.
And it's definitely exciting to see what Proving Grounds has brought. We saw it earlier with the spring. We saw the competition, the narratives, the storylines going into that. It was intense. It seems like Proving Grounds in summer is not going to let up as well. You're not going to want to miss any of this. We are going to close out for the day. My name has been Eric Desarux Beltran. Joining me is Dean Rebel Fox Merrick. We want to thank you guys for joining us. Be sure to tune in next time for more LCS Academy.
Thank you.